Story 1. It was the first overnight shift at the radio station I spent completely alone. I thought the silence would be peaceful, until I realized it wasn't silence at all. My name is Kelsey. A few years ago, I was working at a small, independent radio station in rural Oklahoma. It wasn't exactly a glamorous job. The station mostly played classic rock and old country music, catering to the long-haul truckers passing through on the interstate and the local night owls who couldn't manage to fall asleep. Our broadcast building was located way out on the edge of town. It sat completely alone, surrounded by nothing but miles of flat, empty wheat fields and a narrow two-lane highway that almost never saw any headlights after midnight. The building itself was this low, flat brick structure that used to be an insurance office back in the 1970s. It was incredibly outdated and always felt a little too cold, no matter what you set the thermostat to. The carpets were an ugly, faded brown, and the overhead lighting in the hallways had this constant, low electrical hum. Working the midnight to 6 a.m. shift meant I was the only living soul in that building for 6 straight hours. The day staff would lock up and leave by 6 in the evening, and the evening DJ usually took off around 11:45. When I took over the board, my routine was always the same. I would lock the heavy glass front doors, pull the metal security gate shut across the lobby, and then lock myself inside the main broadcast studio. The studio was positioned right in the center of the building. It was a completely soundproof room, designed to keep any outside noise from bleeding into the microphones. The walls were covered in thick acoustic foam, and the door was heavy, like a vault door, sealing with a soft pneumatic hiss when it closed. Being inside a soundproof room when you are the only person in an empty building is a very strange experience. It is unnerving in a way that is hard to explain to people who haven't felt it. All the normal ambient noises of the world are just erased. You don't hear the wind outside, you don't hear the traffic in the distance, and you don't even hear the building settling. The silence is so heavy and absolute that it actually makes your ears ring. You end up hearing your own heartbeat, the sound of your own breathing, and the subtle, dry clicking of the buttons on the mixing console. Usually I liked the isolation. It gave me time to read, work on my college assignments, and just decompress. My job was pretty simple. Most of the music was programmed by a computer during the night shift. I just had to make sure the system didn't crash, play the mandatory station identification tags at the top of every hour, and occasionally open the microphone to read a weather report or do a brief time check. Other than that, I just sat in the dim light of the studio, drinking terrible coffee and watching the digital clock slowly count down to morning. The studio was set up so that the mixing console faced a large, double-paned interior window. That window looked out into the main reception area and the long hallway that led to the break room and the bathrooms. Because I always kept the main studio lights turned down low to avoid eye strain, the hallway outside usually looked like a pitch-black tunnel. The only light out there came from the glowing red exit signs and the faint, pale light spilling out from the vending machine all the way down by the break room. It was around 2 a.m. when the first strange thing happened. I was sitting back in my heavy rolling chair, reading a paperback novel while a long block of 70s rock songs played over the airwaves. My attention was suddenly broken by a bright, flashing red light on the corner of the mixing console. It was the studio request line. In a radio station, the phones inside the broadcast booth don't actually ring out loud. If they did, the sound of the ringer might accidentally get picked up by the live microphones and broadcast over the air. Instead, the phone lines are hooked up to these large, silent red bulbs that flash rapidly when a call is coming in. I stared at the blinking light for a moment, feeling a little confused. We almost never got callers that late at night. Sometimes a lonely truck driver would call in to request a song, or a drunk local might dial the wrong number, but it was rare. I glanced over at the caller identification screen on the computer monitor. The screen was completely blank. It didn't say unknown caller or restricted number. It was just an empty black box. I figured it was probably just a system glitch or a telemarketer using a blocked number. I reached over, pressed the flashing button to connect the line, and pulled the receiver to my ear. I expected to hear some background noise, maybe the rumble of a highway or the sound of a bar. Instead, there was just this heavy, thick static. It didn't sound like normal phone static. It sounded wet and hollow, almost like someone was holding a microphone right up to a rushing water pipe. "AROK night shift, what can I play for you?" I said, keeping my voice bright and professional. The static continued for a few seconds, washing over my ear. Then the static dropped in volume and I heard it. It was a voice, but it sounded incredibly far away. It was a low, raspy whisper buried beneath the hiss of the line. I couldn't make out any specific words. It just sounded like a continuous, breathy muttering, like someone reading a list of names under their breath in an empty room. "Hello?" I asked, dropping the cheerful tone. "Are you looking to make a request? I can barely hear you." The whispering stopped instantly. The wet static returned for a brief moment, and then the line went completely dead with a sharp click. The red light on the console popped off. I sat there holding the phone for a few seconds before slowly placing it back on the receiver. I felt a tiny prickle of unease on the back of my neck, but I brushed it off. Working the graveyard shift makes you paranoid. I convinced myself it was just a bad connection or some kids messing around with a prank call. About 30 minutes passed, and the unease I felt started to fade away. The music played, the digital clock blinked away the minutes, and the studio remained perfectly silent. Around 2:45 a.m., I realized I needed to use the restroom and grab another cup of coffee from the break room to help me stay awake. I waited for a long 5-minute song to start playing, stood up, and opened the heavy studio door. The pneumatic hiss of the seal breaking sounded unusually loud in the quiet room. Stepping out of the soundproof studio is always a bit of a shock to the senses. Suddenly, you can hear the building again. I could hear the wind rattling the metal frame of the front doors, the low hum of the vending machine down the hall, and the faint creaking of the roof settling in the cold night air. I locked the studio door behind me with my key, just out of habit, and started walking down the dark hallway toward the back of the building. The shadows in the hallway seemed thicker than usual. I kept my eyes focused on the glowing panel of the vending machine at the far end, using it as a beacon. I went into the bathroom, washed my hands, and then stopped in the break room to pour a cup of stale, lukewarm coffee. As I was stirring in the powdered creamer, I heard a sound that made my hands freeze. It was a loud, distinct metallic clack. It came from the front of the building, near the reception area. It sounded exactly like the heavy latch on the metal security gate being rattled. I stood perfectly still in the dim break room, my heart suddenly hammering against my ribs. I held my breath, listening as hard as I could over the hum of the refrigerator. Nothing, just the wind outside. I told myself it was probably just a strong gust of wind pushing against the glass front doors and shaking the gate frame. That kind of thing happened all the time in the winter. Still, my pace was a lot faster as I hurried back down the hallway, keeping my eyes glued to the dark corners of the reception area. Everything looked perfectly normal. The gate was secure. The front doors were locked tight. I unlocked the heavy studio door, slipped inside, and pulled it shut behind me. The comforting, absolute silence of the soundproof room washed over me immediately. I let out a long breath I didn't realize I had been holding, sat back down in my rolling chair, and took a sip of my terrible coffee. I looked at the clock. It was 2:55 a.m. I was safe in my little padded box. 5 minutes later, right as the clock hit 3 a.m., the red light on the phone console started flashing wildly again. Line 4 this time. My stomach instantly dropped. I stared at the rapidly blinking bulb, my mind racing. Again, I looked at the caller identification screen. Blank, just an empty black rectangle. The studio was completely silent, but that flashing red light seemed to scream at me. I didn't want to answer it. Every instinct I had told me to just ignore it and let it ring until whoever it was gave up. But I was the only employee there, and it was technically my job to answer the lines. With a shaky hand, I reached out and pressed the blinking button. I picked up the receiver and held it to my ear, but I didn't say anything. I just listened. The same wet, rushing static filled my ear immediately. But this time, the whisper wasn't far away. It was incredibly close. It sounded like someone had their lips pressed directly against the mouthpiece of the phone. It was a frantic, breathless string of whispers. It sounded urgent, almost angry, but the words were completely slurred and distorted. It was just breath and teeth in a frantic rhythm that made no sense. "Who is this?" I demanded, my voice cracking slightly. "Stop calling this number." The whispering abruptly stopped. A deep, heavy breath crackled over the speaker, shuddering slightly, and then the line went dead. The red light vanished. I slammed the phone down, my hands trembling. I was genuinely terrified now. I pushed my chair back from the console and looked out through the double-paned window into the dark lobby. I expected to see someone standing out there in the shadows holding a cell phone staring back at me, but the lobby was entirely empty, just the faint glow of the exit signs reflecting off the glass doors. I pulled my knees up to my chest, trying to rationalize the situation. It was just a prank. Someone had found a way to block their number and was trying to scare the local night shift DJ. That was all. I looked at the computer screen. It was 3:15 a.m. I had to do a live mic break in 2 minutes to read the local weather forecast and play the station identification tag. I forced myself to take a few deep breaths, uncurled my legs, and rolled my chair closer to the mixing board. I grabbed the heavy, padded broadcast headphones and slipped them over my ears. The headphones were designed to block out all external noise, isolating your ears completely so you could hear exactly what was going out over the airwaves. I watched the countdown timer on the computer screen. 10 seconds. I placed my hand on the sliding fader that controlled the music volume and hovered my other finger over the main microphone button. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. I slid the music fader down, letting the classic rock track fade into the background, and pressed the heavy green button to activate my microphone. "You're listening to KROK, serving the plains all night long," I said into the microphone, trying to keep my voice smooth and steady despite the adrenaline shaking my hands. It's currently 3:15 a.m. out there, and we're looking at a cold one tonight. Temperatures are expected to drop down into the low. I stopped talking, my mouth hung open, but the words died in my throat. Through the heavy padded headphones, layered perfectly over the faint background music, I heard the whisper. It was crystal clear this time, not muffled by static or distance. It was a low, slow exhalation right directly into my ear. My eyes darted to the phone console. None of the lines were blinking. The phone was completely dead. The voice wasn't coming from an outside call. My eyes frantically scanned the mixing board, trying to figure out where the audio feed was coming from. Then I saw it. Right above the phone controls was a separate section of the board dedicated to the internal intercom system. The intercom was designed so the DJ could communicate with the other rooms in the building without broadcasting over the air. It only connected to 3 places: the manager's office, the lobby reception desk, and the secondary production studio located directly next door to the main booth. The small, square button labeled Production Studio B was illuminated in a solid, bright green. That light only turned on when someone in the other room was physically holding down the push-to-talk button on their intercom microphone. Someone was inside the building. Someone was sitting in the dark room directly next to mine, holding down the button and breathing into the microphone. My blood ran completely cold. I couldn't move. I couldn't even take the headphones off. The production studio was right next to me. They shared a wall. In fact, there was a small, rectangular interior window between my studio and Production Studio B, designed so 2 DJs could signal each other during joint broadcasts. Slowly fighting every terrified instinct in my body, I turned my head to look through the small window on my right. Production Studio B was pitch black. The main lights were off. But through the glass, in the absolute darkness of that empty room, I could see a tiny, glowing red dot hovering in the air. It was the indicator light on the top of the intercom microphone. It was glowing bright red, meaning the microphone was active. Someone was standing in the dark just on the other side of that glass, watching me, and they were still holding the button down. I didn't think, I just reacted. I slammed my hand down on the music fader, pushing it all the way up so the music blared loudly through the studio monitors, covering the silence on the air. I ripped the heavy headphones off my ears, practically throwing them across the console. I scrambled backward out of my chair, my shoes slipping against the carpet, until my back hit the heavy, soundproof door of my studio. I reached behind me and twisted the deadbolt on the door until it clicked into place with a heavy thud. I was locked inside, but whoever was out there was locked inside the building with me. The heavy acoustic foam on the walls made the room feel like a tomb. I slid down the door until I was sitting on the floor, pulling my knees up tight against my chest. I stared at the small interior window leading to the production room. The tiny red light on the microphone stayed illuminated for what felt like an eternity. I waited for a face to press against the glass. I waited for the heavy handle of my door to start rattling. I waited for the heavy metallic clack of the fire door in the hallway to signal they were moving around, but nothing happened. Eventually, the tiny red light in the dark room clicked off. The intercom connection was severed. I stayed sitting on the floor, backed against the door, for 3 solid hours. I didn't touch the board. I let the computer play an automated loop of songs until the sun finally started to rise over the flat fields outside, casting a pale gray light through the front lobby windows. I didn't move until I heard the familiar, heavy rattle of the front security gate being unlocked. It was the morning DJ, arriving for his 6 a.m. shift. When I heard him calling my name from the lobby, I finally unlocked my door and stumbled out. I was shaking so badly I could barely speak. I told him someone had broken in, that someone was in the other studio. He looked at me like I was crazy, but he grabbed a heavy metal flashlight from the front desk, and together we walked over to Production Studio B. The door was locked. He had to use his master key to open it. When he pushed the door open and flipped the light switch, the room was completely empty. There was no one inside. The heavy acoustic panels were undisturbed, but as I stood in the doorway, staring at the intercom microphone sitting on the desk, a cold knot formed in my stomach. The door to that studio automatically locked from the outside when it closed. The only key to that room was on the large ring of master keys that I had kept sitting on my console the entire night. There was absolutely no way anyone could have gotten into that room, and no way they could have left without the key. Yet I knew what I heard through those headphones, and I knew what that red light meant. I never worked another night shift in that building again. Story 2. Back in 2019, I worked the night shift at a gas station. I used to think the scariest thing I'd see was a drunk customer. I was wrong. I ended up quitting that job shortly after, completely exhausted by the constant unpredictability of late-night retail. I thought taking a solo cleaning gig at a massive, slightly outdated movie theater in Alberta would be the ultimate quiet job. No customers to argue with, no registers to balance. Just me, a heavy broom, and my music. It sounded like a perfectly peaceful way to make a living. I usually arrived around 11:30 p.m., right as the final late-night showings were letting out. I would stand by the heavy glass front doors, watching the last few tired patrons shuffle out into the freezing winter air. Once the managers counted the tills and locked up the main office, they would hand me the master keys and leave. By midnight, I was completely alone in a sprawling, dark building that could hold a few thousand people. At first, the solitude was amazing. I would put my earbuds in, listen to long podcasts, and just zone out while I worked. But the contrast between the theater during the day and the theater at night was jarring. During the daylight hours, it was a sensory overload of neon arcade lights, the smell of popcorn, and constant noise. But at night, once the projection systems were powered down, the entire environment changed. It didn't just get quiet, it felt incredibly hollow. The long, carpeted corridors seemed to stretch on forever, fading into deep shadows where the dim emergency lights couldn't quite reach. The air itself felt heavy and stagnant. The most unnerving part was the acoustics. Movie theaters are literally engineered to manipulate sound. The walls are covered in thick acoustic panels designed to trap noise and keep it from bleeding into the next room. When there's no movie playing, that design works against you. The rooms absorb any ambient noise instantly. If you drop your plastic dustpan, the clatter dies immediately instead of echoing. It creates this unnatural, dead silence that constantly makes you feel like you need to check over your shoulder. It was a late Tuesday night in January when things went wrong. The weather outside was completely unforgiving. A massive blizzard had rolled through earlier that afternoon, dropping the temperature well below freezing. The heavy wind was howling, occasionally rattling the metal loading doors at the back of the complex. My phone battery had died halfway through cleaning the main lobby, so I didn't have my music to distract me. I was working in total, oppressive silence. I pushed my heavy cleaning cart down the long left wing to start on Auditorium 6. I propped the heavy double doors open with a rubber wedge and hit the switch for the cleaning lights. A row of harsh, yellow fluorescent tubes flickered to life along the massive ceiling, buzzing aggressively for a few seconds before settling into a low hum. They cast long, distorted shadows across the rows of red seats, making the giant white screen at the front look like a glowing void. I started my routine at the very back row, slowly working my way down the sloping floor toward the front. I was about halfway down the aisle, right around row H, when I heard the first sound. It was a dull, heavy thud. It sounded like it came from directly above me. I stopped sweeping, gripping my broom handle, and looked up at the ceiling. The ceiling in these auditoriums was suspended about 40 feet in the air, made of standard black acoustic drop tiles. I stared up at the dark squares, waiting. Nothing happened. I told myself it was just the building settling in the extreme cold. Commercial buildings expand and contract violently in sub-zero winter weather. I convinced myself the metal roof was simply reacting to the freezing temperature. I shook off the brief spike of paranoia and went back to sweeping. I made my way down to the very front row, right underneath the towering screen. It's always the most uncomfortable spot in the room because you have an ocean of dark, empty seats looming behind your back. I bent down to scoop up a pile of popcorn. That was when I heard it again. This time it wasn't just a random thud. It was a clear, deliberate pattern. Thud, a brief pause, thud, another pause, thud. It was the absolute, distinct sound of slow, heavy footsteps, and they were moving right across the acoustic ceiling, high above my head. I froze completely. I didn't stand up. I didn't turn around. I just stayed crouched near the floor, holding my breath, straining to listen. The sound wasn't coming from the projection booth at the back. It was directly over the middle rows. My stomach tied itself into a cold, tight knot. I knew the layout of this massive building perfectly. There was absolutely no second floor above the auditoriums. There was only the acoustic drop ceiling, a cavernous gap filled with air ducts and metal support beams, and then the flat exterior roof of the building. I tried desperately to find a logical explanation. I told myself it had to be a stray animal trying to escape the freezing winter storm, but my instincts knew that was a lie. These did not sound like the frantic, light scratches of an animal. These steps were heavy, weighty. It sounded exactly like a fully grown man wearing thick work boots, placing one foot deliberately in front of the other. The weight of each step seemed to make the very structure of the ceiling groan slightly. I slowly stood up, tilting my head back, staring into the dark expanse above. The footsteps were moving slowly from the center of the room toward the left wall. Then they just abruptly stopped. The sudden absence of sound was almost more terrifying than the footsteps themselves. The silence rushed back in, heavy and suffocating. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, waiting for the sound to start again, but there was nothing. Just the faint buzz of the yellow fluorescent lights. My mind raced. Could it be a maintenance worker checking the roof? No. Nobody would be walking on a snow-covered roof at 1:30 in the morning in the middle of a literal blizzard. And even if they were on the roof, the sound wouldn't be this clear. It sounded muffled but deeply resonant, like it was inside the enclosed crawl space, walking directly on the metal crossbeams that supported the ceiling tiles. A wave of intense, visceral unease washed over me. I suddenly felt entirely too exposed. I didn't care about finishing the rows. I quickly grabbed my broom, power walked up the sloped aisle, and pushed my way out into the hallway, letting the doors close behind me. I leaned against the cinder block wall of the long corridor, rubbing my face, trying to get my heart rate under control. I was just creeping myself out, I thought. I forced myself to take a deep breath. I grabbed the handle of my cleaning cart and pushed it further down the hall toward Theater 5. I was determined to work fast, finish my shift, and get out to my car. I propped the doors to Theater 5 open and immediately started aggressively sweeping the back row. I was moving loudly on purpose, making extra noise to drown out the oppressive silence. I dragged the heavy plastic trash can down the aisle, letting it bounce noisily over the small steps. I was about a third of the way down the room when my broom handle accidentally smacked hard against the metal leg of an aisle seat. It made a sharp, echoing metallic clank that rang out loudly. Almost immediately, as if in direct response, an answering sound came from above. A massive, heavy thud echoed from the ceiling directly over my head. I flinched so hard I nearly dropped my broom. I slowly looked up. The black acoustic tiles here were perfectly still, but then it happened again. Thud, thud, thud. The slow, rhythmic, heavy footsteps had returned. My blood ran completely cold. This was physically impossible. Theater 5 was completely separated from Theater 6 by thick, floor-to-ceiling cinderblock firewalls. Whatever was moving around up there hadn't just stayed in the other room. It had somehow followed me through the massive ceiling structure. My chest felt dangerously tight. I took 3 slow, careful steps down the aisle, moving toward the front of the room. Above me, the heavy footsteps perfectly matched my pace. Thud, 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 then they stopped exactly when I stopped. A jolt of pure, paralyzing panic shot through every nerve in my body. This wasn't just someone wandering blindly. It was deliberately reacting to me. It was actively tracking my movements from above. I felt physically sick. My breathing grew incredibly shallow. I needed to know for sure. I needed to know if I was just imagining a bizarre coincidence. I took one quick, sharp step to the right, sliding down the aisle between 2 rows of seats. Above me, a single, incredibly heavy footstep sounded from the ceiling, shifting slightly to the right, perfectly mirroring my exact position. There was absolutely no denying it anymore. Something was up there in the pitch-black crawl space. It was either looking down through microscopic gaps in the acoustic tiles, or listening so closely to my movements that it knew exactly where I was standing. The thought of someone crawling around in that suffocating, freezing space, silently matching my pace from the darkness above, was horrifying. I didn't take my eyes off the ceiling. I began to slowly walk backward up the aisle, step by agonizing step. The footsteps above me didn't follow this time. They just stayed perfectly still. I reached the double doors at the back, slipped silently through the gap, and let them close gently. The second I was back out in the long corridor, I completely lost whatever remained of my nerve. I abandoned my cleaning cart. I dropped my broom right on the neon carpet. I just turned and started fast walking back toward the main lobby. The hallway felt endlessly long. I kept darting nervous glances up at the drop ceiling in the corridor, terrified the tiles might suddenly burst open. I finally made it back to the lobby and practically dove behind the massive concession stand. I grabbed my winter coat and my keys with violently trembling hands. I wanted to just sprint out the front doors and run to my car, but I couldn't. Before I could leave, I had to shut down the main lighting breakers and arm the building's security system. If I didn't, the alarm company would immediately dispatch the police. The problem was the location of the main electrical room. It was situated near the very back of the building, right next to the entrance of the projection corridor. To get to the electrical panels, I had to walk back down the exact same hallway I had just fled from and climb a set of metal stairs to the second level. I debated whether I should just leave the lights blazing and run for my life, but the rational side of my brain was still desperately trying to hold on. I just had to be fast. I took a shuddering breath, grabbed a heavy metal security flashlight, and started walking back down the long corridor. I moved as silently as humanly possible, keeping my back pressed against the cinderblock wall. The entire building was dead quiet again. I reached the back stairwell, climbed the metal steps 2 at a time, and pushed open the heavy door to the electrical room. I quickly threw the main power switches. The building instantly plunged into absolute darkness, illuminated only by faint green exit signs. I punched my code into the alarm keypad, hearing the steady beeping that meant I had exactly 60 seconds to exit. As I turned to leave, I froze. Right outside the door was the entrance to the projection corridor, and right next to that door, mounted high on the wall, was a small metal access hatch. That hatch opened directly into the massive ceiling crawl space. It was always strictly secured with a heavy industrial padlock. I slowly aimed my bright flashlight beam directly at the metal door. The heavy padlock was completely gone. The thick metal latch had been flipped open and was hanging loosely against the wall. The hatch door itself was cracked open about an inch, revealing a sliver of the absolute pitch-black void inside. My stomach dropped. The air in my lungs felt like ice. Someone had opened it. I stood there paralyzed, the bright beam trembling against the gray metal. and then from deep inside that dark, narrow gap, I heard a soft, horrible scraping sound. It sounded exactly like heavy fabric dragging slowly against sharp metal. Then a heavy, muffled thud echoed from right inside the opening. Whatever was in there was crawling toward the hatch. It was crawling toward me. I didn't wait to see what kind of face was going to emerge. I just turned and sprinted. I flew down the metal stairs, hitting the hallway floor at a dead run, absolutely not caring how much noise I was making. Behind me, up in the massive ceiling structure, I heard the sudden, explosive sound of heavy footsteps breaking into a full, aggressive sprint. Thud, 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 thud. They were charging violently across the metal crossbeams, perfectly matching my panicked pace, tracking me perfectly from above as I ran desperately down the long corridor. The sound was absolutely deafening in the empty, hollow building. It felt like the ceiling was going to cave in right on top of me. Dust and small pieces of acoustic debris rained down from the ceiling tiles as whatever was up there tore across the supports. I reached the main lobby, slammed my body against the front glass doors, and frantically fumbled with my keys. My hands were slick with cold sweat. My breathing was ragged and painful. Above me, the incredibly heavy footsteps reached the end of the ceiling structure right above the concession stand. They didn't stop. They started packing back and forth furiously, like a trapped animal looking for a way down. I finally managed to slide the key into the lock. I twisted it violently, shoved the heavy door open, and threw myself out into the freezing winter night. I locked the door from the outside and stumbled backward into the empty parking lot. I stood in the snow, spinning around to look up at the massive exterior of the building. The flat metal roof was completely covered in a thick, undisturbed layer of fresh white snow. Under the harsh streetlights, it was terrifyingly obvious. Not a single disturbance. There were absolutely no footprints anywhere on the roof. There were no maintenance ladders leaning against the building. Whoever or whatever had been furiously running across those support beams was entirely inside the sealed, windowless crawl space of the theater. I scrambled into my car, locked the doors, and sat there for 20 minutes watching the front doors. No one ever came out. I quit the very next morning. I called the theater manager, told him to keep my last paycheck, and said I would never set foot inside that building again. He complained about finding reliable late-night staff, but he didn't ask for any details. I never told him what happened. I didn't think he would believe me anyway. I just wanted to be done with it and put the entire terrifying experience behind me forever. It has been years since I lived in Alberta, but I still completely refuse to go to a movie theater late at night. Even now, if I am ever alone in a quiet building with a drop ceiling, I find myself nervously looking up. I listen closely to the silence, half expecting to hear the terrifying sound of heavy boots dragging across the empty space right above my head. Story 3. This happened during a terrible storm season on my aunt's farm in Iowa. Everyone was afraid of what was outside, but my fear came from inside my own house. I was 20 years old at the time. I was staying at the farm for the entire summer to help out with the daily chores and property upkeep. It was so incredibly isolated out there in the country. The absolute nearest neighbor was over 5 miles down a deeply rutted dirt road that barely saw any traffic. Because I had practically moved in, I considered her farmhouse my own home for those long months. The property was massive, surrounded by tall, dense cornfields that seemed to stretch on forever in absolutely every direction. It was a very quiet, peaceful place, usually. It was late August and the weather had been brutal all week long. It was humid, sticky, and incredibly hot. That evening, the local radio station started broadcasting severe thunderstorm warnings for our county. The sky turned a very strange, bruised purple and green color as the sun went down. You could physically feel the air pressure dropping around you. The air just felt heavy and thick, like it was genuinely hard to breathe. I remember standing out on the back wooden porch, watching the tall trees in the yard start to sway back and forth. There was a very distinct smell floating in the air. It smelled heavily of coming rain and dry dust, but right underneath that there was something else entirely. A sharp, uncomfortable metallic smell. It smelled exactly like a handful of old, wet copper pennies. It was so unexpectedly strong it almost gave me a headache just standing there. My aunt was inside the house frantically rushing around. She was tapping up a slightly cracked window in the front living room and running around unplugging all the televisions and radios. She yelled out to me from the dark hallway. She asked me to run out to the main barn before the worst of the storm finally hit. We had a small group of goats in a smaller fenced pen, and she wanted me to bring a heavy bag of their special feed into the mudroom. She explained that she did not want us to have to walk all the way out there in the morning if the yard completely flooded overnight. I really did not want to go out there in the dark. The wind was already howling loudly through the trees. It was getting completely dark very quickly, but I grabbed my thick heavy jacket and a large black metal flashlight off the kitchen counter. I pushed the back door open, and the wind instantly hit my face. It was blowing so incredibly hard I had to lean my entire body forward just to walk straight. I kept my head down, shielding my eyes from the blowing dust, and jogged across the wide dirt yard. The main barn was about 200 feet away from the back of the house. It was a massive, extremely old wooden building. My aunt told me it had been built back in the 1950s. The dark red paint was peeling off the sides in large dry chunks, and the high roof sagged slightly in the middle. It always looked a little creepy to me, even in the middle of a sunny day. I finally reached the front entrance of the barn. It had large, incredibly heavy wooden sliding doors that sat on a rusted metal track. I had to put my entire body weight against the rough wood to slowly push it open. I managed to slide it open just enough to squeeze my shoulders through the narrow gap. The very moment I stepped inside, I grabbed the edge of the door and forced it tightly shut behind me. The change in the atmosphere was instant. The thick wooden walls completely blocked out the loud, howling wind. It went from incredibly noisy to completely dead silent in a split second. The only sound in the whole building was my own heavy breathing echoing back at me. I reached out in the dark, feeling along the rough wall, and flipped the main light switch upward. 3 bare glass bulbs hanging from the high rafters buzzed loudly as they turned on. They flickered a few times before staying lit. They cast very long, strange shadows across the packed dirt floor. The barn was mostly empty in the wide center dirt aisle. Along the entire left wall, there were 4 large animal stalls built from thick wood. They had high wooden gates and incredibly thick iron hinges. We did not keep any large animals in this specific barn anymore, so the stalls were completely empty and unused. Along the right wall of the barn was a massive, towering stack of dry hay bales. They were stacked perfectly tight, going almost all the way up to the high loft area. The heavy feed bags I needed to get were kept on low wooden pallets all the way at the very back of the barn, far past the empty wooden stalls. I started walking slowly down the center dirt aisle. My heavy boots made a soft, continuous crunching sound against the dry earth. The air inside the barn felt very different than the air outside on the porch. It was incredibly stale and dry. It smelled heavily of old rotting wood and dusty hay, but the most noticeable thing was how completely still the air was. There was absolutely no draft in the building. The barn was sealed up completely tight against the storm. That is exactly why the very first thing that happened confused me so much. I was about halfway down the dirt aisle. I was looking straight ahead at the pallets against the back wall. Suddenly I heard a very long, very slow creak cut through the silence. I stopped walking immediately. I slowly turned my head to look over to my left. The heavy wooden door to the very last stall, the one furthest in the back corner, was moving. It was slowly swinging open all by itself. The heavily rusted metal hinges groaned quietly in the dead silence of the barn. It swung outward into the aisle about 2 feet. Then it just completely stopped. It hung there perfectly still for a few seconds, and then very slowly it swung backward until it clicked softly shut against the wooden frame. I just stood there frozen, staring blindly at it. My heart started beating a little faster in my chest. I tried my best to think logically. I calmly told myself it had to be a strange draft from the storm. Even though I could not physically feel any moving wind, the weather outside was getting violent. Air had to be aggressively pushing through a hidden crack somewhere behind that specific stall. It was the absolute only explanation that made any logical sense to me. I took a deep breath, tightened my grip on my flashlight, and forced myself to keep walking forward. I walked directly past that last empty stall. I stopped for a brief second and looked over the top of the wooden gate, shining my bright beam of light into the dark corners. It was completely empty. There was absolutely nothing inside except packed dry dirt and a few thick spider webs hanging from the low ceiling. I shook my head slowly. I felt a little silly and embarrassed for letting an old swinging door scare me so easily. I reached my hand over the gate and grabbed the heavy iron sliding latch. I slid it firmly into place with a loud metal click. The stall door was securely locked shut. It could absolutely not blow open again, no matter how strong the draft was. I turned away from the dark stalls and walked the last few remaining steps to the back wall. I found the low wooden pallets holding the supplies. I reached out and grabbed the top corner of a heavy brown feed bag. I started to pull it toward me so I could lift it over my shoulder. That is exactly when I heard a completely different sound. It was not coming from the empty stalls on my left. It was coming directly from my right. It was coming from right behind the massive, towering wall of stacked hay bales. It was a very soft, very rhythmic scratching noise. It sounded exactly like long fingernails slowly dragging against dry, rough wood. Scratch, pause, scratch, pause. I froze completely in place. My hands were still tightly gripping the rough fabric of the heavy feed bag. I slowly turned my head to look directly at the towering wall of yellow hay. The exact moment I stopped moving, the strange scratching stopped too. I stood there in the absolute quiet for 10 agonizing seconds. I did not hear anything else at all, just the very faint sound of heavy rain finally starting to hit the high tin roof far above my head. I desperately convinced myself I was just being overly jumpy because of the weather. I turned back to the heavy bag. I gave it a hard yank, forcefully dragging it across the rough wood of the pallet. The very second the bag made a loud scraping noise, the scratching behind the hay started again. But this time it was much faster. It sounded almost frantic and desperate. It was entirely like something hidden behind the hay was directly reacting to the noise I was making in the aisle. My immediate first thought was that a large raccoon or a feral stray cat had somehow gotten inside during the day. Farm barns constantly get small panicked animals trapped inside them. But as I stood there and listened closer to the rhythm, I realized something was deeply wrong. The scratching sound was not coming from down on the floor level. It was coming from much higher up the wall. It sounded like it was coming from right behind the exact middle of the towering stack, sitting about chest high. I know I should have just picked up the feed bag and walked straight out the front door. I know that now. But I felt this extremely strange, nervous need to see what was making that sound. If a stray animal was badly stuck back there, it could slowly die trapped in the walls. I let go of the feed bag completely. I took a few very slow steps over to the solid wall of hay. I shined my flashlight beam up and down the stacked yellow bales. I quickly found a spot near the middle where two large bales looked slightly uneven and messy. They were not packed perfectly tight together like all the others in the wall. I reached out and grabbed the rough plastic twine tightly wrapped around one of the middle bales. I pulled backward on it as hard as I possibly could. It was extremely heavy, but I managed to slowly slide it out and loudly drop it onto the dirt floor right behind me. Then I reached both hands in and aggressively pulled out the second bale right next to it. That action created a dark, square gap directly in the center of the wall of hay. It was big enough for me to look straight through the stack to the back of the barn. I clicked my metal flashlight to its absolute brightest setting. I stepped closer to the rough hay and shined the strong beam directly into the dark, square hole. What I saw inside made absolutely zero logical sense. I fully expected to see the slanted wooden interior of the barn's outer wall. That is exactly what should have physically been there, but I didn't see that at all. About 3 feet directly behind the stacked hay was an entirely different wall. It was a perfectly straight, vertical wall made of very dark, rotting wooden panels. And right in the exact middle of my flashlight beam, securely set into that rotting wet wood, was a closed door. It was an extremely strange, very narrow wooden door. It was maybe only 2 feet wide from side to side. It was heavily painted a sickly, peeling, pale gray color. It did not match any of the wood or paint used anywhere else on the entire farm property. It had a small, heavily rusted brass doorknob right in the center. My brain completely stopped working. I simply could not process what I was staring at in the light. I knew the physical layout of this old barn perfectly. I knew exactly what it looked like from the outside in the daylight. The back wall of this barn backed up directly against a steep, solid hill of packed dirt. There was nowhere on earth for a secret, hidden room to exist behind this back wall. The geometry of the building was completely wrong. This dark space simply could not be here. A freezing, painful chill went straight down my spine. My legs suddenly felt incredibly heavy, like they were permanently glued to the dirt floor. I deeply wanted to run away, but I could not stop staring blankly at that incredibly narrow gray door. The frantic scratching noise had stopped completely. The silence in the barn felt heavy and almost suffocating. Slowly, almost like I was moving underwater in a dream, I leaned a little closer to the dusty gap in the hay. I reached my right arm straight through the deep hole. I stretched my shaking hand out toward the strange hidden door. My fingertips finally brushed against the rusted brass doorknob. It was freezing cold to the touch. It was significantly colder than the surrounding air inside the barn. It felt exactly like grabbing a solid piece of frozen ice. I carefully wrapped my fingers entirely around the cold metal and slowly turned the round knob. It did not stick or squeak even a little bit. It turned perfectly smoothly. The narrow gray door clicked very quietly and popped open outward about 1 single inch. The very second the dark door cracked open, a smell violently hit my face. It was incredibly strong and sickening. It was the exact same smell I had noticed out on the porch before the storm started. The heavy, sharp, metallic scent of old, wet copper pennies. But here, aggressively leaking out of that dark, narrow crack, it was so intense it physically made my eyes water. It smelled like raw blood, rusted metal, and something incredibly damp and ancient. I held my breath and shined my bright flashlight straight through the 1-inch crack in the door. The light did not hit a wall inside a small, hidden room. The beam just kept going forward into complete pitch blackness. It looked like a very narrow, tightly descending hallway going straight down deep into the earth. It seemed to go downward absolutely forever. I was holding my breath entirely. I felt completely paralyzed by a kind of fear I had never felt before. Then from deep inside that incredibly dark, narrow hallway, I heard a terrible sound. It is a sound I will never, ever forget for as long as I live. It was a very wet, incredibly heavy breath. It inhaled incredibly slowly, taking in a massive amount of air and then forcefully exhaled. The wet sound rattled loudly in the dark space. It did not sound remotely human. It sounded much too large. The lungs producing that awful sound had to be absolutely massive. And the absolute worst part was, the breath sounded like it was standing directly behind the gray door. Before I could even attempt to react, the narrow gray door suddenly pushed back aggressively against my hand. Something very strong from the inside was deliberately applying heavy pressure. It was slowly, intentionally trying to push the door open wider against my grip. I let go of the cold doorknob instantly. I violently ripped my arm out of the gap in the hay so incredibly fast that I deeply scraped my elbow against the dry, sharp stalks. I stumbled backward in pure terror, tripping clumsily over my own heavy boots. I fell incredibly hard onto the packed dirt floor. My heavy flashlight forcefully slipped from my sweating fingers and rolled away from me. The beam pointed wildly up at the dark wooden rafters. Just as my back violently hit the solid ground, a loud, explosive clang echoed through the entire enclosed barn. I snapped my head completely to the left in shock. The heavy iron latch on the last animal stall, the exact one I had personally locked completely shut just minutes ago, was thrown entirely open. The heavy wooden stall door violently and loudly slammed against its outer frame. There was absolutely no wind inside. The heavy front barn doors were entirely shut tight. Something extremely strong had forcefully thrown that metal latch open from the inside of the empty stall. Pure blinding panic entirely took over my body. I frantically scrambled up to my feet. I blindly grabbed my heavy flashlight from the dirt floor, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped it a second time. I did not look back at the dark gap in the hay. I absolutely did not look at the violently open stall door. I left the heavy bag of feed lying right where it was in the dirt. I just turned and sprinted as fast as I possibly could back down the center aisle toward the front exit. I violently threw my entire body weight against the heavy wooden sliding door. I shoved it aggressively open just enough to tightly slip through and scrambled frantically out into the pouring black rain. The brutal storm had fully arrived. The freezing rain was coming down in thick, blinding sheets. Loud thunder physically shook the muddy ground beneath my boots, but I did not care at all. I ran across that flooded dirt yard faster than I have ever run in my entire life. I did not stop running until I violently slammed the heavy back door of the farmhouse shut right behind me. I immediately threw the heavy metal deadbolt lock firmly into place. I stood shaking in the bright mudroom, completely soaked to the bone and shivering violently. My aunt walked out into the kitchen. She looked at me and asked where the goat feed was. She seemed deeply annoyed by my empty hands. I flat out lied to her face. I told her the storm got entirely too crazy while I was walking out there and I deeply panicked and ran back. I confidently told her I never even made it to the barn doors. I simply could not tell her the actual truth. I knew exactly how totally crazy my story would sound to her. She would definitely think I was completely losing my mind. The rest of that long night was absolute torture. I lay fully awake in my dark bed, quietly listening to the heavy rain violently lash against my bedroom windows. Every single time the old house creaked in the wind, my heart aggressively jumped into my throat. I kept terrifyingly expecting to smell that wet copper scent slowly creeping under my locked bedroom door. I kept dreading hearing those heavy, wet breaths right beside my bed. The next morning, the heavy storm had finally completely cleared out. The bright sun was beautifully shining. Everything outside looked entirely peaceful and normal. My aunt put on her thick rubber boots and told me we needed to go out to the barn to check the roof for any bad leaks and to finally carry back the feed. I felt violently sick to my stomach, but I could not refuse to help without seeming completely insane. I nervously followed her out across the wet, muddy dirt yard. She pushed the heavy wooden sliding door entirely open. The bright morning sunlight beautifully poured into the wide dirt center aisle. The barn looked completely peaceful. It looked entirely normal and safe. But I immediately nervously looked over to the far left wooden wall. The door to the last stall was securely and perfectly latched shut. The heavy iron lock was perfectly resting in its correct place. It was exactly how I had tightly left it before it had violently slammed open the night before. My aunt casually walked ahead of me straight toward the back supplies. I followed her extremely slowly, my terrified eyes tightly locked on the right wall. I carefully looked at the massive wall of stacked yellow hay bales. The two heavy bales that I had physically pulled out and dropped onto the dirt floor were completely gone. The entire tall wall of hay was perfectly stacked, incredibly tight and solid, going all the way up to the high loft. There was absolutely no dark gap anywhere. There was no uneven spot in the twine. It was just a perfect, solid wall of dry yellow hay. There was no physical way I could have possibly imagined what happened to me. I still had the deep, painful, bleeding scratch on my right elbow from violently ripping my arm out of the dark hole. But just standing there looking at the quiet barn in the bright daylight, it was completely as if none of it had ever actually occurred. I never once went back inside that old barn entirely alone again. If my aunt casually asked me to fetch a tool or supplies, I always found a quick excuse to stay inside. I simply could not physically bring myself to step foot in there. I ended up leaving the farm completely 2 weeks later, cutting my long summer trip very short. I quickly packed all my bags and drove straight back to my own small apartment in the busy city. I never went back out there to visit, and I absolutely never stayed overnight in a deeply rural place ever again. But the terrifying fear never fully left my mind, because sometimes, late at night, when I am lying completely awake in my own bed and the apartment is totally silent, I hear it. I quietly hear a very soft, highly rhythmic scratching sound, and it always strangely sounds like it is coming from exactly behind my closed bedroom wall. Story 4. This happened on a cold Seattle night. I thought the tapping on my window was just branches, but it was. My name is Natalie. I work in corporate communications, which essentially means I spend a large portion of my life living out of a suitcase. I travel across the country, attending long seminars, leading workshops, and staying in endless rows of identical hotel rooms. Usually my company is very strict about booking me into reliable, modern chain hotels. I prefer places with bright fluorescent lighting, secure keycard access, and a totally predictable layout where you always know exactly what to expect. But last November, a massive tech convention completely booked up the entire downtown area of Seattle. By the time my travel coordinator tried to secure my room, everything modern and familiar was long gone. They ended up placing me in a historic boutique hotel right on the edge of the downtown district. I really didn't think much of it at the time. I figured it would just be a quiet place to sleep between my meetings and catch up on emails. My flight landed late, and by the time my taxi pulled up to the hotel, it was pouring rain. It was that heavy, freezing Seattle rain that seems to soak right through your winter coat. The hotel itself looked completely out of place among the newer glass high-rises. It was an old, dark brick building with narrow windows and an ornate, slightly decaying stone entryway. I dragged my damp suitcase into the lobby. The interior was remarkably quiet, almost unnervingly so. It smelled faintly of lemon polish and old, dry wood. The lighting was incredibly dim, provided only by a few brass lamps scattered across heavy mahogany tables. There was no upbeat music playing softly in the background, no chatter from a late-night bar area. It was just a heavy, suffocating silence that made me want to whisper. The man working behind the front desk looked exhausted and pale. He didn't even smile as he handed me a heavy, physical brass key instead of a standard plastic keycard. He told me I was in room 412, located on the top floor at the very end of the hall. I took the elevator up. It was one of those ancient, cage-like elevators that groaned and shuddered violently with every single floor it passed. When the metal doors finally slid open on the 4th floor, I stepped out into a hallway that felt excessively long. The carpet was a dark, dizzying floral pattern, and the wallpaper was a faded, peeling burgundy. As I walked down the corridor, the floorboards creaked loudly beneath the thick carpet. The noise echoed down the empty hall, making me feel incredibly self-conscious of every step I took. I finally reached room 412. I turned the heavy brass key in the lock, hearing a loud, satisfying mechanical click, and pushed the heavy wooden door open. The room was spacious, but it felt incredibly cramped and heavy. The furniture was all dark, antique wood that looked like it weighed a ton. Heavy velvet curtains were pulled back from a single, large window on the far wall. I walked over to the small desk, dropped my bag onto the floor, and let out a long sigh. I was completely exhausted. That was when I heard the sound. It was a soft, rhythmic tapping, tap, tap, tap. I looked over at the window. It was completely dark outside, the glass reflecting the dim amber light of the bedside lamp I had just switched on. I walked over, expecting to see a stray tree branch blowing in the wind and hitting the glass. But as I pulled the curtain back completely and looked out, I realized I was on the 4th floor. There were absolutely no trees anywhere near the side of the building. The window just looked out over an empty, rain-slicked concrete alleyway far below. I stood there for a moment, watching the heavy rain hit the glass. I convinced myself it was just the heavy raindrops hitting the pane at a weird angle, or maybe the old wooden window frame rattling in the wind. I closed the heavy blackout curtains tightly, making sure not a single sliver of the dark night was visible. I just wanted to shut the dreary outside world away and get some sleep. Turning my attention back to the room, I took in the layout properly for the first time. The bed was a large, imposing four-poster sitting right in the center of the room. But the thing that immediately caught my eye and immediately made me feel uneasy was the mirror. It was massive. It stood easily 6.5 feet tall, framed in thick, ornately carved dark wood, and it was positioned directly at the foot of the bed, facing the mattress perfectly. I have never liked mirrors in bedrooms, let alone ones that face the bed directly. It always feels like a subtle invasion of privacy. It feels like an audience is watching you when you're supposed to be alone. I walked over to it, intending to just turn it around to face the ugly wallpaper. I grabbed the heavy wooden frame with both hands and pulled. It didn't budge even an inch. I tried again, putting my back into it, but it was completely solid. I looked closely at the base near the floorboards and realized it was bolted directly into the floor and the wall behind it. It wasn't meant to be moved by guests. I sighed in frustration. I decided I would just drape a spare blanket over it before I went to sleep so I wouldn't have to look at it. First, I desperately needed a hot shower to warm up and wash off the grime of a 10-hour travel day. I grabbed my toiletries from my suitcase and went into the bathroom. It was small, with cracked hexagonal tiles on the floor and a rusty clawfoot tub that had been converted into a shower. The ancient plumbing groaned loudly when I turned the hot water handle, but eventually, steaming water began to flow out of the shower head. I stood under the hot water for a long time. I let the heat seep into my tired muscles, closing my eyes and trying to clear my head of all the travel stress. The small bathroom filled with thick white steam, making the air heavy and incredibly warm. When I finally turned off the water and stepped out onto the freezing cold tile floor, the entire room was completely fogged over. I grabbed a thick white towel from the metal rack and wrapped it tightly around my wet hair. I tried to wipe a small circle on the vanity mirror above the sink to look at my face, but the steam immediately clouded it back over before I could even focus my eyes. Deciding it was useless to try, I gathered my clothes and walked back out into the main bedroom. The air out here was much cooler and easier to breathe. The only light was still coming from the single lamp on the nightstand, casting long, strange, dark shadows across the antique furniture. I walked right over to the massive mirror at the foot of the bed so I could finish drying my hair. I stood perfectly still in front of the glass. The reflection showed me standing in the dimly lit hotel room, wrapped in a white bathrobe with a towel piled on top of my head. Everything looked completely normal. I reached my hands up, grabbed the edges of the towel, and pulled it down to let my wet hair fall around my shoulders. And that is when the bottom completely dropped out of my stomach. It was an incredibly small detail, something so brief and subtle that normally your brain wouldn't even register it happening. But I was staring directly into my own eyes in the glass. When I pulled the towel down, my reflection didn't. Not immediately. There was a delay, a fraction of a second, where I was holding the towel down in my hands in reality, but the woman in the mirror was still reaching up to grab hers. Then, as if suddenly catching up to reality, the reflection snapped into perfect sync. It suddenly held the towel down by its waist, exactly like I was doing. I froze completely, my breath caught tight in my throat. The entire room suddenly felt freezing cold. I stood there staring at the glass, my heart beginning to hammer a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I immediately told myself I was just imagining things. I had been traveling all day long. I was exhausted, dehydrated, and my tired eyes were just playing tricks on me in the very dim lighting. The human brain can do really weird things when it's pushed to its limits. I needed to prove to myself that I was just being paranoid. Keeping my eyes firmly locked on the reflection, I slowly raised my right hand, lifting it up to shoulder height. The reflection raised its right hand at the exact same time, perfectly synchronized. I let out a shaky, nervous breath. I actually laughed out loud a little bit, a short, pathetic sound that echoed way too loudly in the quiet hotel room. I shook my head, feeling incredibly foolish for getting so scared. I reached over to the small wooden table beside the mirror, picked up my plastic hairbrush, and looked back at the glass. I raised the brush and pulled it slowly through the tangled ends of my wet hair. I brought the brush down past my shoulder and stopped. The reflection brought the brush down, and kept moving for a split second longer before it stopped too. It wasn't a trick of the dim light, it wasn't my exhaustion. The reflection was actually lagging behind my physical movements. A wave of pure, cold dread washed over my entire body. Every single hair on my arm stood straight up. I felt slightly dizzy, like the solid floor was tilting beneath my bare feet. I took a slow, careful step backward away from the mirror. The reflection took a step backward, but again, the timing felt entirely wrong. It felt heavy and forced. It didn't look like normal light bouncing off a silver surface anymore. It looked exactly like someone standing on the other side of a glass window, watching my movements carefully and trying to mimic them as fast as they possibly could. But they weren't quite fast enough. I turned my head away sharply. I couldn't look at it for another second. The sheer thought of that thing pretending to be me was way too much for my brain to process. My hands were shaking violently as I walked over to the open closet. I reached up and pulled down a thick spare wool blanket from the top wooden shelf. I walked back toward the mirror, strictly keeping my eyes fixed on the wooden floorboards. I absolutely refused to look into the glass again. I stood to the side of the heavy frame, reached up high, and tossed the dark blanket over the top. It draped over the top half of the mirror, successfully covering the glass from view. I let out a long breath, feeling a tiny sliver of temporary relief. I really didn't care how crazy I was acting right now. I just needed that glass covered so I couldn't see it. I walked quickly over to the bed, pulled the thick duvet back, and climbed in. I reached out with a trembling hand and clicked off the bedside lamp. The room was plunged into almost total darkness. The heavy blackout curtains did their job perfectly. It was pitch black. I lay flat on my back, pulling the covers all the way up to my chin. I squeezed my eyes shut tight, trying to force myself to just go to sleep. I told myself that in the morning, with the bright sunlight pouring in, everything would feel totally normal again. I would laugh about how much an old antique mirror had terrified me. But sleep just wouldn't come. The silence in the room was no longer just quiet. It felt oppressive. It felt incredibly heavy. I kept straining my ears, listening closely for the tapping on the window again, or maybe footsteps out in the hall, but there was nothing at all. Just the sound of my own frantic heartbeat pounding loudly in my ears. And then I heard the undeniable sound of heavy fabric sliding slowly against polished wood. It was a soft noise, but in the absolute dead silence of the room, it sounded like an explosion. I opened my eyes wide. I couldn't see anything in the heavy darkness, but I knew exactly what that sound was. It was the sound of the wool blanket slipping off the top of the mirror frame and pooling heavily onto the carpeted floor. I stopped breathing entirely. I lay completely paralyzed in the bed. I desperately tried to rationalize it in my head. It was just gravity. The blanket wasn't very secure up there. It just slid off on its own weight. That type of thing happens all the time. But my body didn't believe my rationalizations. My natural fight or flight instinct was screaming at me to run, but I was frozen completely solid in place. I was way too terrified to reach over and turn the lamp back on. I was too terrified to even look toward the foot of the bed. I lay there in the suffocating darkness for what honestly felt like hours. Every normal shadow in the room seemed to stretch and contort into something awful. Every subtle creak of the old building settling sounded exactly like a footstep slowly approaching my bed. Eventually, pure physical exhaustion began to win out over my adrenaline. My eyelids grew impossibly heavy. My rational mind just started to shut down, dragging me down into a very shallow, uneasy sleep. I didn't sleep well at all. My dreams were fractured and highly confused, filled with awful feelings of being trapped in small spaces and watched from a distance by people I couldn't see. Then my eyes snapped completely open. I didn't wake up gradually. I was instantly awake, fully alert, with a cold sweat clinging to my forehead and neck. The room was still very dark, but my eyes had adjusted slightly to the gloom. A very faint, ambient orange glow from the city streetlights outside was bleeding through a tiny gap in the curtains, painting a thin, pale strip of light across the floor. I slowly turned my head just enough to look at the digital clock on the nightstand. The glowing red numbers read 3:15 a.m. The air in the room had grown incredibly cold. I could almost see my breath plumbing faintly in the dark air above me. I lay perfectly still. I didn't want to move a single muscle. I didn't want to make a sound. But there was a distinct, undeniable feeling of pressure right inside the room. You know that specific feeling when someone is standing very close behind you, even if you can't see or hear them. Your body just senses the unnatural disruption in the space around you. The entire hotel room felt exactly like that. I tried to swallow, but my throat was completely bone dry. Despite every alarm bell ringing loudly in my head, a morbid, horrible curiosity forced me to look. I just had to know for sure. I slowly, agonizingly, turned my head to look down toward the foot of the bed. The massive mirror stood there, a dark, looming rectangle in the shadows. The faint sliver of light from the window was just enough to softly illuminate the surface of the glass. I could clearly see the reflection of the room. I could see the reflection of the open bathroom door in the dark background. I could see the reflection of the heavy wooden bed frame. But I couldn't see my own reflection lying in the bed. Instead, standing right next to the bed inside the mirror, was a figure. My heart physically stopped beating for a second. It was tall, unnaturally tall. Its head almost brushed the very top of the ornate wooden frame. It was entirely composed of dense shadow, completely devoid of any facial features or clothing details. It was just a heavy black mass in the rough shape of a person, standing perfectly still. It was standing right beside the middle of the mattress, looking down directly at the empty spot where I should have been lying in the reflection. A quiet whimpering sound escaped my lips before I could stop it. I frantically tore my eyes away from the mirror and looked at the actual physical space next to my bed in the real room. There was absolutely nothing there, just the dark carpet and the empty air. The real room was completely empty. I slowly, terrified, looked back at the tall mirror. The dark figure was still there. It hadn't moved an inch. It was standing beside the bed in the reflection, existing completely independently of the real world. I was trapped in a living nightmare. My mind simply could not process what my eyes were seeing right in front of me. Mirrors are supposed to reflect light. They reflect reality. They do not just create tall, dark figures out of thin air. I squeezed my eyes shut as hard as I possibly could, burying my face deep into the pillows. I started counting numbers in my head, a desperate childhood coping mechanism to block out fear. 1, 2, 3, 4. I prayed to anything that would listen that when I opened my eyes again, the mirror would just show my messy bed. 5, 6, 7, 8. My chest was heaving up and down. I felt like I couldn't get enough oxygen into my burning lungs. 9, 10. I opened my eyes and looked straight at the glass. The figure in the mirror had moved. It was no longer just standing quietly beside the bed. It was leaning over it. It was bent at an impossible, unnatural angle, hovering directly over the empty spot in the reflection where I should have been. Its long, shadowy arms were stretched out wide, reaching down slowly toward the pillows. Blind, primal panic finally shattered my paralysis. I violently threw the heavy duvet off me, scrambling backward across the mattress until my back hit the hard wooden headboard. I didn't care about my expensive luggage. I didn't care about my work laptop. I didn't even care that I was only wearing a very thin t-shirt and pajama pants. I threw myself entirely off the side of the bed farthest from the mirror. My knees slammed hard into the solid floorboards, but I scrambled to my feet instantly without feeling the pain. I didn't look back at the glass again. I kept my eyes completely locked on the heavy wooden door leading out to the hallway. I grabbed my cell phone off the nightstand, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped it on the floor. I ran to the door, fumbling aggressively with the heavy brass deadbolt. It felt like it took hours to turn it, but finally the lock clicked back loudly. I yanked the heavy door open and sprinted out into the dimly lit hallway. I ran down the incredibly long corridor, my bare feet slapping loudly against the patterned carpet. The previous silence of the hotel felt mocking now. I didn't even wait for the ancient elevator. I found the concrete stairwell and bolted down 4 full flights of stairs, practically jumping down entire sections at a time in the dark. I burst through the bottom door directly into the lobby. The bright lamps blinded me for a second. The pale night auditor behind the desk jumped back in total surprise as I stumbled toward him, completely breathless and shivering violently from the cold and the adrenaline. I slammed my heavy room key onto the wooden desk. I told him I was checking out right now. I told him there was an emergency and I had to leave the property right that second. I didn't explain what happened upstairs. I knew he wouldn't believe a word of it, and honestly, I really didn't want to say it out loud. Saying it out loud would somehow make it even more real. He looked incredibly confused, but processed my early checkout without asking too many questions. I absolutely refused to go back up to room 412. I sat in a brightly lit chair in the corner of the lobby for 3 agonizing hours, just watching the front glass doors until the sun finally started to rise over the dreary streets. Once the morning staff arrived, I handed a very confused housekeeper a $50 bill and begged her to go up to my room and pack my suitcase for me. I just told her I was way too sick to go back upstairs myself. I took a taxi straight to the airport and paid an exorbitant fee to change my flight. I was on a plane heading home before my work conference even officially started. It has been several months since that awful trip. I still have to travel for work. I don't have a choice in the matter. But I have incredibly strict rules now. I refuse to stay in historic or boutique hotels under any circumstances. I only stay in bright, modern chains, and the very first thing I do when I enter a new hotel room is check the mirrors. If there is a mirror facing the bed, I demand they move me to a different room immediately. If they can't accommodate me, I will sleep in the chair, or I will leave every single light on all night long. People think I'm just eccentric. They think I'm overly picky about interior design and room layouts. I let them think that, because the actual truth is far worse. I try really hard not to think about that freezing cold night in Seattle. I desperately try to convince myself it was just a severe hallucination caused by exhaustion and intense travel stress. But I can't shake the lingering fear. It isn't just the awful memory of the tall, dark figure leaning over the bed that haunts me. That was terrifying, yes, but that figure stayed behind in that hotel room. The thing that truly keeps me awake at night, the thing that makes my heart race every single morning, is the delay. Because sometimes when I'm tired and I'm standing in my own brightly lit bathroom brushing my teeth, I will suddenly stop moving. I will stand perfectly still and stare deeply into my own tired eyes in the glass. And for a split second, a terrifying, heart-stopping fraction of a second, I swear the woman looking back at me doesn't stop. Story 5. During my time locking up a dead shopping mall in New Jersey, I was staying in a basement apartment. At first, the noises upstairs seemed normal, until I realized they weren't coming from upstairs. I should probably explain how I ended up living completely underground in a decaying retail center. The mall was a massive, sprawling structure built back in the late 80s. Most of the retail stores had permanently shut their doors well over a decade ago. The greedy owners were just holding onto the property, blindly waiting for the surrounding land value to go up so they could finally bulldoze the entire lot. Until that eventually happened, they desperately needed someone on site at night to keep out urban explorers, copper thieves, and dumb teenagers looking for a quiet place to hide. The hourly pay was surprisingly decent, and they offered me completely free rent in what used to be the mall's underground security management office. It had been cheaply converted into a makeshift basement apartment for the previous caretaker who quit without notice. It had absolutely no windows, just thick concrete walls, humming fluorescent ceiling lights, and a massive steel door that locked heavily from the inside. It was an incredibly strange and depressing way to live. I was completely isolated from the outside world for weeks at a time. My only real company was the dull hum of the central heating system and the muffled sounds of the massive building slowly shifting as the temperature outside dropped. During the daytime, the mall was technically open to the public, but only a small handful of sad-looking stores near the main entrance still operated. The vast majority of the sprawling complex was completely blocked off by heavy metal security grates. The specific section of the building I hated walking past the most was the East Wing. It housed the old, sprawling food court and a massive defunct grocery store that used to anchor the property. That entire wing had its power permanently cut off several months ago to save the owners money. The silence in a completely dead shopping mall is not a peaceful kind of silence. It is incredibly heavy and deeply oppressive. When you walk down those wide, empty promenades in the pitch-black dark, every single footstep you take echoes loudly for what genuinely feels like miles. The ceilings are way too high, the shadows are way too long, and the plastic mannequins left behind in the dark storefronts always seem to be staring right at you just out of the corner of your eye. My nightly routine was always exactly the same. At 10 p.m. sharp, the main glass front doors were locked. The few remaining exhausted retail workers would pack up their things and leave for the night. I would stand by the glass entrance, waving them off into the dark parking lot, and then I would flip the heavy deadbolts. From that exact moment until 6 a.m., I was entirely alone inside the massive structure. I would slowly walk the entire perimeter, double-check the exterior doors, and then do a very slow sweep of the interior hallways. Most nights on the job were incredibly boring and uneventful. I would just shine my heavy flashlight into the dark storefronts, checking the floors for broken glass or clear signs of forced entry. I would slowly walk past dried-up decorative fountains and completely dead escalators. The stale air inside always smelled like a depressing mix of old carpet dust, rotting wood, and chlorinated water from a fountain that hadn't actually run in years. It was the middle of November when things in the building started to feel deeply wrong. The weather outside was absolutely freezing, bringing a bitter cold wind that seeped right through the poorly insulated roof. The ancient heating system struggled hard to keep the massive open space warm. Because of the drastic temperature changes, the heavy metal framework of the building was constantly contracting and expanding in the dark. It made these loud, sudden groaning noises that sounded exactly like a giant slowly shifting its weight directly above my head. I had naturally gotten very used to those normal settling sounds over the months. I clearly knew the distinct difference between the old building settling and a heavy door closing. I knew the exact difference between the winter wind rattling a loose vent and a physical footstep echoing on the hard tile floor. That specific terrifying night started out exactly like any other night. I locked the front doors at 10 p.m. without any issues. I did my outdoor perimeter check in the freezing cold. Everything was fully secure. The massive parking lot was completely empty under the moonlight. I went down into my warm basement apartment to make a hot cup of coffee before starting my long interior sweep. I was sitting quietly at my small wooden desk, just waiting for the water to boil, when I first heard the noises. Like I said in the very beginning, at first the noises upstairs seemed entirely normal. It was just a dull, rhythmic thudding sound coming from the thick concrete ceiling right above my small apartment. It sounded exactly like a heavy person walking, heavy, deliberate steps packing back and forth very slowly in the dark. I sighed loudly, aggressively rubbing my tired eyes. I figured some dumb teenagers must have snuck in right before closing time and were now hiding out somewhere on the main floor. I grabbed my heavy metal flashlight and my security radio, fully preparing to go kick them out into the freezing cold night. But as I stood up from my chair, the heavy thudding sound completely stopped. I paused, staring straight up at the bare concrete ceiling. The heavy silence stretched out in the small room. I waited patiently for the heavy footsteps to start packing again, but they never did. Instead, I heard something else entirely. A very faint, unsettling, metallic scraping sound. I walked slowly over to the dark corner of my apartment, trying hard to pinpoint exactly where it was coming from. That was when I suddenly realized the unsettling sound wasn't coming from the ceiling at all. It wasn't coming from upstairs. It was coming directly from the large metal air return vent located right near the floor of my apartment. The old, dusty ductwork connected directly from my basement room, traveling straight up into the completely abandoned east wing of the mall, the permanently closed down section, the dead food court. I knelt down carefully on the cold floor next to the vent and pressed my ear right against the dirty metal grating. The strange scraping sound was much clearer now. It sounded like something incredibly heavy and hard was being slowly dragged across the tile floor, way up in the empty food court above me. Drag, pause, it was agonizingly slow and terribly methodical. My heart instantly started to beat a little faster against my ribs. Absolutely no one was supposed to be inside the east wing. It was heavily blocked off by a floor-to-ceiling chain-link security gate. Even if someone had successfully sneaked into the main mall area, they couldn't possibly get into the dark food court without industrial bolt cutters. I grabbed my heavy flashlight tightly and walked out of my apartment, making absolutely sure the heavy steel door clicked shut and locked securely behind me. I started the long, nervous walk up the concrete maintenance stairs toward the pitch-black main floor. The enclosed stairwell was freezing cold. Each deep breath I nervously took plumed into thick white mist in the stagnant air. My heavy boots clanked loudly against the metal steps, the terrifying sound echoing endlessly upward into the pitch-black space. I felt this strange, heavy sense of growing dread slowly settling deep in my stomach. I desperately tried to tell myself it was just a wild animal. Maybe a large stray dog had somehow found its way inside and got trapped behind the security gate. But deep down, I already knew that dragging sound wasn't any kind of animal. It was way too deliberate, too incredibly heavy. I pushed open the heavy fire door at the very top of the stairs and stepped out onto the vast, open main promenade. The sprawling mall was pitch black, completely empty save for the weak, yellowish glow of the emergency wall lights spaced incredibly far apart. The tall shadows stretched out long and totally distorted across the dusty tile floor. I stood perfectly still for a very long time, just listening closely to the dark space. The silence was absolutely overwhelming. The horrific scraping sound from the vent was completely gone now. I slowly began walking toward the east wing entrance. I purposely kept my flashlight turned off, relying entirely on the dim emergency lights to guide me. I didn't want to blindly announce my presence just yet. If there was someone dangerous hiding in there, I desperately wanted to see them before they saw me. As I walked slowly past the completely empty storefronts, I couldn't shake the awful, creeping feeling of being totally exposed. In a dark indoor space that incredibly large and open, there is truly nowhere to hide safely. Every single deep shadow feels like it could easily be a person standing perfectly still, just watching you walk by. I finally reached the dead center of the mall, where the wide main corridors intersected. Right ahead of me was the dark entrance to the east wing. The heavy metal chain-link gate was pulled completely shut and locked with a thick brass padlock, exactly like it was supposed to be. I walked much closer, shining my flashlight directly through the metal mesh into the total darkness of the abandoned food court. The bright white beam of my flashlight cut sharply through the gloom, illuminating the empty plastic tables and chairs violently stacked upside down. Everything was thickly coated in a gray layer of undisturbed, rotting dust. The old neon signs above the dead fast food restaurants were completely dark and lifeless. I slowly swept the beam of light from left to right, carefully checking the pitch-black corners and the narrow hallways leading to the public restrooms. Nothing, there was absolutely no movement anywhere. No people hiding in the dark. No stray animals running around, just an empty, depressing, entirely forgotten space. I let out a long, shaky breath I didn't even realize I was holding in. I tried hard to convince myself that the weird dragging sound had genuinely just been the old building settling in the freezing cold night. I slowly lowered my flashlight to my side and turned around, more than ready to head back down to my warm basement apartment. But right as I turned my back away from the metal gate, I heard a loud, incredibly sharp click. It echoed aggressively loudly through the dead silent mall, snapping violently like a gunshot. It sounded exactly like a massive, heavy industrial electrical switch being forcibly flipped on. I spun around frantically in pure panic, bringing my heavy flashlight back up like a weapon, but I didn't even need to use it. Deep inside the completely closed-off east wing, way past the dusty food court, a single large store had suddenly lit up entirely on its own. It was a massive old grocery store that used to completely anchor that far end of the shopping mall. The wide main aisle, which we used to quietly call aisle 9, was suddenly bathed in bright, incredibly harsh white fluorescent light. My completely stunned mind struggled desperately to process what my wide eyes were actually seeing. That entire massive wing had its electrical power permanently disconnected from the main breaker several long months ago. The local power company had literally come out and physically removed the heavy utility meters from the back brick wall. There was absolutely zero way that specific store could possibly have running electricity. None. It was physically and literally impossible. Yet there it was right in front of my face. The blinding, harsh white light spilling aggressively out from the open store entrance, casting long, eerie shadows across the dusty tile floor of the abandoned food court. I stood totally frozen at the locked gate, my cold hands gripping the icy metal chain link incredibly tightly. I stared blindly at the brightly illuminated store entrance, just waiting in pure terror for something awful to happen, waiting for whoever illegally turned those lights on to walk out into the open space. But nobody came walking out. The brightly lit grocery store remained completely and utterly silent in the dark. I slowly pulled out my heavy radio to call the local police, but I hesitated nervously. What was I actually going to tell the night dispatch? That a single light bulb miraculously turned on inside an empty building? I stupidly felt like I needed to physically verify if there was an actual human intruder first before calling them all the way out here. I unlocked the heavy brass padlock on the gate with badly trembling hands. I slid the rusty metal barrier open just barely enough to squeeze my nervous body through. The metal hinges shrieked horribly loudly in the quiet space, making me physically flinch in raw fear. I stepped slowly into the dead east wing. The stagnant air in here felt entirely different. It was much colder, and it smelled incredibly stale and rotten. It genuinely felt exactly like slowly walking into a sealed underground tomb. I slowly and carefully made my way through the confusing maze of stacked chairs and tables in the dark food court, my wide eyes totally locked on the glowing entrance of the grocery store at the far end. As I got within about 40 feet of the store, the bright fluorescent lights inside suddenly began to malfunction. The long glass tubes at the very back of aisle 9 began to violently and aggressively flicker. It wasn't a normal, steady flicker, like a dying bulb struggling for power. It was incredibly rapid, erratic, and deeply chaotic. Then, the very next light bulb directly in front of it began to violently flicker too. The terrifying flickering was literally moving. It started at the very back of the deep grocery store and began steadily traveling forward, moving deliberately from light fixture to light fixture along the high ceiling. It was moving straight toward the main entrance, moving directly toward me. It looked exactly like something impossibly tall was slowly walking down aisle 9, passing directly beneath each hanging light fixture and heavily interfering with the electricity as it moved forward. I stopped walking immediately, my breath painfully caught in my tight throat. I aggressively strained my eyes, but I couldn't actually see anything standing in the brightly lit aisle itself. The metal shelves were mostly bare, and there were zero visible shadows being naturally cast on the white tile floor, but the overhead lights just kept actively reacting to an invisible presence, one by one, moving much closer to the front of the store in a slow, incredibly deliberate rhythm. It perfectly matched the exact creeping pace of the heavy dragging sound I had heard echoing through the metal vent in my basement apartment earlier. Step, violent flicker, step, violent flicker. Every single human instinct in my entire body screamed loudly at me to immediately turn around and run away, to quickly get out of the dark wing, lock myself safely in my basement, and absolutely never come back out again. But my weak legs felt exactly like heavy lead. I was completely paralyzed by a horrible, sickening mixture of sheer physical terror and morbid curiosity. I stupidly felt like I needed to know exactly what was about to walk out of that grocery store. I took one slow, quiet step backward in the dark, then another one. The aggressively moving flickering finally reached the final hanging light fixture right at the entrance of the empty store. The long bulb buzzed incredibly loudly, sparking and sputtering erratically, casting bright strobe-like flashes of white light entirely across the large glass storefront. I was standing completely frozen exactly 30 feet away from the store entrance now. The entire front of the old grocery store was made of large, floor-to-ceiling glass display panels. Because the inside of the store was blindingly lit up, and the open food court where I stood was in complete pitch-black darkness, the large glass panels acted exactly like a massive, terrifying giant mirror. I could clearly see my own sad reflection standing there entirely alone in the dark, clutching my heavy flashlight tightly to my chest, looking incredibly small and absolutely terrified. The loud, aggressive buzzing of the final overhead light fixture suddenly stopped without warning. The bulb just stayed fully illuminated, burning incredibly brightly. The unseen, creeping presence had finally reached the entrance. It was currently standing right at the threshold of the empty store. I stared directly into the brightly lit entrance, trying desperately hard to see past my own glaring reflection on the glass surface. There was absolutely nothing physically standing there. The brightly illuminated air was completely empty. The entire grocery store was empty. A sudden, confusing wave of sheer relief washed heavily over my tense body. I let out a very long, shaky breath, stupidly thinking maybe it really was just a massive, impossible electrical failure. Just an unexplainable power surge moving slowly through the old, rotting wiring of the dead building. I slowly took one cautious step forward in the dark to get a slightly better look inside the store. As I slowly moved forward, my nervous reflection in the dark glass naturally moved right along with me. But as I stared hard at the cold glass, I suddenly realized something was horribly, impossibly wrong. My terrified reflection standing in the dark was not actually alone. Standing perfectly still in the total darkness of the food court, located directly behind my reflection, was a terrifying second shape. It was incredibly tall, easily scraping the 7-foot mark. It didn't seem to have any distinct human features at all. It was just a massive, dense, pitch-black mass that somehow seemed to actively absorb the little bit of light around it. It was standing completely silently, less than 2 feet directly behind my right shoulder. My beating heart completely stopped dead in my chest. My blood instantly ran freezing ice cold. I hadn't heard absolutely anything approach me from behind. I hadn't felt any physical presence standing behind me in the open space, but the clear reflection glaring coldly back at me in the glass was completely undeniable. The massive dark shape was looming heavily right over my shoulder, completely and utterly motionless. I slowly, painfully turned my stiff head around to look directly behind me into the pitch-black food court. There was absolutely nothing actually standing there in the dark, just empty plastic tables and dusty wooden chairs slowly fading into the blackness. I quickly snapped my head back around in a total panic to look at the terrifying glass reflection again. The incredibly tall, black shape was still standing right there in the mirror, still standing right directly behind me. And as I helplessly watched in pure horror, trembling violently in the freezing cold, the shape in the reflection slowly raised a long, impossibly dark arm, reaching completely silently out toward the exposed back of my bare neck. I didn't bother even trying to turn around to look again. I immediately dropped my heavy metal flashlight loudly on the tile floor and ran for my life. I ran significantly faster than I ever have in my entire life. I sprinted completely blindly through the pitch-black dead mall, the terrifying loud sound of my own frantic footsteps echoing terribly all around me in the dark. I didn't stop violently sprinting until I had safely locked myself inside my basement apartment, aggressively shoving my heavy wooden desk violently right in front of the locked steel door. I quit my security job the very next morning over the phone. I rapidly packed my car as soon as the sun finally came up and drove far away without ever looking back at that terrible building once. I still don't genuinely know what impossible force turned the power on in aisle 9 that freezing night, and I truly don't know what unseen thing was standing right behind me in the dark food court. But sometimes, when I am sitting completely alone in a quiet, dark room in my new house, I find myself staring nervously at the dark reflection in my turned-off television screen, just waiting in terrible silence to see if something is standing behind my shoulder. Story 6. Around my red-eye flight from California to Texas, I started getting strange notifications from my security camera. The weird part was, the camera wasn't even plugged in. I remember sitting there in seat 14A, staring down at my phone screen in the dim, artificial light of the cabin. I had spent the entire afternoon frantically packing up my apartment in Los Angeles. I specifically remembered wrapping that cheap indoor security camera in bubble wrap and throwing it into a taped-up cardboard box. That box was currently locked in the trunk of my car, sitting motionless in a dimly lit, long-term parking garage near the airport. Yet right as the flight attendants were doing their final safety walks up and down the aisles, my phone screen lit up. 3 rapid-fire alerts appeared on my lock screen. Motion detected, motion detected, motion detected. I stared at the glowing white text, feeling a sudden cold knot form in the pit of my stomach. It didn't make any logical sense. The camera didn't have a battery backup, couldn't operate without being plugged into a wall outlet. I tried to open the app to see the feed, but the airport Wi-Fi had already disconnected, and my cellular service was hanging on by a single weak bar inside the thick metal fuselage of the plane. The little loading circle on the app just spun endlessly. It was agonizing. I even briefly debated unbuckling my seatbelt, standing up, and asking to get off the plane entirely. But that felt crazy. I was just overly exhausted. My mind was playing tricks on me, or the app was just glitching out. A flight attendant walked past, gently reminding our row to switch all devices to airplane mode. I hesitated for a second, then finally held the power button and turned the phone off completely. I slipped it deep into the pocket of my jacket. I leaned the side of my head against the hard plastic wall of the cabin and looked out the small oval window. The tarmac outside was slick with a fresh drizzle, reflecting the harsh, orange glow of the runway lights. I just wanted to sleep. I desperately needed to sleep, but my mind kept wandering back to those impossible notifications. It set a very weird, anxious baseline for the rest of the night. The takeoff was smooth and uneventful. Within 20 minutes or so, we broke through the heavy California cloud cover and leveled out at our cruising altitude of 35,000 feet. The captain made a very brief, static-filled announcement over the intercom, letting us know we had a quiet, direct flight ahead of us to Dallas. Shortly after his voice clicked off, the main overhead cabin lights went dark, plunging the entire plane into a deep, synthetic twilight. There is something deeply unnerving and uniquely isolating about taking a red-eye flight alone. You are packed tightly into a flying metal tube alongside 200 complete strangers, yet you feel entirely isolated from the rest of the world. The low, continuous roar of the massive jet engines acts like a heavy auditory blanket. It drowns out conversations, footsteps, and almost everything else around you. The man sitting directly next to me in the middle seat, a larger guy wearing a faded gray hoodie, was already snoring softly. His head was slumped awkwardly toward the aisle, completely checked out for the night. I tried to close my own eyes, but the cramped space made it nearly impossible to get even slightly comfortable. Every single time I managed to drift off into a shallow doze, my brain would violently jolt me awake. I couldn't shake the lingering thought of that unplugged camera, somehow sensing movement in the pitch-black trunk of my parked car. I finally gave up on trying to sleep around 1:15 a.m. I shifted my weight in the uncomfortable seat and turned my attention fully toward the window. Out there, it was an absolute void. There were no stars visible above and absolutely no city lights glowing from down below. It was just a dense, suffocating blackness that seemed to press heavily against the glass. Because it was so dark outside, the window acted much more like a mirror than a viewing portal. I could clearly see my own tired, pale face reflecting back at me. I looked exhausted. My reflection was faintly illuminated by the thin beam of a reading light from someone sitting a few rows up. That is exactly when I heard it for the very first time. It was incredibly faint, almost imperceptible. If I hadn't been resting my temple directly against the cold, vibrating plastic molding of the window frame, I never would have noticed it at all. It was just a single, hollow click. It felt like a tiny vibration against my skin. I didn't think much of it right away. Commercial airplanes are full of strange, unsettling noises. The plastic panels constantly expand and contract with the temperature changes. Heavy luggage shifts around in the overhead bins, and sometimes tiny ice crystals violently hit the outer fuselage. I simply adjusted my posture, pulling my thin, scratchy airplane blanket up a little higher, and kept staring blankly out into the dark reflection. About 2 or 3 minutes later, it happened a second time. Tab, tab. This time my breath caught slightly in my throat. It sounded completely different than before. It didn't have the metallic, mechanical sound of the plane shifting or settling into the air pressure. It sounded much duller, more organic. It sounded exactly like someone lightly rapping their fingernail against thick, heavy glass. I pulled my head away from the wall immediately. I looked around the dark cabin, trying to find a logical explanation. I thought maybe the passenger sitting behind me was tapping a pen on their plastic tray table, and the sound was somehow traveling up through the wall paneling. I leaned forward and peeked through the small gap between the seats. The row directly behind me was completely dark. The older woman sitting right behind my window seat was fast asleep, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. No one was awake, no one was moving. I slowly settled back into my seat, taking a very slow, very deep breath. I told myself I was just letting my severe lack of sleep get the best of me. First, I was panicking over a glitchy camera notification, and now I was imagining impossible things tapping on an airplane window 5 miles above the earth. I closed my eyes tightly and forced myself to think about my new apartment waiting for me in Texas. Tab, tab, tab. My eyes snapped open. My heart did a terrifying, painful flutter against my ribs. The sound was right next to my left ear, and this time there was an undeniable rhythm to it. It wasn't the random, chaotic ping of ice passing through the clouds, and it definitely wasn't the rattling of a loose screw in the wall panel. It was entirely deliberate. It was soft, yes, but it had a distinct, intentional pattern. I slowly turned my head, my neck feeling stiff and unnatural, and looked at the window. The reflection of my own face stared back at me, looking wide-eyed and genuinely frightened. Beyond my transparent reflection, there was nothing but the rushing, pitch-black sky. I pressed my ear as close to the cold glass as I could tolerate, holding my breath so I could hear over the constant drone of the engines. Nothing. Just the deep, aggressive rushing sound of the freezing wind tearing past the exterior of the plane. I waited there, frozen in that awkward position, for what felt like an eternity. My neck started to cramp terribly from leaning over the armrest. Eventually, I convinced myself once again that I was just completely losing my grip on reality. Sleep deprivation does terrible things to the human brain. I sat back, rubbed my tired eyes aggressively with the palms of my hands, and reached down into my personal bag to grab my water bottle. My mouth felt like dry cotton. The exact second I unscrewed the plastic cap, the noise started again. But this time it wasn't just a simple tapping. It was a slow, agonizing scratching sound. The sound dragged vertically down the outside of the pane. I froze completely. The bottle slipped right out of my trembling hand and spilled freezing cold water all over my jeans, but I didn't even react to the cold. All of my focus, all of my fear, was entirely locked onto that small, reinforced oval of glass. The scratching sound stopped at the bottom of the window, followed immediately by a rapid, uneven tapping. It sounded exactly like 4 long fingers drumming impatiently against the outside of the window. I felt all the blood rapidly drain from my face. My breathing became incredibly shallow and fast. I frantically reached up and pressed the orange call button above my head. I was desperate for an excuse to talk to someone, anyone, just to prove I was still grounded in a normal reality. The little blue light flicked on above my row, casting an eerie glow on my hands, but nobody came. The long aisles remained completely empty. The flight attendants were probably sitting in the rear galleys, trying to get some rest themselves. The man next to me simply snorted loudly in his sleep and shifted his heavy weight, completely oblivious to my silent panic. I slowly looked back at the window. The tapping was getting slightly louder now, more insistent. It felt like whatever was out there was demanding my attention. I pressed both of my hands flat against the plastic frame of the window. It felt freezing cold, much colder than it should have been even at this altitude. The cold seeped right into my bones. I leaned in closely, cupping my hands around my eyes to block out the faint light from the cabin interior, desperately trying to see past my own terrifying reflection. I pressed my face right up against the freezing glass. At first I saw nothing but the rushing dark, but as my eyes slowly adjusted to the absolute darkness, I noticed a very slight disruption in the blackness just outside. A shadow. It was a shape that was just a single shade darker than the night sky around it, and it was hovering mere inches from the other side of the glass. Before my brain could fully process what I was looking at, the plane suddenly dropped out of the sky. My stomach lurched violently into my throat. The seatbelt sign chimed loudly above me with a sharp, authoritative ring. The captain's voice crackled over the speaker immediately, sounding noticeably tense. He abruptly told the flight attendants to take their jump seats and warned all passengers about hitting a patch of very rough, unexpected air. The massive plane began to shake violently from side to side. The overhead luggage bins rattled aggressively, and a few people scattered throughout the cabin let out frightened gasps as we hit another massive air pocket, dropping what felt like dozens of feet in a single second. But in the middle of all that sudden chaos and noise, I noticed something that chilled me far more than the turbulence. The tapping had stopped completely. During the next 15 minutes of heavy, terrifying turbulence, while the entire plane bounced and shuddered its way through the dark sky, the window beside me remained perfectly, eerily silent. There was no scratching. There was no uneven drumming. It was exactly as if whatever was clinging to the outside of the plane was holding on as tight as it could, quietly waiting for the violent ride to smooth out. I sat rigidly in my tight seat, my damp hands gripping the plastic armrests so hard my knuckles were turning a bright, painful white. I kept my eyes completely glued to the window, absolutely terrified of what might happen next. Very slowly, the violent shaking began to subside. The terrifying drops gradually turned into gentle bumps, and eventually, the heavy aircraft leveled out completely. The loud drone of the engines became a smooth, steady hum once again. The bright seatbelt sign clicked off with a reassuring sound. The entire cabin seemed to let out a collective, heavy sigh of relief. The man next to me grumbled softly in his sleep and shifted back into a more comfortable resting position against the seatback. I let out a very long, shaky breath, feeling my tight muscles finally start to slowly uncoil. I desperately told myself it was finally over. Whatever weird, impossible atmospheric anomaly had caused those terrifying sounds was finally gone. Then right beside my left ear. Tab, tab, tab. It was back, and it was much louder now. It wasn't a gentle, polite rap anymore. It was a heavy, incredibly deliberate knock. The kind of forceful knock you give a heavy door when you know someone is hiding inside and you demand they open it. I pressed my back hard against the opposite seat, trying to put distance between myself and that glass, but I was completely trapped. I was 35,000 feet in the air, sealed inside a metal tube with nowhere to run. The heavy knocking grew more erratic. It sounded frantic, angry, and almost desperate to get inside. I wanted to scream. I wanted to violently shake the sleeping man next to me awake and demand he listen to the impossible noise, but my voice was completely trapped inside my dry throat. I couldn't make a single sound. I just sat there in the dark, entirely paralyzed by a very primal, very impossible kind of fear. How could anything be outside the plane? The temperature was 50 degrees below zero. There was barely any oxygen. The freezing wind was whipping past at 500 miles an hour. Nothing living could survive out there, let alone hold onto a smooth jet fuselage. But the sound was incredibly real. The subtle vibration against the interior plastic paneling was undeniably real. I suddenly remembered that strange camera notification from hours ago. The motion detection alert triggering in my empty, dark car parked all the way back in California. It felt deeply, terrifyingly connected somehow. Like whatever unnatural thing had been quietly waiting for me in the dark of that concrete parking garage had somehow found a way to follow me high up into the freezing sky. It felt exactly like I was being actively hunted by something that simply did not care about the natural laws of physics. The tapping rapidly changed again. The single, heavy knocks turned right back into that sickening, slow scraping sound, but it wasn't just one single fingernail this time. It sounded exactly like an entire human hand, pressing hard and dragging all 5 of its nails very slowly down the entire length of the glass window. I forcefully squeezed my eyes shut and covered both of my ears tightly with my hands, humming very quietly to myself to drown out the horrible noise. I felt exactly like a terrified little kid trying to hide from a monster under the bed, but I truly didn't care how pathetic I looked. I just desperately wanted the sound to stop. I sat hunched over like that for what felt like endless hours. Both of my arms went completely numb from holding them up to my head for so long. My breathing remained ragged, shallow, and fast. Every single time I even thought about opening my eyes, I fully expected to see something horrifying staring right back at me through the window. Some pale face pressed flat against the glass, grinning at me from the freezing void outside. But I never looked again. I kept my eyes squeezed as tightly shut as possible until I finally felt the familiar pitch of the jet engines change. The front of the plane began to tilt slightly downward. We were finally starting our long descent into Texas. As soon as the plane slowly broke through the thick, lower cloud layer, the terrible scratching stopped abruptly. It didn't gradually fade away into the wind. It just ceased entirely, as if whatever had been out there had simply let go of the metal and fallen away into the dark, heavy clouds far below us. I slowly and carefully lowered my shaking hands away from my ears. I listened incredibly intently, straining to hear anything at all over the loud, mechanical sound of the heavy landing gear deploying beneath us. Nothing, just the completely normal, reassuring sounds of a commercial airplane finally preparing to land. I finally gathered the courage to open my eyes and look at the window. The vast sky outside was slowly turning a deep, bruised purple color as the early dawn approached. The reinforced glass was perfectly clear. There were no marks, no physical scratches, and no lingering shadows blocking the morning light. When the heavy tires finally touched down hard on the runway concrete, I let out a pathetic sob of pure relief that I tried to quickly muffle behind my trembling hand. As soon as the illuminated seatbelt sign finally clicked off, I practically tore my bag out from under the seat in front of me and stood straight up in the narrow aisle. I aggressively shoved my way toward the front of the plane. I honestly didn't care how rude or crazy I was being to the other passengers. I just desperately needed to get out of that enclosed metal tube. I rushed off the jet bridge and straight into the bright, bustling terminal of the Dallas airport. The incredibly normal sounds of people talking, heavy luggage wheels rolling across the tile, and boarding announcements playing over the intercom speakers felt grounding and safe. I bought a large black coffee from a small terminal kiosk and sat down heavily in a brightly lit seating area, waiting for my shattered nerves to completely settle down. After about an entire hour had passed, the warm morning sun fully rose, casting a bright, comforting light directly through the massive glass airport windows overlooking the tarmac. I finally felt safe enough to pull my phone out of my jacket pocket and turn off the airplane mode. My phone immediately buzzed violently in my hand with a massive flood of missed text messages and delayed emails. But sitting directly at the very top of my lock screen was a brand new, unread notification from my home security camera app. It had just come through exactly 2 minutes ago. The short notification read, "Motion detected." I stared down at the glowing screen, feeling all the warmth leave my body as my blood ran completely cold. My personal car was safely parked thousands of miles away in a locked garage in Los Angeles. I was currently sitting safely inside a highly secure, crowded airport in Texas. The sun was brightly shining. I was safely on the ground, surrounded by hundreds of people. But then, from the massive pane of terminal glass directly behind my head, I heard it. Story 7. This happened while I was house-sitting for my aunt and ended up being the last car in the parking lot. The creaking floors didn't bother me until they started following me. My aunt lived in an older, sprawling suburban neighborhood in Melbourne, Florida. She had to travel for work for a month, and she offered to pay me a decent amount to stay at her place, water the plants, and just keep an eye on things. I was 22 at the time, mostly taking online classes, so it seemed like an easy way to make some cash and get out of my cramped apartment. I packed a few bags and drove down without overthinking it. The house was a large 2-story build from the late 70s, tucked away at the end of a long, dark cul-de-sac. It was surrounded by these massive old oak trees draped in thick Spanish moss that blocked out almost all the streetlights. During the day, it was a beautiful, quiet property, but at night, the atmosphere completely shifted. The house was incredibly dark, and more importantly, it was loud. It was one of those old wooden houses that seemed to constantly settle as the heavy Florida heat cooled off in the evening. At first, I didn't think much of it. I would be sitting downstairs on the couch, working on my laptop, and I would hear a sharp crack from the ceiling, or a long, drawn-out groan from the wooden staircase. I told myself it was just the humidity, just the wood expanding and contracting. But after the first week, the sounds started to change. They felt less random. I would be lying in the upstairs guest bedroom around midnight trying to fall asleep, and I would hear a distinct creak from the far end of the hallway. Then a few seconds later, another creak slightly closer. It sounded exactly like the weight of a person shifting from one floorboard to the next, a heavy, deliberate step. I would freeze in bed, holding my breath, listening to the slow rhythm of it. It would usually stop right outside my closed bedroom door. The first few times it happened, I actually got up, grabbed my phone for a flashlight, and opened the door, fully expecting to find an intruder. But the hallway was always completely empty, just shadows and silence. I would check the locks, make sure all the windows were secured, and go back to bed, frustrated and exhausted. By the second week, the isolation of the house and those constant nocturnal noises were really starting to wear me down. I was barely sleeping. I felt on edge all the time, constantly listening for the next floorboard to groan. I needed a distraction. I needed a reason to get out of that oppressive atmosphere, especially late at night when the house felt the most active. That's when I decided to start utilizing a 24-hour gym in the area. It was located in a massive, sprawling retail plaza about 15 minutes away from the neighborhood. It was the perfect escape. The gym was massive, painfully bright with fluorescent lighting, and there was always generic music playing through the overhead speakers. It was the exact opposite of the dark, quiet, creaking house. I fell into a new routine. Around 11:30 p.m., when the house usually started its nightly symphony of groans, I would grab my keys and leave. I would drive through the quiet streets, hit the main road, and pull into the massive parking lot of the retail plaza. Most of the other stores in the strip, a huge grocery store, a home goods place, a pet supply shop, closed by 9. So by midnight, the vast ocean of asphalt was mostly empty. I always intentionally parked my older, faded sedan far away from the entrance. I usually picked a spot near the very edge of the lot, under one of the tall, flickering orange sodium streetlights. I liked the short walk before and after my workout. It helped me clear my head. Plus, the sheer open size of the parking lot felt freeing compared to the claustrophobic trees back at the house. For a while, this routine worked perfectly. I would work out for about an hour and a half, take my time, and drive back completely exhausted. By the time I hit the mattress, I was too tired to care about the noises in the hallway. But that false sense of security ended completely on a humid Tuesday night in late October. I had arrived at the gym a little later than usual, getting there right around midnight. The workout was fine, nothing out of the ordinary at all. I spent some extra time on the treadmill just zoning out to a podcast. By the time I finally finished, stretched, and grabbed my bag from the locker room, it was already pushing 2:15 a.m. The gym was practically deserted. The graveyard shift worker, a tired-looking guy in his 20s, was sitting behind the front desk staring blankly at a monitor. I gave him a quick wave as I pushed through the heavy double glass doors and stepped outside into the night. The first thing I noticed was the heat. Even at 2 in the morning, the Florida air was thick, warm, and completely still. The second thing I noticed was the absolute silence. The generic pop music from inside was instantly cut off as the glass doors swung shut and sealed behind me. I stood on the concrete sidewalk right outside the entrance and looked out over the expanse of the retail plaza. My stomach immediately dropped. Mine was the only car left in the entire parking lot. The small cluster of vehicles that had been parked near the entrance when I arrived were all gone. The employees must have parked around the back of the building. Whatever the reason, the hundreds and hundreds of parking spaces stretching out before me were totally empty. Just endless rows of faded yellow lines, illuminated by the spaced-out pools of orange light overhead. And way out near the edge of the property, bordering a thick line of dark pine trees, sat my old sedan. It looked incredibly small and isolated, sitting out there all by itself. A sudden, intense feeling of vulnerability washed over me. The open parking lot suddenly didn't feel freeing anymore. It felt way too exposed. There was nowhere to hide, and anyone could see me walking from a mile away. I gripped the strap of my gym bag a little tighter and stepped off the sidewalk onto the asphalt. I kept my eyes fixed on my car, just wanting to get inside, lock the doors, and drive back to the house. The silence of the plaza was suffocating. The only sound was the soft scuff of my own sneakers against the pavement. The air felt heavy, pressing down on my shoulders. I was walking straight down the middle of an empty driving lane, trying not to look at the dark storefronts passing by on my left. I was about halfway across the massive lot when I heard it. It was a dry, heavy sound, like a shoe scraping against the rough asphalt. I stopped dead in my tracks. My heart gave a hard, painful thump against my ribs. The sound had stopped the exact second I did. I stood perfectly still, holding my breath, straining my ears. I listened for anything, but there was nothing. Just the distant, faint hum of a highway miles away and the quiet buzzing of the orange streetlights above me. I tried to swallow, but my mouth was completely dry. I told myself it was just an echo, just the sound of my own footsteps bouncing off the large, flat glass of the empty stores behind me. It was a huge open space, and sound does weird things when there's nothing around to absorb it. I forced my stiff legs to move again. I took a step forward. I heard the sound again. I took another step. The sound followed perfectly. It was matching my pace, but it wasn't an echo. I realized with a sudden, freezing spike of terror that the noise wasn't coming from behind me, it was coming from my right. It was out there in the empty parking lot, moving parallel to me. I slowly turned my head to look, my chest tight with panic. I scanned the endless rows of empty parking spaces. The streetlights cast long, strange shadows, but the visibility was fine. I could see clearly all the way to the other end of the plaza. There was absolutely nothing there. No person, no stray dog, no garbage blowing in the wind. Just flat, empty, illuminated asphalt. But the sound was incredibly distinct. It didn't sound like a normal sneaker on pavement. It sounded heavy, dry, and strained, like wet wood grinding under a massive weight. It sounded exactly like the heavy, creaking floorboards in my aunt's upstairs hallway. A wave of sheer, irrational dread washed over me. My mind scrambled to make any sense of it. How could a floorboard creak on solid parking lot asphalt? How could that specific sound from an isolated house follow me all the way to a public plaza? I picked up my pace, walking much faster, practically speed walking toward my car. The unseen footsteps immediately adjusted. They kept up effortlessly, maintaining the exact same distance to my right. It sounded like whatever was making the noise was maybe 30 feet away, moving right alongside me through the empty painted lanes. I wanted to yell out to ask who was there, but my throat was completely locked up. I just kept moving. I broke into a light jog. The heavy, dry, creaking steps instantly sped up into a rapid, rhythmic pursuit. It was no longer just matching me. It sounded like it was slowly angling toward my path. The distance between us was closing. I stopped looking to my right. I didn't want to see whatever wasn't there. I just locked my eyes on my car, still a tortuous distance away under that flickering light. The air felt colder now. The oppressive humidity was suddenly replaced by a sharp, unnatural chill that made the hairs on my arms stand straight up. The footsteps were getting louder. The dragging sound was harsher, scraping aggressively against the pavement with every step. It was close now, maybe 20 feet, maybe less. I could almost feel the physical weight of something massive moving through the empty space right beside me. I broke into a full, desperate sprint. My gym bag slapped wildly against my side. My keys jingled loudly in my trembling hand. I didn't care about the noise I was making anymore. I just needed to reach the safety of the metal and glass. The unseen footsteps hammered the asphalt behind and to the right of me. It was a frantic, heavy, dragging rhythm that completely drowned out the sound of my own harsh breathing. It felt like a physical pressure bearing down on the back of my neck. I reached the driver's side door and practically slammed my body against it. I fumbled frantically with the keys. My hands were shaking so badly that my fingers slipped. The metal keys clattered loudly out of my hand and onto the dark pavement. I let out a breathless sound of pure panic. I dropped to my knees, frantically scraping my hands over the rough asphalt, blindly searching in the dark under the edge of the car. The heavy, creaking footsteps stopped. They didn't fade away into the distance. They just stopped abruptly, right behind me. I could feel a dense, freezing cold radiating against my back. Every instinct in my body screamed at me not to turn around. My hand finally brushed against the cold metal of the keychain. I snatched them up, threw myself upward, shoved the key into the lock, and wrenched the door open. I dove into the driver's seat, pulled the door shut with all my strength, and instantly hit the lock button. I sat there in the dark interior of my car, my chest heaving violently, sweat stinging my eyes. I didn't turn on the headlights. I didn't start the engine. I just sat frozen, staring straight ahead out the windshield at the dark pine trees, gripping the steering wheel so hard my hands ached. It was completely silent outside again. I waited 1 full minute, then 2. My breathing slowly began to regulate. The rational part of my brain tried desperately to regain control of the situation. I told myself I just panicked. I let the creepy house get in my head, heard an echo, dropped my keys like an idiot, and terrified myself over absolutely nothing. I let out a long, shaky breath. I leaned forward slightly and reached out to put the key into the ignition. Then the car shifted. It wasn't a large movement. It was just a subtle dip on the back right side. It felt exactly like the suspension adjusting to a heavy weight pressing down on the trunk. I froze entirely, my hand hovering an inch from the ignition slot. A slow, agonizing scrape sounded against the metal exterior of the rear quarter panel. I didn't breathe, I couldn't. I watched in the dim, flickering orange light from the street lamp as a massive, distorted shadow fell across the pavement next to my car, but there was nothing standing there to cast it. Then the footsteps started again. The sound moved slowly, deliberately, along the right side of my car. I tracked the noise with my ears, my eyes squeezed tightly shut. It moved from the trunk, past the rear passenger door, toward the front passenger door. It sounded like wet leather and grinding wood pressing heavily against the metal frame of the vehicle. It paused at the front of the car. I kept my eyes closed. I knew if I opened them and looked out the windshield, I would see something I could never unsee. The heavy step moved around the front bumper. It was circling me, taking its time. It moved down the driver's side, approaching my door. My entire body was trembling so violently that my teeth were chattering against each other. The cold inside the car was absolute, biting straight through my thin gym shirt. The dragging sound stopped again. This time it was right outside my driver's side window, less than a foot away from my face. I could hear something breathing against the glass. It wasn't a normal human breath. It was a wet, ragged wheeze, followed by a low, vibrating hum that actually rattled the thin window pane next to my ear. It was waiting for me to look. I could feel its focus boring into the side of my head, creating a pressure so intense it gave me a sudden, blinding headache. I kept my head facing perfectly forward. I moved my right hand blindly, grabbed the key, and shoved it into the ignition. I twisted it forward as hard as I could. The engine roared to life, violently breaking the silence of the parking lot. I threw the car into drive and slammed my foot onto the gas pedal. The tires shrieked against the asphalt, spinning for a split second before finally catching traction. The car lurched forward aggressively, throwing me back into the seat. I didn't check my rearview mirror as I sped across the massive, empty lot. I didn't slow down for the stop signs at the edge of the plaza. I pulled out onto the main highway, pushing the speedometer up, desperate to put as much distance between myself and that place as physically possible. I drove around aimlessly for over an hour, too terrified to go back to the dark cul-de-sac. The sun was just starting to lighten the sky when I finally pulled back into my aunt's neighborhood. The large oak trees looked a little less menacing in the early morning light, but the heavy dread in my stomach remained. I walked into the house and immediately turned every single light on. I didn't even go upstairs to the guest room. I just grabbed my laptop, my wallet, and a few loose clothes from the living room and stuffed them into my bag. I called my aunt later that morning, made up a weak excuse about a family emergency back home, and told her I had to leave immediately. I promised to pay for a professional house sitter for the rest of her trip. I just couldn't stay in that house for another night. I never went back to that sprawling suburban gym. I canceled my membership over the phone a few days later. For a long time, I tried to convince myself it was all in my head. I told myself it was just a combination of isolation, sleep deprivation, and an overactive imagination caused by staying in a creepy old house. That's what people usually do when they encounter something impossible, right? They logic it away to save their own sanity. But I know what I heard matching my pace in that empty lot, and I know what I felt standing right outside my window in the dead of night. A few months later, I took my sedan into a local shop to get the oil changed and the tires rotated. The mechanic called me into the bay to show me something strange on the exterior of the car. He pointed to the driver's side door, right beneath the window. He asked me if I had sideswiped a guardrail or backed into something sharp recently. I told him no and asked him why. He just ran his grease-stained hand over the metal. There, etched deeply into the paint and scratching the steel underneath, were 4 long, parallel grooves. They started near the front fender, dragged aggressively all the way across the driver's door, and stopped right where I had been sitting. I still live in a busy city now, surrounded by constant noise, heavy traffic, and people. I don't really like the quiet anymore, and I make absolutely sure that no matter where I go or what time it is, I am never, ever the last car left in a parking lot. Story 8. I used to take late-night walks during my time at a university in Georgia. One night, I realized someone else had been walking the exact same route as me for weeks. I was a sophomore at the time, living in one of the older dormitories on the north side of campus. My sleep schedule was a complete mess back then. Between classes, studying, and just the general stress of college, I found myself wide awake most nights. To deal with the restlessness, I developed a routine. I would pack a small bag, leave my dorm, and walk across the quiet campus to the main athletic building. The campus recreation center was a massive, sprawling brick complex. The main gym area was open 24 hours a day for students with a valid keycard. Most people went during the day or early evening. By the time I usually headed over, which was almost always around midnight, the place was virtually deserted. I liked it that way. It was peaceful. The walk from my dorm to the gym took about 15 minutes. It was a straight path down a long, tree-lined sidewalk. In Georgia, the air at night always holds this heavy, damp humidity. The campus was covered in these massive old oak trees draped in Spanish moss, and the orange glow of the streetlights barely pierced through the branches. I walked that same path so many times that I knew exactly where every uneven paving stone was. I knew exactly which streetlights flickered. I thought I was completely alone out there in the dark. Inside the athletic building, the atmosphere was completely different. It was overly air-conditioned, smelling constantly of floor wax and the faint chemical scent of chlorine from the indoor pool downstairs. The lighting was always bright and harsh in the main lobby, but as you went deeper into the building, toward the locker rooms, things felt older and more neglected. The women's locker room was huge. It was built decades ago, designed to handle entire visiting sports teams. There were rows and rows of tall gray metal lockers stretching back into the room, creating these long, narrow aisles. The floor was covered in small, slightly yellowed square tiles that echoed every single footstep. Way in the back, past the rows of lockers, were the showers. One of the shower heads had a slow, steady drip. Plop, plop, plop. It was a rhythmic sound that I had gotten totally used to hearing during my late-night visits. It was a Tuesday night, or technically Wednesday morning. Around 1:15 a.m., I had just finished a short workout on the treadmills upstairs and headed down to the locker room to grab my things. The main overhead lights were off, as they usually were after midnight, leaving only a few dim security lights and the bright red glow of the emergency exit signs over the doors. It cast long, distorted shadows down the aisles of lockers. I walked to my usual spot, locker 12. It was right at the end of the first row, near the main entrance. I didn't like walking too deep into the locker room when it was dark. I grabbed my hoodie, pulled it over my head, slung my duffel bag over my shoulder, and headed out. I swiped my card to exit the building and started the 15-minute walk back to my dorm. The campus was dead silent. There wasn't a single car on the road, and I didn't see any other students walking around. The humidity was especially thick that night, making the air feel heavy in my lungs. I was about halfway back to my dorm, right in the middle of that dark, tree-lined path, when I reached into my hoodie pocket. It was empty. I stopped walking. I patted my other pocket, empty. I swung my duffel bag off my shoulder and placed it on a nearby stone bench under a dim streetlight. I unzipped it and blindly felt around inside, pushing aside my water bottle and my gym towel. Nothing. My phone was gone. I stood there in the quiet night, feeling a sudden wave of frustration. I couldn't afford to lose my phone. All my class schedules, my contacts, my alarms for morning lectures, everything was on there. I tried to mentally retrace my steps. I remembered having it on the treadmill upstairs. I remembered listening to music. Then I remembered going down to the locker room. I must have set it down on the little wooden bench in front of locker 12 while I was putting my hoodie on, and just left it there. I looked down the long, dark path toward my dorm, then turned around to look back in the direction of the gym. The athletic building was a dark silhouette against the night sky, sitting quietly at the edge of campus. I really didn't want to walk all the way back. I was tired, my legs were sore, and for some reason the idea of going back into that empty building made me feel slightly uneasy. But I knew I didn't have a choice. If I left it there until morning, someone else would definitely take it. I picked up my bag and started walking back. The walk felt longer this time. The shadows from the trees seemed deeper, and every time the wind rustled the leaves, I found myself glancing over my shoulder. It was just paranoia, I told myself. I was just annoyed and tired, but that heavy, damp air felt thicker now, almost suffocating. When I finally reached the recreation center, I swiped my card at the front door. The mechanical click of the lock echoing in the quiet night sounded unusually loud. I pushed the heavy glass door open and stepped inside. The lobby was entirely empty. The student worker who usually sat behind the front desk was nowhere to be seen. They probably went into the back office to study or sleep. I walked past the desk and headed straight for the hallway that led to the women's locker room. The silence in the building was heavy. Usually, even late at night, you could hear the low hum of the air conditioning or the distant sound of a vending machine compressor. But tonight, it felt like the entire building was holding its breath. I reached the heavy wooden door of the locker room. I pushed it open, and the rusty hinges let out a long, grating squeak that made me wince. I stepped inside and let the door swing shut behind me. It closed with a solid, echoing thud. The room was exactly as I had left it, dark save for the blood-red glow of the emergency exit signs. The faint smell of chlorine and bleach lingered in the air. Deep in the back, I could hear that familiar sound, plop, 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 the dripping shower. I walked over to the first row of lockers. My sneakers squeaked slightly against the tile floor. I stopped in front of locker 12 and looked down at the wooden bench. Nothing. My heart sank. The bench was completely bare. I knelt down and checked under the bench, thinking maybe it had slid off and fallen onto the floor. but the yellow tiles were empty. I stood up, feeling a knot of anxiety tighten in my stomach. Where else could I have put it? Did I leave it upstairs on the treadmill? Did I drop it somewhere in the hallway? I pulled my bag off my shoulder again and did one more thorough search, digging into every pocket just in case I had missed it in the dark outside, but it definitely wasn't there. I let out a frustrated sigh. The sound of my own breath seemed too loud in the empty, echoing room. I closed my bag and decided I would have to go check the upstairs cardio room. I turned to walk back toward the locker room exit. That was when I stopped. My hand froze halfway to the door handle. I stood perfectly still, holding my breath, straining to listen. The dripping shower in the back was still going, plop, plop, plop. But there was another sound. It was incredibly faint, but in the dead silence of that massive room it was distinct. It sounded like air moving, a slow, raspy inhale, followed by a shaky, suppressed exhale. Someone was breathing. My entire body went rigid. The blood in my veins felt like ice water. I stood there, terrified to make a sound, terrified to even shift my weight. I told myself it was just the building. It was an old building with ancient plumbing and weird ventilation systems. It was just air escaping a pipe somewhere. But then I heard it again. Inhale, a slight pause, exhale. It wasn't a mechanical sound, it was unmistakably human. And it wasn't coming from the showers in the back, it was coming from right here, in the locker room, very, very close to me. I slowly turned my head, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound. The locker room was pitch black beyond the first few rows. The red emergency light only illuminated the tops of the metal lockers, leaving the aisles between them shrouded in heavy shadows. The breathing continued. It was slow, careful, and deliberate. Whoever was making that sound was trying very hard to be quiet. They were trying not to be noticed. My mind raced. Was it another student? Maybe someone who fell asleep. But why would they be hiding in the dark? Why wouldn't they turn the lights on? And why were they breathing like that, like they were terrified, or like they were waiting for something? I took a slow, silent step backward toward the door. My sneaker squeaked again against the tile. The breathing instantly stopped. The sudden silence was deafening. Even the dripping shower in the back seemed to have paused. My heart pounded furiously against my ribs. I knew with absolute certainty that whoever was in there had heard me. They knew I was there, and they knew I had heard them. I stood frozen for what felt like an eternity. 10 seconds passed, then 20, nothing but suffocating silence. I should have left right then. I should have turned around, pushed the door open, and ran out of the building. But a terrifying thought crossed my mind. What if it wasn't a stranger? What if it was someone who needed help? Or worse, what if whoever it was had my phone? Against every survival instinct I had, I didn't leave. Instead, I took a step forward. "Hello," I whispered. My voice trembled so badly it barely sounded like my own. No answer. The silence stretched on, heavy and oppressive. I took another step, moving slowly down the main aisle that ran perpendicular to the rows of lockers. I passed the first row, then the second. The shadows deepened. The red light from the exit sign barely reached this far. As I approached the third row of lockers, I heard it again. A very soft, careful shifting sound. The sound of clothing rubbing against metal. It was coming from inside one of the aisles. I stopped at the edge of the third row and peered around the corner. The aisle was a long, dark tunnel of gray metal. I couldn't see anyone standing there, but the breathing had started again. It was much closer now. It wasn't coming from the end of the aisle. It was coming from right beside me. It was coming from inside one of the lockers. I stared at the wall of metal doors, feeling a cold sweat break out on my forehead. The lockers in this row were the tall, full-length ones, big enough for a person to easily stand inside. I moved slowly down the row, listening intensely. The sound grew slightly louder with each step. It was muffled by the metal, but I could hear the distinct, raspy draw of breath. It was coming from the middle of the row. I stopped in front of locker 25. No, it was further down. Locker 26, still further. I stopped in front of locker 27. The breathing was right in front of me, just inches away, separated only by a thin sheet of painted steel. I could hear the subtle shift of weight against the inside of the door. The person inside was standing right behind the metal vents, listening to me, just like I was listening to them. My mind completely blanked. Pure, primal terror took over. I was standing in a dark, empty basement with someone hiding inside a metal box directly in front of me. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move away. It felt like I was trapped in a nightmare where my limbs wouldn't respond. I just stared at the small metal handle of locker 27. Then an irrational, terrifying urge washed over me. I needed to know. I needed to see who was inside. My hand moved almost on its own. I reached out, my fingers trembling violently. I grasped the cold metal handle. I could feel the vibrations of the person shifting inside. I held my breath, braced myself, and yanked the locker door open. It swung outward with a loud, metallic clatter that echoed violently through the entire room. I stumbled backward, throwing my hands up to protect myself, expecting someone to lunge out at me from the darkness. But no one did. I stood there panting, staring into the open locker. The red glow from the exit sign barely reached inside, but it was enough to see. The locker was empty. There was no one inside, no clothes, no shoes, just an empty gray metal rectangle. Confusion slammed into me, mixing horribly with the adrenaline. I just heard them. I heard them breathing. I felt the vibration on the door. How could it be empty? Was I losing my mind? I stepped closer to the open locker, peering into the dark interior. It was completely bare, except for one thing. Sitting right in the center of the middle metal shelf was a small, dark, rectangular object. My phone. My hand shook uncontrollably as I reached inside to grab it. My fingers wrapped around the smooth glass and plastic casing. The moment I touched it, I yanked my hand back with a gasp. The phone wasn't just sitting there, it was physically hot. The screen, the back casing, the entire device was radiating intense heat, not the kind of heat from being left out in the sun. It was the distinct, clammy warmth of human body heat. Someone had just been holding it. Someone had been gripping it tightly, right up until the second I yanked that door open. My eyes darted to the back panel of the locker. It looked solid, but then I looked closer. The metal panel at the very back of the locker was slightly ajar. It was pushed back just a fraction of an inch, revealing a sliver of pitch-black darkness behind the lockers, a maintenance tunnel. The rows weren't flush against the wall. There was a hollow space behind them. The person hadn't been standing in the locker. They had been standing directly behind it, in the dark, narrow space between the lockers and the wall, and they had reached through the loose back panel to place my phone on the shelf. They were still back there, standing in the pitch black, listening to me. I didn't scream, I didn't look back. I grabbed my phone, turned around, and sprinted. I ran down the echoing tile aisle faster than I had ever run in my life. I crashed through the heavy wooden door, ignoring the horrible squeal of the hinges, and bolted down the hallway. I didn't stop at the front desk. I didn't stop when I hit the glass doors. I hit the emergency exit bar with both hands, bursting out into the humid Georgia night air. I didn't stop running until I reached my dorm room. I locked the door, pushed a chair against the handle, and collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air. I stared at my phone sitting on the carpet. The screen was dark, no missed calls, no weird messages, but the back of it was still terrifyingly warm. I never went back to that recreation center at night again. I changed my route entirely. I never walked near that side of campus after the sun went down. I tried to tell campus security the next day, but there was nothing they could really do. I didn't see anyone. There was no damage. The maintenance tunnel behind the lockers was locked from the outside when they checked. They told me I probably just got spooked by the old building's noises and imagined the heat on the phone. But I know what I heard. I know the sound of a human being trying to hide their breathing. And the worst part isn't the locker room itself. It's the realization I had a few days later, thinking back on my routine. Whoever it was, they didn't just randomly find my phone and hide behind locker 27. They knew exactly which locker I used. They knew exactly what time I was there. They hadn't just been in the gym that night. They had been watching me take those late-night walks for weeks. And when I accidentally left my phone behind, they saw an opportunity to finally make me realize they were there. Story 9. My roommate traveled a lot for work around the time I took that late-night drive through the mountains of Colorado. So when I heard him talking in his room at 3 a.m., I knew something was wrong. He wasn't home. I was sitting in our living room, trying to wind down before my trip. The apartment was completely silent. Then, clear as day, I heard a voice bleeding through the drywall. It was a low, steady murmur, sounding exactly like my roommate having a casual phone conversation. My blood ran cold. I knew for a fact he was in Chicago. I had dropped him off at the airport myself. I sat there totally frozen, just listening to the unnatural cadence of that familiar voice. The voice would pause like it was listening to someone, then start murmuring again. It was the most disturbing thing I had ever experienced. I didn't want to knock on that door. I didn't want to know what was inside, flawlessly imitating him. I just grabbed my keys, wallet, and jacket and walked out without looking back. I didn't even pack a bag. I got into my car and locked the doors. My hands were shaking so terribly I could barely get the key into the ignition. I sat in the parking lot for a minute, staring up at the dark window of his room. The light was off. Whatever was in there was sitting in pitch black. I pulled out of the complex, deciding I wasn't going to wait until morning. I was going to make the drive to my friend's cabin in Colorado right then. It was a stupid decision, considering how mentally exhausted I was, but the thought of staying anywhere near that city felt impossible. I just desperately needed to be far away. I merged onto the empty highway and pointed my car toward the mountains. The first hour of the drive was a blur of pure adrenaline. I kept the radio off because my mind was racing, trying to rationalize what I had heard. Maybe it was a weird neighbor, but deep down I knew that was a lie. I tried to shake the feeling as the city lights slowly faded behind me. They were eventually replaced by the deep, heavy darkness of the remote wilderness. By the time the clock read 12:15 a.m., the adrenaline had completely worn off. My eyes felt heavy, and the panic settled into a dull anxiety. The road leading to the cabin was a notoriously winding, isolated stretch of asphalt cutting through a dense pine forest. There were no streetlights out here. The only illumination came from my headlights, barely cutting through the inky blackness. The tall trees on either side felt like massive walls pressing in on my car. The heater was blasting, but I still felt a deep, uncomfortable chill settling in my bones. I rolled the window down a tiny crack to let in freezing mountain air, hoping it would wake me up. That's when I first noticed the sound. It was a faint, rhythmic tapping noise. At first I thought it was just a loose piece of exterior plastic flapping in the wind, but it sounded strangely wet and heavy, like something soft striking the passenger door. Tap, pause, tap, tap. I turned down the heater fan to listen closer. The sound was definitely outside the car, keeping perfect pace with my speed. I pressed the accelerator harder, and the tapping immediately sped up to match me. I let off the gas, and it slowed down in perfect synchronization. It was bizarre, but I forced myself to believe it was just a strange echo from my tires kicking up pebbles. I rolled the window back up tightly, trying to block it out. A few minutes later, my headlights washed over something distinct on the right side of the road. It was a damaged section of guardrail. The metal was heavily crumpled and twisted violently inward, like a massive truck had plowed into it years ago. Right behind the crushed metal, a large dead pine tree leaned precariously over the asphalt. Its bare, broken branches reached out toward the road like skeletal fingers. It was a very distinct, ugly sight. I made a mental note of it, glancing down at the GPS glowing brightly on my dashboard. It told me I had about 40 minutes left until my destination. I kept driving, the rhythmic tapping sound now totally muffled by the closed windows. The mountain road seemed absolutely endless. Every single curve looked exactly like the last one. I tried to turn on the radio to break the suffocating monotony, but I was too far out in the mountains to catch a signal. All I got was dead, heavy static. I left the radio on anyway, keeping the volume very low. The consistent hiss of the static functioned like white noise, helping drown out the terrible memory of that mimicking voice in my apartment. I focused intently on the road, watching the white lines pull me forward into the dark night. I was so incredibly tired that I felt like I was operating the vehicle in a light trance. I checked the dashboard clock again. It was exactly 12:30 a.m. I had been driving for another 15 minutes since passing that broken guardrail. I blindly rounded a sharp left bend, and as my headlights swept the road, my stomach dropped out. There it was again, the exact same section of heavily crumpled, twisted guardrail, and right behind it, the exact same dead pine tree leaning over the street. I slammed on my brakes out of pure shock. The car skidded slightly before coming to a complete stop in the middle of the empty road. I sat there with the engine idling, staring wide-eyed out the passenger window. It wasn't just vaguely similar. It was identical in every single way. Every dent, every rust spot, every twisted edge of metal was exactly the same. The dead tree lined at the exact same threatening angle. I blinked hard, aggressively rubbing my tired eyes. I firmly decided I was hallucinating from intense exhaustion. It simply had to be a coincidence. Maybe the county used identical cheap materials and multiple people had crashed here. I flatly refused to let my mind go to a darker place, not after what had already happened that night. I looked down at my phone on the dashboard to check my remaining mileage. The GPS screen was totally frozen. The little blue arrow representing my car wasn't moving at all, and the map around it was just a blank, featureless gray grid. I urgently tapped the screen, but it was unresponsive. A fresh wave of genuine panic violently washed over me. I was completely alone on a freezing mountain road, and my only navigational lifeline was glitching out. I aggressively put the car back in drive and hit the gas pedal, wanting to get away from that specific spot quickly. As I accelerated away from the damaged guardrail, I noticed something else that made my skin crawl. The low static on the radio was no longer a steady hiss. The static was physically pulsing. It was dipping in and out in a strange, unnatural rhythmic pattern. I cautiously reached out to turn the tuning dial, but my hand froze midair. Beneath the heavy hiss, I could hear something incredibly faint. It sounded like a human voice. It was a low, steady murmur pushing through the speakers. My heart hammered violently against my ribs. It sounded exactly like the voice I had heard through the wall in my apartment hours ago. The slow cadence was exactly the same. It would pause momentarily, then start murmuring again. I violently slammed my hand against the power button of the stereo, shutting it off completely. The sudden, heavy silence inside the car was deafening. I gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. I pressed my foot down much harder on the accelerator, pushing the car faster than was safe. I desperately needed to see a road sign or another vehicle. I needed anything to prove I was actually moving forward, but the dark scenery never changed at all. The endless black trees, the black asphalt, the glowing double yellow lines. It truly felt like I was driving on a massive treadmill. The suffocating silence inside the car was slowly being replaced by something outside. It was that familiar rhythmic tapping sound returning. Tap, pause, tap, tap. It was significantly louder now, easily penetrating the thick glass of the closed windows. It sounded like it was coming from right outside my driver's side door, just inches from my head. I flatly refused to look out the side window. The tapping grew much more insistent. I nervously checked the digital clock on the dashboard. It still read 12:30 a.m. That was mathematically impossible. I had been driving very fast for at least 10 solid minutes since I stopped at the guardrail. The clock wasn't moving. Time felt like it had completely stopped existing. My breath started coming in short, ragged gasps. The air inside the small cabin felt thick and heavy. I realized with absolute certainty that I was trapped. Whatever had been in my apartment earlier hadn't just stayed there. I had unknowingly brought it with me into these woods. I rapidly approached another sharp left bend. I knew exactly what was coming before I even made the turn. My entire body tensed up, bracing for the horrifying visual confirmation of my nightmare. The car swept aggressively around the curve, the bright headlights slicing through the oppressive dark. The crumpled metal of the guardrail caught the light immediately. The dead, leaning tree came right into view, leaning over the road like a rotten tooth. But this time it wasn't just the repeating road and the dead trees. Standing right beside the twisted metal, illuminated perfectly by my high beams, was a tall figure. They were standing completely still, facing away from me, staring directly into the dense black woods. Their posture was incredibly unnatural. Their arms hung completely limp at their sides. I instinctively slammed both feet onto the brakes. The tires screamed violently against the asphalt, sending up a terrible smell of burning rubber. The car slid to a rough halt about 20 feet away from the figure. My bright headlights pinned them harshly against the dark background of the endless forest. I couldn't move a single muscle. I couldn't even force myself to breathe. I just sat there gripping the steering wheel, terrified out of my mind, staring at the back of this motionless person. The frantic rhythmic tapping sound outside my car had stopped completely, the exact second my vehicle came to a rest. The silence out here was now absolute and completely deafening. I fully expected them to slowly turn around. I expected them to suddenly rush the front of my car, but they just stood there, entirely motionless, staring endlessly into the dark timber. As my terrified brain desperately tried to make sense of what I was looking at, a sickening realization washed over me like ice water. The dark, heavy clothing the figure was wearing wasn't just generic winter gear. It was a long, distinctively patterned black winter coat. It was the exact same coat my roommate owned. The very one I had watched him meticulously pack into his suitcase before I drove him to the airport. It didn't make any logical sense whatsoever. It was physically impossible for him to be standing on this remote mountain pass. But the height, the narrow build, the specific coat, it was unmistakably him. Or at least it was something wearing his exact shape in the dark. My deepest survival instinct finally kicked in, forcefully overriding the paralyzing dread. I couldn't sit here waiting for it to turn around. I slammed my trembling hand onto the gear shift, aggressively shoving it into drive. I pressed the gas pedal all the way down to the floor mat. The engine roared loudly in the silent night, and the car violently launched forward. As I sped past the guardrail, I couldn't stop myself from glancing over. The figure didn't move an inch as I flew by, but the car radio suddenly snapped on by itself. Mark's voice blasted through the speakers, murmuring in that same low, unnatural cadence. I screamed, keeping the pedal floored until I finally saw the distant, comforting glow of a small mountain town. I pulled into a brightly lit gas station and just sat there for an hour, violently shaking. The digital clock on the dashboard suddenly clicked over to 6:15 a.m. The GPS blinked back to life. I never went back to that apartment, but sometimes when my new place is perfectly quiet, I hear a faint, rhythmic tapping right outside my bedroom window. Story 10. I found a hidden folder on my laptop one morning after working the overnight tech support shift at a call center outside Toronto. When I opened it, the pictures inside showed me sleeping every single night. To understand how terrifying that really was, I need to explain where I was working at the time. I was 23, totally broke, and desperate enough to take a graveyard shift position doing tech support for a massive internet provider. My schedule was brutal, clocking in at 10 p.m. and leaving at 6 a.m. The money was just okay, but the main perk was that after about 1 a.m. the call volume dropped to almost zero. It gave me hours of dead time to sit at my desk, browse the internet, or bring my personal laptop to watch movies. The call center itself was located in a massive, soul-crushing corporate park just off the highway. It was one of those featureless concrete buildings surrounded by empty parking spaces. At night, there were only about 8 of us on the floor, spread out across a sea of gray cubicles. The building had 2 floors, but our team only used the ground level. Management told us the second floor had been closed down for heavy renovations. They had moved everyone downstairs months ago to gut the upstairs area. The stairwell doors leading up there were padlocked from our side, and the elevator required a special keycard swipe to access the second floor. Nobody had that card except the building manager, who was never there at night. We were completely isolated down on the ground floor. It was the middle of November, which meant the nights were already getting bitterly cold. The heating in the building was wildly inconsistent. Because of that, the ambient noise in the office was always pretty loud. There was the constant, heavy hum of the HVAC system, the buzzing of overhead lights, and the occasional clicking of keyboards. I got used to tuning it all out. I usually sat in a corner cubicle near the back of the room, far away from the main entrance. My closest coworker was a guy named Mark, who sat about 4 rows ahead of me. We rarely talked unless it was to complain about a difficult customer. Most of the time, I just kept my headset on and tried to stay awake. It was a monotonous, lonely routine, but it felt safe. It was a Tuesday night, or technically Wednesday morning. The clock on my monitor read roughly 2:15 a.m. I had just finished helping an elderly man reset his router, and I was leaning back in my chair, stretching my arms. The office was dead quiet. The heating system had cycled off a few minutes earlier, leaving this heavy, suffocating silence in the room. I took my headset off and rubbed my eyes. That was when I heard it for the first time. It was a distinct, heavy rolling sound coming directly from the ceiling above my cubicle. It sounded exactly like the hard plastic wheels of an office chair dragging across a bare concrete floor. It lasted for about 4 seconds, just a slow, deliberate roll, and then it stopped. I froze, staring up at the acoustic ceiling tiles. I told myself it had to be the pipes expanding in the cold, but the sound was so specific. It sounded like weight shifting on wheels. I sat there for another minute, just listening in the dark. Nothing else happened. I shook my head, feeling a little silly, and stood up to go get coffee. I walked past Mark's desk on my way to the other side of the floor. He had his feet propped up, tapping his phone. I stopped and asked him if he had heard anything weird just now. He barely looked up, mumbling that the wind was probably rattling the roof. I wanted to believe him. It was the easiest explanation. I poured a cup of burnt coffee and walked back to my desk. I put my headset back on, turning the volume up to drown out the silence. Everything was perfectly normal for the next hour. The heater kicked back on, the familiar hum returned, and I started to forget about the rolling sound. I got a couple more calls and logged the tickets. Then right around 3:30 a.m. the heater shut off again. The silence rushed back into the room, and almost immediately the rolling sound started up again. This time it wasn't just a short drag. It sounded like the chair was being pushed across the entire length of the room above me. It started near the far wall and slowly rolled directly over my head, tracking a straight line across the ceiling. I stood up slowly, my heart suddenly hammering against my ribs. I followed the sound with my eyes. The rational part of my brain was screaming at me that the second floor was completely locked down. The construction crew had hauled everything out months ago. Management had been clear that the space was nothing but exposed concrete and dust. There shouldn't have been any office chairs left up there, let alone anyone sitting in them at 3 in the morning. I walked out from behind my cubicle and looked down the aisle toward Mark. I expected him to be standing up looking at the ceiling too, but he was just slumped in his chair, totally oblivious with his headphones on. I was the only one hearing this. I felt this cold knot of unease settle in my stomach. It's a strange feeling when you realize you are entirely alone with a terrifying situation, even when there are other people in the building. The rolling sound stopped abruptly near the center of the ceiling. I held my breath, waiting for it to start again. Instead, I heard something worse. It was a voice. A low, muffled voice coming through the ceiling tiles. It sounded like a man talking, but the words were completely unintelligible. It was just a rhythmic, continuous murmur, exactly like a coworker taking a support call in the next cubicle. But it was coming from the empty, gutted floor right above my head. I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to get away from my desk. We usually took our hour-long lunch break around 4 a.m., so I quickly locked my workstation. I grabbed my personal laptop from my bag and practically power-walked toward the break room. I needed to be somewhere where the ceiling didn't feel like it was pressing down on me. The break room was located on the opposite side of the building, right next to the main elevator bank. It was a depressing little room with a couple of vending machines and an old leather couch pushed against the wall. On most nights, I would use my break to eat a quick sandwich and take a nap. I would always set my laptop on the coffee table, plug it in, and leave it running. It was a habit I had formed during my first week. I walked in, shut the heavy wooden door behind me, and let out a long breath. I felt ridiculous for being scared. I set my laptop on the coffee table and plugged it in just like always. I sat on the couch, staring at the vending machines, trying to rationalize what I had experienced. Maybe it was just a security guard doing rounds, but we didn't have a night guard stationed inside the building. Maybe a late-night contractor, but nobody had come through the front doors and the stairwells were definitely chained. I rubbed my temples, feeling a dull headache starting to form. I was exhausted and my mind was playing tricks on me. I just needed to rest my eyes for a few minutes. I laid back on the couch and closed my eyes, pulling my jacket tight around my shoulders. The hum of the refrigerator in the corner was loud and steady. It was almost relaxing. I think I actually managed to doze off for a few minutes, but I was abruptly pulled awake by a sound that made my blood run instantly cold. It wasn't just one chair rolling this time. It was dozens of them. The noise was deafening. It sounded like an entire floor of employees had suddenly pushed their chairs back from their desks all at exactly the same time. The heavy scraping of hard plastic wheels against concrete echoed violently above the breakroom ceiling. I sat up so fast that my vision blurred. My heart was pounding furiously in my throat. I looked up at the ceiling tiles, half expecting them to cave in from the sheer weight of whatever was moving around. Then the voices started. It wasn't just one muffled murmur anymore. It was a chaotic, overlapping chorus of hushed conversations. It sounded exactly like the ambient noise of a busy call center floor during peak afternoon hours, but every single voice was muffled, distorted, and slightly delayed as if they were speaking underwater. It was the most unnatural, sickening sound I had ever heard. I couldn't make out a single word, but the rhythm of the speech was undeniably human. They were having conversations. They were taking calls in an empty, locked, gutted room at 4 a.m. I stood up from the couch, my legs shaking so badly I could barely support my own weight. My first instinct was to run out and scream for Mark, but I was completely frozen in place. The rolling and the murmuring above me grew louder, more frantic, like an office in the middle of a massive crisis. The sound seemed to be vibrating right through the acoustic tiles. I backed away slowly until my shoulders hit the break room door. Suddenly, out in the main hallway, a loud, clear chime echoed through the silence. It was the ding of the elevator arriving. The moment that chime rang out, every single sound on the second floor stopped instantly. The rolling chairs, the overlapping voices, the frantic energy, all of it vanished in a split second. The absolute dead silence that followed was somehow more terrifying than the noise. It was a heavy, suffocating quiet, as if something was holding its breath right above me. I slowly opened the break room door and peeked out into the hallway. The elevator bank was located just a few feet away. The digital display above the closed metal doors was lit up in bright red numbers. The arrow was pointing down. It showed the elevator descending from the second floor. It shifted from the number 2 to the number 1. Then, with a heavy mechanical clunk, the metal doors slowly slid open. I stood there completely paralyzed, staring into the open elevator car. It was completely empty. The harsh fluorescent light inside flickered slightly, casting long, strange shadows against the scratched metal walls. But a blast of freezing, stagnant air rolled out of the cabin and hit me directly in the face. It made my eyes water almost immediately. It smelled awful, like a mixture of dry rot, old dust, and copper. It smelled exactly like a room that hadn't been opened in decades, trapped underneath layers of forgotten concrete. I kept staring into the flickering light, holding my breath, waiting for someone or something to step out into the hallway. I waited for footsteps. I waited for a voice. Nothing did. But sitting right in the exact center of the elevator floor, perfectly placed under the light, was a single, dusty white acoustic ceiling tile. I didn't finish my shift that night. I didn't say a word to Mark. I just walked back into the break room, grabbed my laptop off the coffee table, shoved it into my bag, and practically ran out the front doors to my car. I drove home in a complete daze. I quit the next afternoon over a brief email to my manager. I never went back to that corporate park. I tried to convince myself over the next few days that it was all just a stress-induced hallucination, a product of sleep deprivation. I thought I had left it all behind, but the real horror didn't set in until a week later. That's when I noticed something strange taking up space on my laptop's hard drive. I dug through the file directories until I found a heavily buried folder. It didn't have a name, just a string of random numbers. I clicked it open, not knowing what to expect. Inside were hundreds of image files, all neatly organized by date. My stomach dropped violently as I started clicking through them. They were pictures of me. Specifically, pictures of me sleeping on that terrible leather couch in the break room during my lunch hours. But they weren't taken from a webcam or a security camera. The angle was all wrong. Every single photograph was taken looking straight down from the ceiling. I zoomed in on the edges of the pictures, my hands shaking so badly I could barely control the mouse. The dark borders framing the shots weren't from a camera lens. They were the jagged edges of a removed acoustic ceiling tile. Something had been pushing a chair directly over the break room, quietly sliding away a ceiling tile and watching me sleep in the dark, and based on the hundreds of date stamps in the folder. It had been doing it every single night since my very first week. Story 11. It was the first late-night ferry crossing I spent completely alone. I thought the silence would be peaceful, until I realized it wasn't silence at all. I was 24 years old at the time, living in an apartment in Seattle, but visiting my parents over on the Olympic Peninsula for a long weekend. I had ended up staying a lot later than I originally planned. We were catching up, having dinner, and the time just completely slipped away from me. By the time I finally said my goodbyes and left their driveway, it was well past 10 p.m. I had a long drive ahead of me just to reach the docks, and I needed to catch the absolute last ferry out of Bremerton to get back to the city for work the next morning. I remember the drive to the terminal being incredibly dark and quiet. There were almost no other cars out on the road. It was just me, my headlights, and an endless stretch of tall, looming pine trees crowding the sides of the highway. The radio reception was terrible out there, fatting in and out of static, so I ended up just driving in silence. The thick, rolling fog was starting to settle over the road, making the whole journey feel strange and isolated. When I finally pulled into the ferry terminal, the massive holding lanes were practically empty. There were maybe 3 other cars waiting quietly in the dim, orange glow of the overhead streetlights. The air outside was thick with the smell of heavy salt and diesel exhaust. I paid my fare at the toll booth, pulled into my assigned lane, and just sat there waiting. I turned off my engine, drumming my fingers on the steering wheel, desperately wanting to get home and crawl into my own bed. Boarding the massive boat a few minutes later felt undeniably eerie. Usually these Washington state ferries are packed tightly with loud commuters, excited tourists, and families crowding the decks. But tonight my car was directed to park near the very front of the lower vehicle deck, completely surrounded by empty lanes of painted steel. Once I put the car in park and turned off my headlights, the silence of the enclosed car deck was suddenly very heavy. You could just feel the deep, rhythmic thrumming of the ferry's massive engines, vibrating constantly right through the floorboards. I really didn't want to sit trapped in my car for the entire hour-long crossing over the deep water. It felt too cramped and way too isolated down there in the dimly lit lower levels. So I grabbed my heavy jacket from the passenger seat, locked my doors, and made my way up the steep, narrow metal stairs to the main passenger decks. Pushing through the heavy, weather-sealed doors into the main cabin, I was immediately struck by how completely deserted the place was. Endless rows of padded booths and plastic chairs sat completely empty, stretching out into the distance. The harsh fluorescent lights overhead buzzed constantly with a faint electric hum. It was almost too bright inside the cabin, casting long, stark shadows down the empty aisles. I walked slowly past the central cafeteria section. The corrugated metal grates were pulled all the way down and locked tight for the night. The faint smell of old coffee and stale pretzels still lingered heavily in the warm air. I looked around and saw exactly one other person in the entire massive cabin. He was an older man fast asleep in a corner boothway at the back, his dark coat pulled up tight and his hat pulled down over his eyes. Other than him, I was entirely alone in this giant, floating room. I chose a seat near a large window near the middle of the boat, sitting down and just staring out into the pitch-black night. But looking through thick glass at night is basically just looking directly into a mirror. I couldn't see the ocean outside at all. I could only see the clear reflection of the empty, brightly lit cabin stretching out behind me. The air inside the boat felt incredibly stale and heavily artificially heated. After about 20 minutes of sitting there in the dead quiet, I started feeling a little restless and maybe even a bit claustrophobic. I checked my phone screen for the time. It was almost 11:30 p.m. We were right in the middle of Puget Sound now. If you've never been out on that specific water late at night, it is a deeply unsettling feeling. It's not like a calm lake. It's a vast, incredibly deep, freezing body of dark ocean water, and at night it feels like an absolute endless void. Needing some fresh air to wake myself up and shake off the weird feeling, I stood up from the booth. I decided to head out to the exterior observation deck for a few minutes. I zipped my heavy jacket all the way up to my chin, bracing myself for the cold wind I knew was coming. I pushed open the heavy exterior door, stepped over the raised metal threshold, and walked outside into the darkness. The temperature drop was immediate and intense. The strong wind coming right off the dark water was absolutely freezing, biting right through my layers of clothing. The loud mechanical hum of the engine was much more intense out here, mixing loudly with the rushing, churning sound of the ferry cutting aggressively through the dark waves. I walked slowly over to the thick metal railing at the edge of the deck and leaned heavily against it, looking out into the total blackness. There was a loose metal latch near my right hand, securing a heavy white life ring to the railing. It was rattling constantly in the strong wind, making a faint, rhythmic clinking sound against the painted steel pipe. I remember mindlessly tracing my thumb over the cold metal latch, just focusing on that small, repetitive physical detail, while my eyes slowly adjusted to the crushing darkness all around me. There was no visible moon in the sky that night, just thick, low-hanging clouds. The only light came from the dim, yellowish bulbs spaced out along the exterior overhang of the boat's roof. They barely illuminated the dark water immediately next to the hull, leaving absolutely everything beyond that short radius in total, impenetrable darkness. The white foam churned and sprayed violently against the thick side of the boat as we pushed forward through the deep water. I stood there alone for maybe 5 or 10 minutes, just letting the freezing air clear my tired head. The rhythmic clinking of that loose metal latch next to me was actually somewhat relaxing, almost hypnotic in a way. I looked straight down over the edge of the railing, staring directly into the churning black water rushing past. And that was exactly when I first noticed it. At first, my brain tried to tell me it was just a strange shadow, a weird trick of the dim yellow lighting reflecting off a patch of smooth water just beneath the churning surface foam. But as I kept staring down into the darkness, my eyes locked onto it and wouldn't let go. There was a distinct, dark shape moving just below the surface of the freezing water. It was completely black, noticeably darker than the murky ocean surrounding it. It was incredibly hard to judge its actual size because of the constant distortion of the rushing waves, but it looked very substantial. Maybe roughly the size of a very large person or a heavy, waterlogged tree trunk. My first completely rational thought was that it was just a piece of floating debris, or maybe a curious seal swimming near the boat. But a heavy log wouldn't move like this thing was moving, and a seal wouldn't be able to keep up this kind of pace for long. The massive ferry was traveling at a very solid cruising speed through the Sound. This dark mass was effortlessly gliding through the rough water right alongside the metal hull. It wasn't struggling against the strong current or being violently pushed away by the massive wake. It was matching the ferry's speed perfectly, swimming with an unnatural, smooth glide. Strange, heavy knot immediately formed deep in my stomach. I stopped rubbing the loose metal latch on the railing. The rhythmic clinking sound seemed to fade entirely into the background as all my attention tunneled downward onto that dark, moving shape. I tried to mentally convince myself that I was just being paranoid and tired. It had to be some weird, explainable underwater current phenomenon, or maybe even just a part of the ferry's lower mechanical structure that I was only just now noticing. To test my own shaky logic, I decided to walk slowly down the length of the metal railing. I moved about 20 feet back toward the rear of the boat, stepping carefully, completely refusing to take my eyes off the dark water directly below me. My breath caught painfully in my throat. The dark shape moved exactly with me. It didn't just stay in its previous position relative to the moving boat. It actively and smoothly adjusted its placement in the dark water to stay directly beneath exactly where I was currently standing on the upper deck. I stopped walking abruptly. The dark shape instantly stopped drifting backward and held its position in the rushing water, remaining perfectly parallel to me. I felt a sudden, incredibly sharp spike of pure adrenaline hit my chest. This didn't make any rational sense at all. Whatever was swimming down there in the freezing black void wasn't just casually traveling alongside the large ferry. It was completely focused on me. It was actively following me. I tried to swallow, but my mouth was completely dry and tasted like copper. I took 3 slow, very deliberate steps back toward the front of the long observation deck. The dark mass beneath the rushing water glided forward effortlessly, matching my exact pace step for step without breaking the surface. I stopped moving again. It stopped moving again. Total panic started to bubble up quickly in my chest, making it hard to take a full breath. I leaned slightly further over the cold railing, squinting intensely into the dark, churning ocean, desperately trying to make out any distinct physical features. Was it some kind of strange marine animal? Was it some weird piece of technology? The water was way too dark, and the surface was too murky and agitated to see clearly. But the absolute, undeniable intention behind its precise movements was terrifying. It was completely aware of me standing up there. I took a large step back from the edge of the railing, my heart now hammering violently against my ribs. I looked frantically around the empty observation deck. There was absolutely no one else out there to show this to. It was just me, the freezing, howling wind, and the endless black ocean stretching out forever. I felt incredibly exposed and terribly alone. The mundane safety of the brightly lit passenger cabin suddenly seemed very, very far away. I took another long step backward toward the cabin doors, putting more solid distance between myself and the dangerous edge of the boat. I just wanted to turn around, run back inside, and lock myself in the nearest bathroom until we docked. But for some inexplicable reason, I couldn't tear my eyes away from the dark water below. I felt a sick, awful need to know if it was still waiting down there. I cautiously moved back to the metal railing, gripping the cold, wet steel pipe so tightly my fingers went numb. I looked straight down. The dark shape was indeed still there, perfectly aligned with my exact position on the deck, but now it seemed much closer to the surface than it had been seconds ago. The dark mass was slowly rising. Quietly, deliberately, the massive shape was ascending straight up through the murky depths toward the hull. The dark water directly above it seemed to ripple strangely, almost bubbling, violently resisting its smooth upward movement. I still couldn't see any eyes or limbs or a face of any kind. It was just an absolute, solid void of pure darkness, and it was coming straight up toward the top. I froze entirely in place. My tight grip on the wet metal railing tightened so much my knuckles ached with the pressure. I desperately wanted to scream for help, but my throat felt completely paralyzed, locked tight by pure fear. The dark shape finally stopped rising when it was just a few inches below the surface of the violently churning water. It was incredibly close now. It felt like if I leaned over just a bit more, I could reach my hand down and touch it. The howling wind suddenly seemed to drop away entirely. The loud, mechanical roar of the ferry's deep engine suddenly felt incredibly muffled, like my ears had popped. A heavy, sickeningly unnatural stillness fell instantly over the entire exterior deck. Then I heard it. It cut cleanly through the rushing sound of the black water with terrifying, absolute clarity. It was a voice, but it wasn't coming from anywhere on the observation deck or from anywhere inside the boat behind me. It was coming directly up from the freezing, dark water below me. Mason. It spoke my name, my actual first name. My entire body went completely cold and numb. The voice sounded entirely wrong in a way that is hard to explain. It was wet, heavily gurgling, and deeply distorted, sounding exactly like someone desperately trying to speak clearly while their lungs were actively filling with freezing ocean water. But beneath that awful distortion, beneath the horrific, unnatural gargling sound, I instantly recognized the specific tone and cadence. It was my own voice. It sounded exactly like a clean audio recording of me, being played back slowly through a broken, waterlogged speaker submerged deep under the dark ocean. Come down, Mason. The distorted, wet echo of my own voice hit my brain like a physical blow. The absolute, terrifying impossibility of it completely shattered any remaining sense of logic or reason I had left. This wasn't a confused animal following the boat. This wasn't a weird trick of the dim deck lighting. Something awful was swimming in the black water beside me, and it was perfectly mimicking my voice. It knew exactly who I was. I stumbled backward hard, my heavy boots slipping slightly on the damp, painted metal of the deck. I bumped violently into the thick steel wall of the passenger cabin behind me, knocking the wind out of my lungs. I couldn't breathe right. My chest heaved rapidly as I stared wildly at the metal railing, fully expecting something wet and horrifying to pull itself over the edge onto the deck at any second. Right beside me, the loose metal latch on the white life ring suddenly started clinking again in the returning wind. The sharp sound was deafening to me now. It sounded like a sharp, rhythmic ticking clock counting down my final seconds. Mason, the wet, horribly distorted voice echoed up from the dark again, noticeably louder and more urgent this time. The dark water immediately next to the metal hull splashed aggressively, as if the massive black shape was now violently thrashing just below the surface, trying to break through. That aggressive splashing sound finally broke my physical paralysis. I spun around frantically, grabbed the heavy metal handle of the exterior cabin door with both hands, and yanked it open with all my strength. I threw my entire body inside the doorway, slamming the heavy weather-sealed door completely shut behind me with a loud, echoing metallic bang. I stood there in the glaring, artificial fluorescent light of the main passenger cabin, gasping loudly for air. My hands were shaking completely out of my control. I leaned my entire back against the heavy metal door, pressing my weight against it as if physically holding it shut would somehow protect me from whatever was waiting out there in the freezing darkness. The large cabin was exactly as I had left it just minutes ago. The endless rows of empty plastic seats, the buzzing lights overhead. The old man was still deeply asleep in the far back booth, completely unbothered. Everything inside was completely normal, totally mundane, and awfully quiet. The extreme contrast between this bright, boring room and the terrifying, impossible darkness outside was incredibly jarring to my system. I backed away from the exterior door very slowly, keeping my wide eyes completely fixed on the small, square glass window set into the metal frame. I couldn't see anything at all outside, just the solid, pitch-black night pressing heavily against the glass. I quickly walked straight down the center aisle, desperately wanting to put as much physical distance between myself and that exterior door as possible. I practically collapsed into a padded booth near the exact center of the ferry, my heart still racing a mile a minute, my chest physically aching from the panic. I pulled my knees up tightly and just sat there in silence, trying desperately to process what the hell had just happened to me. My panicked mind raced, trying to find absolutely any rational, scientific explanation. Was it someone playing an elaborate, cruel prank on me? Did someone have a powerful waterproof speaker attached to the side of the hull? No, that was physically impossible. We were moving way too fast through rough water, the ocean was too violent, and there was absolutely no one else out there. And even if it was a prank, how could anyone possibly know my name? How could they perfectly replicate my exact voice out of nowhere, yet make it sound so incredibly wrong and dead? I spent the entire rest of that horrible crossing staring blankly at the ugly, patterned carpet on the cabin floor. I absolutely refused to look out any of the large side windows. I was completely terrified of what I might see pressing its face against the thick glass from the darkness outside, looking in at me. I just listened closely to the steady, deep thrum of the engine beneath my feet, silently praying for the large boat to finally reach the Seattle terminal. Every single time the heavy ferry shifted slightly on a large wave, every time the old metal groaned under the stress of the deep water, I flinched violently. I kept dreading that I would suddenly hear that wet, horribly distorted whisper echoing through the quiet, empty cabin. The remaining 40 minutes of that ferry ride honestly felt like an entire lifetime. Finally, the loud, jarring electronic sound of the public intercom crackled loudly to life, the captain casually announcing our arrival in Seattle. The sleeping old man in the back finally stirred and sat up, slowly rubbing his tired eyes. I didn't wait for instructions. I practically sprinted down the narrow metal stairs to the lower vehicle deck before the large ferry had even fully docked at the pier. I locked myself securely inside my car, staring straight ahead at the massive closed steel doors at the front of the vessel. The heavy air down there felt incredibly suffocating now. When the massive doors finally began to loudly creak open, slowly revealing the wet, damp concrete of the terminal ramp, I started my engine instantly. I drove off the boat so fast my tires actually spun slightly on the wet metal off-ramp. I didn't stop driving until I was safely parked inside my apartment building's brightly lit, secure underground garage. I physically locked every single door and window in my apartment that night, double-checking each one, and I left every single light bulb turned on until the sun finally came up the next morning. I never told anyone what happened out there on the water. I knew exactly how completely crazy the story sounded out loud, a dark shape matching the boat's speed, a distorted, wet voice perfectly mimicking my own from the black ocean. People would immediately think I was severely sleep-deprived or just completely losing my mind. Sometimes, when I'm safe in my living room, I try to convince myself of that, too. I try to tell myself that it was just a severe auditory hallucination caused by extreme fatigue, stress, and the loud, hypnotic sound of the rushing water against the metal hull. But deep down in my gut, I know exactly what I saw. I know exactly what I heard calling to me. I still live in the Seattle area. I still have to travel out to the peninsula occasionally to see my family for holidays, but I never, ever take the late-night ferry anymore. I make absolutely sure I only travel in the middle of the day, when the bright sun is shining down on the water and the observation decks are crowded with loud, normal people. Because even now, years later, whenever I find myself standing anywhere near deep, dark water, I can't help but look down into the crushing darkness. And I'm always completely terrified that I'm going to hear that wet, horribly distorted echo of my own voice again, quietly asking me to come down. Story 12. Back in Sydney, I worked the night shift at a gas station. I used to think the scariest thing I'd see was a drunk customer. I was wrong. That job actually prepared me for the kind of isolation I would face a few years later. I had moved on to what I thought was a much better gig. I got hired to monitor servers overnight in a massive tech building just outside the city limits. It was supposed to be the easiest job in the world. The building itself was essentially a giant concrete fortress. It sat at the end of a long, dead-end road, surrounded by empty fields and a tall chain-link fence. The company handled data storage for a bunch of different corporate clients. Because of the sensitive information on those servers, the security was incredibly strict. Every single door in the building required a specialized keycard to open. You couldn't even get into the employee break room without scanning your badge. My shift ran from 10 p.m. until 6 a.m. By the time I arrived, the daytime staff was completely gone. The parking lot was just a vast, empty stretch of asphalt under a few flickering streetlights. I would park my car, scan my way into the front lobby, and lock the main doors behind me. From that point on, I was the only living person inside a building the size of a shopping mall. My workstation was in the central security hub on the ground floor. The control room was a small, windowless office dominated by a massive wall of monitors. There were 32 different camera feeds displaying every angle of the facility. They showed the perimeter, the endless white hallways, the loading docks, and the 4 main server rooms. My job was incredibly simple. I just had to sit there, drink coffee, and make sure none of the alarms went off. If a server overheated or if the power fluctuated, I was supposed to call the on-call engineer. That was it. Most nights, absolutely nothing happened. The building was so quiet you could hear the air conditioning kicking on from 3 rooms away. I usually brought my laptop to watch movies or do some reading. I would glance up at the monitors every 10 minutes or so just to make sure the building hadn't caught on fire. It was incredibly boring, but it paid well. I liked the solitude. I never minded being alone in the dark. At least I didn't back then. The 4 server rooms were located in the basement level of the building. They were massive, freezing cold spaces filled with row after row of towering black metal racks. The racks were packed with servers, all covered in tiny blinking green and amber lights. On the camera feeds, the rooms just looked like long, dark aisles illuminated by a faint, eerie glow. Server room 4 was located at the very back of the basement, at the end of a long, dead-end corridor. Room 4 always gave me a slightly weird feeling, even on the cameras. It was the largest room, but it was only half full of equipment. The back half of the room was just empty, shadowed space. A few weeks before this happened, some of the IT guys had been down there doing maintenance. They had left a standard black rolling office chair sitting at the end of one of the aisles. I saw it on the camera feed every single night. It was just a normal chair, sitting in the dark. The night everything happened started out completely normal. I got to work, locked the doors, and settled into my chair. The weather outside was terrible. It was pouring rain, and the wind was howling against the concrete walls of the building. I put my headphones on and started watching a movie on my laptop. The first few hours dragged by without a single issue. The monitors glowed brightly in front of me, showing 32 different views of completely empty rooms. It was around 1:30 a.m. when the first strange thing happened. I had just taken my headphones off to go grab another cup of coffee. As I stood up, my eyes naturally swept across the wall of monitors. The feed for camera 22, which pointed directly down the main aisle of server room 4, suddenly cut to black. It wasn't a slow fade. It just instantly snapped to a black screen, like the power to that specific camera had been cut. I froze and stared at the empty square on the monitor wall. My first thought was just that it was a technical glitch. The building was heavily reliant on the local power grid, and the storm outside was pretty intense. I figured a minor power surge had caused the camera to reset. I stood there watching the black square, waiting for the feed to return. About 10 seconds later, the screen flickered and the image popped back up. Everything looked exactly the same. The long aisle, the blinking green lights, the dark shadows at the back of the room. I let out a breath and turned to walk toward the coffee machine. But as I turned away, something caught my eye. Something in the image had changed. I leaned closer to the monitor, my face just a few inches from the screen. The black rolling chair at the end of the aisle. It wasn't in the corner anymore. When I had looked at the monitor 5 minutes ago, the chair was tucked neatly against the back wall. Now it was sitting slightly out in the middle of the aisle. It had moved maybe a foot or two to the left. I felt a very sudden, very cold drop in my stomach. I stared at the screen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Chairs don't just move on their own. It defied basic logic. I immediately pulled up the electronic access logs on my main computer. The system recorded every single time a keycard was swiped anywhere in the building. I checked the logs for the basement level. Nothing. The last person to badge into the basement had been an engineer at 4 p.m. the previous afternoon. I was absolutely alone in the building. The heavy steel door to room 4 was securely locked. There was no physical way anyone could be down there. I tried to rationalize it. I told myself it had to be the air conditioning. The AC units in the server rooms were incredibly powerful to keep the equipment from overheating. Maybe a sudden blast of air had pushed the chair, or maybe the floor was slightly uneven and the vibrations from the servers had caused it to roll. It felt like a weak excuse, even in my own head, but I forced myself to accept it. I sat back down and tried to focus on my movie. For For the next hour, I couldn't stop looking at the monitor. My eyes kept darting back to camera 22. The chair just sat there in the aisle, completely motionless. The rational part of my brain kept telling me to ignore it. It was just a chair. But the primal part of my brain, the part that kept me safe, was screaming that something was wrong. I started to feel very exposed sitting in the main control room. At 2:45 a.m., it happened again. I was looking right at the monitor when the feed for room 4 completely dropped out, just a sudden blank black square. This time my heart immediately started pounding against my ribs. I sat up straight, my hands gripping the edge of the desk. The silence in the control room suddenly felt oppressive. I waited for the feed to come back. 5 seconds passed, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. It stayed black. Just as I was reaching for the radio to call the on-call engineer, the screen flickered and the image returned. I instantly looked at the end of the aisle. The chair had moved again. This time it wasn't a subtle shift. It had rolled a good 10 feet down the aisle, moving directly toward the camera. It was now sitting clearly in the center of the walkway, bathed in the faint green glow of the server racks. It looked entirely unnatural. There was no way an air conditioning draft moved a heavy office chair 10 feet in a straight line. Someone or something had pushed it. My hands were visibly shaking as I checked the access logs again. Still nothing. The system insisted the door was locked and the room was empty. I felt a cold sweat break out on the back of my neck. I realized I was holding my breath, straining to hear any sound coming from the basement. Company protocol dictated that any unexplained movement or security anomaly required a physical visual check. I had to go down there. The thought of leaving the brightly lit control room made my stomach churn. But if I didn't check and something was actually wrong, I would lose my job. I grabbed my heavy metal flashlight from the desk. It was heavy enough to use as a weapon if I needed to. I took a deep breath and walked out of the control room. The main hallway felt completely different now. The bright white fluorescent lights seemed harsh and unnatural. Every step I took echoed loudly off the concrete walls and the linoleum floor. I felt incredibly vulnerable. I walked to the stairwell and pulled the door open. The sound of the heavy metal hinges echoing down the empty concrete stairs made me wince. I started making my way down to the basement level. The air grew noticeably colder with every step. I reached the bottom of the stairs and swiped my card to enter the basement corridor. The heavy door clicked open with a loud electronic buzz. I stepped into the hallway. It was completely silent down here except for the low, constant hum of the servers vibrating through the walls. I walked slowly down the corridor, passing the doors for rooms 1, 2, and 3. I finally stopped in front of the door for room 4. I stood there for a long time. I pressed my ear against the cold metal of the door, listening intently. I couldn't hear anything over the sound of the cooling fans inside. I swallowed hard, gripped my flashlight tightly in my right hand, and swiped my keycard. The light on the reader flashed green. The locking mechanism disengaged with a heavy clunk. I grabbed the handle, pushed the door open, and quickly shined my flashlight into the darkness. The freezing air hit me like a physical wall. The noise of the servers was deafening in person. The narrow aisle stretched out in front of me, illuminated only by the thousands of tiny blinking lights. I swept the beam of my flashlight side to side. The room was completely empty. I walked a few steps inside. The black rolling chair was sitting right where I had seen it on the camera in the middle of the aisle. I shined my light into the dark corners. Nothing. I let out a long, shaky breath. My adrenaline was crashing, leaving me feeling exhausted and ridiculous. I walked down the aisle, grabbed the back of the chair, and forcefully rolled it all the way back to the far corner of the room. I shoved it against the wall. I did a quick lap around the server racks, checking the perimeter. There was absolutely nobody in the room. I walked back out, pulled the heavy door shut, and made sure it locked behind me. The walk back up to the control room felt slightly better. I had faced my fear and found nothing. I convinced myself that the camera feed dropping out was causing some kind of visual glitch, making the chair appear in different places. It was a stupid theory, but I needed to believe it to get through the rest of my shift. I got back to my desk, sat down, and checked the monitor. The chair was back in the corner. Everything was normal. I tried to relax. I drank some water and tried to focus on my phone, but the feeling of unease wouldn't completely go away. The back of my neck still prickled like someone was standing directly behind my chair. I kept catching myself checking the monitors out of the corner of my eye. The storm outside had worsened, and the occasional rumble of thunder vibrated through the concrete walls. I just wanted the sun to come up. It was 3:45 a.m. when the terror truly set in. I was looking down at my phone when the control room suddenly felt freezing cold. It was a drastic, immediate drop in temperature. I looked up at the wall of monitors. Every single screen was fine except for camera 22. The feed for server room 4 was completely black again, but this time the black square didn't just look like a dead feed. It looked dense, like a physical shadow. I sat there completely frozen, staring at the black screen. 10 seconds passed, 20 seconds, a full minute. The feed wasn't coming back. The feeling of being watched was suddenly overwhelming. It didn't feel like someone was looking through the cameras anymore. It felt like someone was looking directly at me. I grabbed my flashlight again. My hands were sweating so much I could barely grip the metal handle. I knew I couldn't just sit there. I had to know. I left the control room for the second time. The walk down the hallway felt like a nightmare. My legs felt heavy, like I was moving through deep water. The silence of the building felt malicious now. I reached the basement stairwell and started down. Every shadow seemed to stretch and move. By the time I reached the bottom floor, my chest was tight with panic. I walked down the corridor toward room 4. The humming of the servers sounded like a low, angry growl. I stopped in front of the door. The system log clearly stated I was the only person to open this door all night. I raised my keycard with a trembling hand. I swiped it. The reader flashed green. The lock clicked. I took a deep breath, braced myself, and threw the heavy door open. I immediately raised my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness of the freezing room. I shined it straight down the main aisle. The black rolling chair was gone. It wasn't in the corner and it wasn't in the aisle. It was completely missing from my line of sight. I stepped slowly into the room, my flashlight darting frantically between the rows of massive black server racks. The noise of the cooling fans was overwhelming, drowning out the sound of my own ragged breathing. I walked further down the aisle, sweeping the light into every shadow. The room felt entirely different, felt occupied. I reached the center of the room. I turned to my right, looking down a narrow side aisle between two massive banks of servers. The end of this aisle was a blind spot for the camera. It was an area the lens couldn't reach. The server rack at the very end of this aisle had a polished, reflective glass front panel. Most of them were metal, but this specific rack had a glass door. I pointed my flashlight down the narrow walkway. The beam hit the glass panel at the end of the row. The reflection bounced back at me, illuminating the tight space. But the reflection wasn't just showing empty server racks. I stopped breathing. The air in my lungs turned to ice. Standing in the dark corner, perfectly still, right in the camera's blind spot, was a figure. I couldn't see a face. I couldn't make out any details. It was just a tall, dark silhouette reflecting in the glass. The figure wasn't moving. It was just standing there, facing the glass, facing my reflection. The black rolling chair was sitting right beside it. Someone had pulled the chair into the blind spot and had been sitting perfectly still in the freezing darkness, just out of sight of the camera. The only reason I could see them was because of the reflection in the glass panel. My mind completely blanked. I was paralyzed by a very pure, very primal kind of terror. I stood there for what felt like hours, staring at the dark shape in the glass. The figure didn't turn around, it didn't make a sound, it just remained perfectly still, a silent shadow hidden in the freezing room. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The camera feed hadn't been glitching, it had been intentionally blocked. Someone had been covering the lens for a few seconds at a time so they could move across the room without being recorded. I didn't yell, I didn't ask who was there. Every survival instinct I had was screaming at me to run. I slowly took a step backward. My shoe scraped slightly against the linoleum floor. The dark figure in the reflection twitched. It was a tiny movement, just a slight shifting of the shoulders, but it was enough. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I spun around and sprinted toward the open door. I didn't look back. I threw myself through the doorway and slammed the heavy metal door shut behind me. I heard the lock engage with a loud click. I didn't stop running. I bolted down the basement corridor, up the concrete stairs, and through the main lobby. I didn't even stop at the control room to grab my laptop or my jacket. I shoved the main entrance doors open and sprinted out into the pouring rain. I unlocked my car, jumped in, and locked the doors. I drove away from the building as fast as I could. I didn't stop driving until I was back in the city, surrounded by streetlights and other cars. I parked outside a 24-hour diner and sat in my car, shaking uncontrollably as the sun finally started to come up. I called my manager at 7 a.m. I told him I was leaving the keys in my mailbox and I was never coming back. I refused to explain why. A few weeks later, I got an email from the security firm. They told me that after I abandoned my post, they did a full sweep of the building. They found nothing out of the ordinary. They checked the camera footage from that night. They said the feed for room 4 had corrupted at exactly 1:30 a.m., right when I saw the first blackout. According to them, the camera never recorded anything after that point. The system just showed a blank file. But they also found something else during their sweep. When the daytime staff went down to room 4, they found the black rolling chair pushed into the dark corner, in the exact blind spot I had seen. And right next to the chair, sitting on top of one of the server racks, they found an empty water bottle and a small, dirty hand towel. Someone had been living in the basement. Someone who knew exactly how to avoid the cameras, and who had been sitting in the dark, watching me through the lens. Story 13. This happened during 3 knocks at every rest stop stall. Everyone was afraid of what was outside, but my fear came from inside my own house. At least that was the strange, disjointed thought running through my exhausted mind when this whole nightmare started. I grew up in an old, drafty place that always felt completely unsettling. I spent my entire childhood believing that the most terrifying things in the world were the things locked inside with you. But as I got older, I realized I was entirely wrong. I realized that out on the open road, in the vast, empty spaces of the country, there are fears that do not belong to any house. There are things waiting in the isolated places we only pass through. My name is Owen, and a few years ago I was making a massive move from the East Coast out to Arizona. I had packed my entire life into the back of a silver sedan. It was late October. The days were getting much shorter, and the nights out in the desert were dropping to freezing temperatures very quickly. The dashboard clock glowed a faint green in the dark cabin of my car. It read 2:15 a.m. I had been driving on pure willpower and stale gas station coffee for the last 4 straight hours. My eyes felt like they were completely full of sand. Every time I blinked, it felt like it took a little bit longer for my heavy eyelids to open back up again. I was traveling westbound on Interstate 40, deep into New Mexico. If you have ever driven that specific stretch of highway in the middle of the night, you know exactly how desolate it gets. There are no city lights glowing softly on the horizon. There are no massive billboards illuminating the side of the road. There is just an endless ocean of flat, dark desert stretching out in every direction. The darkness out there is so thick it feels like it completely swallows up the narrow beams of your headlights. The highway was entirely dead. I had not seen another pair of headlights or the red glow of taillights in at least 45 minutes. It was just me, the steady hum of my tires against the cold asphalt, and the hypnotic white lines flashing constantly past my driver's side window. I started getting that dangerous kind of tired, the kind of exhaustion where your brain starts playing slight tricks on your vision. Shadows on the edge of the road start looking like tall people standing perfectly still in the ditch. The dark, jagged shapes of the distant mesas start to look like they are slowly shifting and moving against the night sky. I knew I needed to pull over immediately. I was starting to drift slightly in my lane. I just needed to stretch my stiff legs, splash some freezing water on my face, and maybe recline my seat to close my eyes for 20 solid minutes. Up ahead, the reflective green surface of a highway sign caught the edge of my high beams. It announced a rest area 1 mile ahead. It felt like a massive wave of relief. I signaled right, even though there was absolutely no one around for miles to see it, and eased my foot off the accelerator. The off-ramp was unusually long and curved slightly downward into a small, shallow valley. As I rolled into the rest area, my stomach sank just a little bit. It was incredibly bleak and unwelcoming. There were no massive semi-trucks parked in the long vehicle spaces. There were no families sleeping safely in their locked cars. The entire lot was a vast, empty stretch of cracked, uneven concrete. The facility itself was just a small, rectangular brick building with a flat roof. A few concrete picnic tables sat under rusted metal awnings off to the far side. The only illumination came from 2 tall light poles standing in the center of the parking lot. They cast a sickly, flickering orange glow over the empty parking spaces. I pulled my car up relatively close to the brick building. I put the gear shift in park and turned off the ignition. The exact moment the engine died, the silence of the desert slammed into the cabin of the car. It was almost physically deafening. Without the familiar hum of the engine and the constant rush of the wind against the windshield, my ears actually started to ring slightly. I sat there in the driver's seat for a long minute, just staring out through the glass. The only movement I could see was a massive, pale moth throwing itself violently against the plastic casing of a fluorescent light fixture directly above the men's room door. I unbuckled my seatbelt, I grabbed my keys, slipped them securely into my jacket pocket, and pushed my door open. The cold air hit me instantly. It was much colder than I had anticipated. I zipped my thick jacket all the way up to my chin. As I stepped out onto the rough pavement, the thick rubber sole of my right sneaker let out a sharp, high-pitched squeak. The sound echoed slightly off the solid brick wall of the building, briefly cutting through the oppressive silence of the area. I walked slowly toward the entrance. Aside from the irritating buzzing of the fluorescent bulb and the frantic, rhythmic tapping of the moth against the plastic casing, the rest stop was completely dead silent. I reached out and grabbed the metal handle of the bathroom door. It was freezing cold to the bare touch. I pulled it open. The heavy metal hinges gave a low, agonizing groan, and the metal bottom of the door scraped loudly against the ceramic floor tiles. I stepped inside the bathroom and let the heavy door swing shut naturally behind me. It closed with a deep, echoing thud that reverberated heavily through the small, enclosed room. The smell hit me right away. It was a thick, unpleasant mixture of cheap industrial bleach, stale plumbing water, and cold concrete. The lighting in here was harsh, bright white, making my tired eyes water slightly as they adjusted from the dark parking lot. The walls were covered in small, square tiles that might have been white at some point, but were now stained a faded, sickly yellow. I stood near the entrance for a brief second, just taking in the layout of the space. To my left, there were 3 cracked porcelain urinals mounted unevenly to the wall. Above them, a single, dirty air vent hummed constantly with a low, vibrating rattle. To my right was a long row of 4 individual stalls, separated by heavy gray metal partitions. At the far end of the room, directly across from the stalls, a large, smudged mirror hung over a long, continuous sink counter. One of the metal faucets was dripping constantly, a steady, rhythmic drop of water hitting the metal basin. Drip, drip, drip. I walked slowly down the center aisle. Out of pure habit, and maybe a little bit of lingering unease from being in such an isolated place, I instinctively glanced downward. The gray metal partitions of the stalls stopped about a full foot above the tiled floor. I looked down the entire row, carefully checking the gaps underneath each door. It was completely empty. There were no shoes visible. There were no shadows cast on the floor tiles by the harsh overhead lighting. The bathroom was absolutely deserted. I was entirely alone in the building. I walked past the first 3 stalls and firmly pushed open the door to the last one at the very end of the row. The heavy metal door whined slightly in protest as I pushed it open. I stepped inside the small stall and pulled the door shut behind me. I reached out and slid the thick metal locking latch completely across. It snapped securely into place with a loud, sharp clack that echoed loudly off the hard tile surfaces of the empty room. I leaned my head back against the cold metal side partition for a moment. I closed my eyes, just letting the heavy wave of fatigue wash over my body. For a few seconds, the complete isolation actually felt slightly peaceful. The rattling air vent and the constantly dripping sink slowly became a sort of comforting white noise. I sat there for maybe 2 or 3 full minutes. My exhausted mind was starting to drift, caught somewhere quietly between waking and sleeping. I was already planning the next long leg of the drive in my head. I was thinking about where I would finally stop for breakfast once the sun eventually came up over the desert. And then the quiet was suddenly broken. It happened right behind my head, on the outside of the painted metal door I had just locked. 3 distinct knocks. They were remarkably sharp. They were heavy and deliberate. They sounded exactly like someone rapidly rapping their bare knuckles against the painted metal surface. Knock, knock, knock. My heart completely stopped in my chest. My eyes snapped entirely open, and every single muscle in my entire body went instantly rigid. A freezing cold wave of pure adrenaline rushed violently from my chest all the way down to my fingertips. I completely stopped breathing, freezing perfectly in place like a stone statue. I stared blankly at the gray metal door right in front of my face. The gray paint was heavily scratched and chipped near the handle. The metal latch was still securely locked in the horizontal position. I waited anxiously for the inevitable voice. I waited for an embarrassed stranger to say "excuse me" or to aggressively jiggle the handle, finally realizing the stall was occupied by someone else. But no human voice ever came. The heavy silence rushed completely back into the room, feeling thick and incredibly suffocating. The dripping sink at the far end of the room suddenly seemed incredibly loud and rhythmic now. I slowly, carefully lowered my eyes, genuinely terrified of what I was going to see. I looked directly at the 1-foot gap between the bottom of the stall door and the dirty white tile floor. I fully expected to see a pair of heavy work boots standing right outside my door. I expected to see the dark shadow of a tall person blocking the harsh overhead light from spilling into my stall. There was absolutely nothing. The floor tiles were completely bare. There were no feet anywhere. There was no shadow stretching ominously into my enclosed space. There was absolutely no visual evidence whatsoever that anyone was standing on the other side of that thin piece of metal. My panicked mind immediately started scrambling desperately for a logical explanation. I firmly told myself it must have been the old plumbing hidden inside the walls. Old pipes can make strange, sudden banging noises, right? Or maybe the heavy metal partitions were simply expanding and contracting in the freezing night air of the desert. But deep down in my gut, I knew that was a complete lie. The sound had not been a metallic groan or a dull, settling thud. It was the undeniable, deliberate, and hollow sound of human knuckles physically striking metal, 3 rhythmic, intentional times. I swallowed hard, trying to moisten my completely dry throat. I decided I absolutely had to say something. I couldn't just sit there frozen in silence like a coward. I cleared my throat softly, trying desperately to find my voice. "Hello," I called out tentatively. My voice sounded incredibly weak and shaky. It echoed slightly in the empty, tiled bathroom. I listened intensely, straining my ears to catch even the absolute faintest sound of breathing, shifting weight, or subtle movement. Nothing, absolutely no response. Just the constant, uncaring rattle of the air vent and the slow dripping water hitting the metal basin. I couldn't stay inside that small, enclosed space for another second. The feeling of being completely trapped was becoming overwhelming. My hands were visibly shaking slightly as I reached out slowly toward the metal latch. I pinched the metal and slid it back. The clack of the lock disengaging felt 10 times louder than when I had locked it earlier. I placed my flat palm against the cold metal door and pushed it open very, very slowly. I was half bracing my body to find a random, unhinged stranger standing right there in the center aisle, staring blankly back at me. But as the heavy door swung fully open, revealing the rest of the bathroom, I saw exactly what I had seen before. Nothing, the room was completely and entirely empty. The harsh fluorescent lights hummed steadily overhead. The large mirror across the room reflected the empty row of stalls perfectly. I was entirely alone. I stepped out of the stall carefully, keeping my back pressed closely to the tiled wall. I simply didn't trust my own eyes anymore. I needed to be absolutely, perfectly sure no one was hiding. I walked quietly to the stall right next to mine. The metal door was resting slightly ajar. I pushed it all the way open with the toe of my shoe. It was entirely empty. I quickly moved to the next one. I pushed it open, empty. I walked briskly to the very first stall near the main entrance. I practically kicked the door open. There was nothing inside but a stained white toilet bowl and some faded black graffiti scratched deeply into the wall paint. I even walked nervously over to the heavy entrance door and carefully looked behind it, just in case someone had somehow slipped silently inside and wedged themselves into the dark corner. There was no one there. The bathroom was a completely closed environment, and I was the only living thing breathing inside it. It was physically impossible for someone to have knocked on my door and hidden or left without me hearing them. I stood in the exact center of the room, running both hands aggressively through my hair. I felt a wave of strange, confusing relief wash heavily over me, mixed with deep, lingering paranoia. It had to be the building settling. It was the only thing that made any logical sense to my exhausted brain. I let out a long, very shaky breath. I walked over to the long row of sinks. I leaned heavily over the counter and turned the cold metal knob on the faucet next to the dripping one. The old pipes shuddered violently inside the wall before a thick stream of freezing cold water rushed loudly out. I cupped my hands together, caught the freezing water, and splashed it directly into my face. The icy shock felt incredibly intense. It instantly cleared away some of the mental fog and the heavy exhaustion clouding my thoughts. I did it a second time, rubbing my tired eyes hard. I looked up slowly at my reflection in the smudged mirror. I looked absolutely terrible. My skin was very pale, and my eyes were heavily bloodshot with dark, bruised circles underneath them. I sternly told myself I just needed to get out of this depressing place. I would get right back in my car, blast the heater on high, turn on some loud music, and drive straight until I hit a brightly lit gas station or a cheap motel. I reached over to the plastic paper towel dispenser mounted securely on the wall. I pulled down hard on the side lever. The harsh, mechanical ripping sound of the thick paper echoed loudly in the quiet room. I dried my wet face and my shaking hands quickly. I crumpled the damp paper towel tightly into a small ball and tossed it into the gray plastic trash can sitting near the exit. I felt much calmer now. The sudden panic from a few minutes ago felt irrational and silly. I turned around completely, facing the heavy metal exit door, totally ready to leave this bleak place behind forever. I took one single, confident step forward toward the door. And then the horrible sound happened again. Knock, knock, knock. I froze instantly mid-step. The blood running through my veins practically turned to ice water. Every single muscle in my body locked up violently. The breath got totally trapped painfully in my lungs. The rhythmic sound did not come from the entrance door standing in front of me. It did not come from the ceiling, and it did not come from the plumbing buried in the walls. I knew exactly where the heavy sound had come from, and the terrifying realization made my stomach drop into a bottomless pit. I turned my head very, very slowly. I looked back down the center aisle, past the row of sinks, directly toward the line of gray metal stalls. The sound had clearly come from the very last stall at the end of the room. The exact stall I had just been sitting inside less than 5 minutes ago. I stared completely wide-eyed at the metal door. When I had hastily left that stall to check the empty room, I had left the door completely wide open. It had been hanging out into the middle of the aisle. But it wasn't open anymore. The gray metal door was now silently pushed almost entirely shut, resting quietly just inches away from the metal door frame. My eyes immediately darted frantically down to the floor. I stared intensely at the open 1-foot gap between the bottom of the door and the white tiles. The harsh overhead light illuminated the empty space perfectly. There were still no shoes, there were no bare feet, there was no dark shadow cast on the floor. There was absolutely no physical human presence standing inside that small space. But the sound had been unmistakably real. It was the loud sound of 3 heavy knuckles rapping sharply against the painted metal door. And the worst part was the direction of the sound. It hadn't come from the outside of the door like it had the first time. It had come directly from the inside. It had come from inside the totally empty space I had just vacated. The air in the bathroom suddenly felt impossibly heavy and thick. It felt exactly like the temperature had plummeted 10 degrees in a single, terrifying second. The humming of the overhead lights and the rattling of the vent completely faded away in my ears, leaving only the incredibly loud, rhythmic dripping of the sink. I couldn't take my eyes off that partially closed metal door. I felt an overwhelming, suffocating sense of dread radiating violently from that dark, empty corner of the room. It felt intensely like something unseen was standing right there, just completely out of sight, watching me intently from the inside of the stall. I desperately needed to leave. I needed to get out of that brick building right that very second. I absolutely refused to turn my back on that closed stall. I started taking very slow, cautious, measured steps backward toward the heavy entrance door. As I nervously shifted my weight backward, the thick rubber sole of my right sneaker dragged heavily across the dirty tile floor. It let out that exact same sharp, high-pitched squeak it had made out in the parking lot. Instantly, a response came from inside the empty stall. Knock, knock, knock. It was significantly louder this time, much harder. It wasn't random or accidental. It was responding directly to the specific noise I had just made. It was mocking me. Or worse, it was actively acknowledging my presence. The tiny, fragile thread of rational thought holding my mind together completely snapped. Pure, blind, animalistic panic took total over. I spun around violently, threw both of my hands frantically against the heavy metal exit door, and shoved it open with every single ounce of strength I possessed. I burst aggressively out into the freezing night air of the desert. The heavy door slammed violently shut behind me with a massive, echoing bang that rang loudly across the desolate concrete parking lot. The pale moth was still frantically beating its delicate wings against the flickering light fixture above my head. I didn't dare look back over my shoulder. I started sprinting desperately across the empty, cracked concrete. The freezing cold air burned my lungs painfully as I gasped heavily for breath. The only sound in the world was the frantic, chaotic crunch of my shoes against the loose gravel and the hard pavement. I reached my car and frantically yanked on the driver's side door handle. It was completely locked. I started digging wildly and aggressively into my jacket pocket, my hands shaking so violently I could barely even grip my metal keys. I finally pulled them out, jammed the metal key into the lock, and twisted it hard. I threw the door open, practically fell heavily into the driver's seat, and slammed the door shut behind me. I hit the automatic lock button immediately. The loud, mechanical click of all 4 doors locking simultaneously gave me a tiny, fleeting second of pathetic comfort. I jammed the key rapidly into the ignition and twisted it forward hard. The engine roared loudly to life on the very first try. I immediately reached over, threw the bright headlights on, and slammed the gearshift violently into drive. As the car lurched heavily forward, the bright, piercing beams of my headlights swept directly across the front of the brick bathroom building. For just a tiny fraction of a terrifying second, the bright light hit the heavy metal entrance door. The heavy metal door was slowly swinging outward. It was steadily opening, just a few slow inches, easing open into the cold desert night, exactly as if someone, or something unseen, had just calmly stepped quietly out of the dark building to stand completely still on the sidewalk and watch me leave. I didn't stick around to investigate. I hit the gas pedal to the floor. The back tires spun briefly on the dusty pavement before loudly catching traction. I sped recklessly out of the dark rest area, taking the curved on-ramp at 40 miles an hour, and merged aggressively onto the pitch-black highway. I pushed the car up to 85 miles an hour and fiercely held it there. I turned the heater on full blast, but I couldn't stop violently shivering in my seat. I gripped the steering wheel so incredibly hard my knuckles were turning pure white. I drove for another 2 solid hours straight, absolutely terrified to even glance in my rearview mirror, utterly convinced I would see something horrible sitting quietly in my backseat. I didn't finally stop driving until I saw the bright, blinding canopy lights of a massive, 24-hour truck stop near the Arizona border, surrounded comfortingly by dozens of awake people and idling semi-trucks. I have absolutely never stopped at another lonely highway rest area since that horrible night. If I desperately need gas or a bathroom break, I will hold it until I find a crowded, brightly lit station in a real, populated town. I absolutely do not care how tired I am. I will pull my car over on the busy shoulder of a crowded interstate before I ever walk blindly into one of those isolated brick buildings ever again. Because that dark, terrifying night in New Mexico taught me something I can never unlearn. If you ever find yourself driving alone late at night, you need to understand that the world is full of empty spaces. And sometimes, when you blindly walk into an empty room, you are stepping directly into something else's territory. And whatever it is, it just waits patiently in the total silence. It waits for you to finally leave your space so it can claim it back. Story 14. This happened on a cold Vermont boarding school night. I thought the tapping on my window was just branches, but it was. I was a junior at the time, and it was the middle of spring break. If you have never been inside a massive old boarding school when 99% of the student body is gone, it is hard to explain just how unsettling it feels. Normally, the dorms are chaotic. There's always music playing faintly through the walls, people laughing, footsteps running up and down the stairs, and doors opening and shutting at all hours. It is a place full of life. But when everyone leaves, all of that energy gets sucked out. What is left behind is just an enormous, hollow building that seems to creak and groan under its own weight. It feels like the building itself is breathing, and you are the only one trapped inside its lungs. Because my family lived all the way across the country, flying back for a single week just did not make financial sense. My parents and I agreed it would be better if I just stayed on campus. There were maybe 5 or 6 other girls doing the same thing, but the school had placed us all in our original rooms rather than grouping us together. My room was on the ground floor of the west wing, right in the middle of a very long, very straight hallway. At the far end of this hallway was a heavy metal fire door that led out to the back parking lot. The first few days of break were incredibly boring, but generally fine. I spent my time watching movies on my laptop, organizing my closet, and taking long naps. I hardly saw the other girls. We were all sort of enjoying the total lack of academic pressure. The resident advisor on duty was staying in a completely different building across the quad, so we were basically left to our own devices. As long as we checked in via email once a day, no one bothered us. It felt like a vacation at first, but by the 4th day, the isolation started to get to me. The silence in the dorm had stopped feeling peaceful and had started feeling heavy, almost oppressive. That was when the first really strange thing happened. It was around 11:45 p.m. and I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep. My bed was positioned right next to the window, which looked out onto a patch of woods behind the school. The wind had been blowing hard all evening, making the old window panes rattle slightly in their frames. Then I heard it, a distinct rhythmic tapping against the glass. I opened my eyes and just lay there in the dark, listening. Tap, tap, tap. It wasn't the erratic, random sound of wind blowing branches against the window. It had a deliberate, even pace. I told myself it was just a loose twig caught in a weird draft. I rolled over and pulled the blanket over my head, but the tapping continued. It was so slow and patient. After about 10 minutes of trying to ignore it, my bladder decided I needed to use the restroom. The bathrooms were communal, located about halfway down the hall toward the front of the building, in the opposite direction of the fire door. I pushed my blankets aside and stood up. The floorboards felt freezing against my bare feet. I grabbed my phone to use as a flashlight, just in case the hallway lights were turned off to save power. I slowly opened my room door and peeked out into the corridor. The main overhead lights were indeed off. The only illumination came from the dim, yellowish emergency lights spaced out every 20 feet or so. They cast long, weird shadows across the walls. The silence out there was absolute. It felt like stepping into a tomb. I stepped out into the hall and softly closed my door behind me. Out of pure habit, I glanced to my left, toward the front of the building where the bathrooms were. Everything was empty. Then, for some reason, I turned my head and looked to my right, down toward the very end of the long hallway. Standing right in front of the heavy metal fire door, barely visible in the dim yellow light, was a figure. I froze completely. My heart did that terrible flutter in my chest, the kind that steals your breath for a second. I just stood there, staring. It looked like a person standing completely still, facing my direction. Because the light was so bad, I couldn't make out any features. It was just a dark, solid silhouette against the pale wall. My mind immediately scrambled to find a logical explanation. I told myself it was probably just another student. Maybe one of the other girls who stayed behind was taking a late-night walk, or maybe the resident advisor was doing a surprise sweep of the building. But the longer I watched, the less that made sense. Whoever it was, they weren't moving. They weren't holding a phone, they weren't checking doors, they weren't doing anything a normal person would do. They were just standing perfectly straight, facing down the hallway toward me. I stood there for what felt like 5 minutes, locked in place, waiting for the figure to move, to speak, to do anything. It didn't. The stillness of it was unnatural. It was like looking at a mannequin. Eventually, the fear of standing in the open overpowered my need to figure out what I was looking at. I slowly backed into my room, keeping my eyes on the figure the entire time. As soon as I was inside, I quietly clicked the door shut and locked it. I didn't even go to the bathroom. I crawled back into bed and stared at the ceiling, my pulse hammering in my ears. I tried to convince myself I had imagined it, or that my tired eyes were just misinterpreting a coat rack or a shadow. But boarding school hallways don't have coat racks. I knew what I saw. I lay awake for hours, straining to hear any footsteps in the hall, but there was nothing, just the wind outside, and the tapping on my window, which had quietly stopped. Next morning, the bright sunlight made me feel a little foolish. Everything looks less terrifying in the daylight. I walked down the hall to the bathrooms, forcing myself to look at the fire door. There was nothing there. No shadows, no objects, just an empty space. I laughed at myself quietly. I decided the isolation was just making me paranoid, causing my brain to invent threats to fill the empty space. I spent the day trying to act normal, but I couldn't shake this lingering feeling of unease. Even sitting in the common room reading a book, I felt exposed. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder. That evening, the sun went down much earlier than I wanted it to. As the shadows stretched across the campus, that heavy, oppressive feeling settled back over the dorm. I made sure to use the restroom, brush my teeth, and get everything done before 10 o'clock p.m. I wanted to be locked in my room before the building got truly quiet. I got into bed, turned on a podcast to drown out the silence, and tried to relax. It was around 1:15 a.m. when I woke up. I hadn't even realized I had fallen asleep. The podcast had ended and my headphones were just playing dead air. The room was freezing. The wind had died down completely, leaving behind a silence so thick it felt like pressure against my eardrums. I lay there for a moment trying to figure out what had woken me up. Then I realized my mouth was incredibly dry. I had a water bottle on my desk, but it was empty. The nearest water fountain was just outside the bathroom down the hall. I really did not want to go out there. The memory of the figure from the night before was still fresh in my mind. I debated just going thirsty until morning, but my throat was painfully dry. I told myself I was being childish. It was my dorm. I lived here. There was nothing to be afraid of. I threw the covers off, swung my legs out of bed, and stood up. I didn't grab my phone this time. I just wanted to get out and get back as quickly as possible. I approached my door, unlocked it, and pulled it open. The hallway looked exactly the same as the night before. The same dim, yellow emergency lights, the same heavy shadows. Before I stepped out, I leaned my head into the corridor and looked to the right. My stomach completely dropped. The figure was there again. It was standing in the exact same spot, right in front of the fire door at the far end of the hall. It was the same dark silhouette, perfectly still, facing my direction. All the rationalizations from the previous night evaporated instantly. This wasn't a shadow. It wasn't my imagination. There was a person standing at the end of my hallway in the middle of the night. Panic flared up in my chest, hot and sharp. My breathing became shallow and fast. I gripped the edge of my door frame, unable to look away. Why were they there? What were they waiting for? I felt like a deer caught in headlights. I knew I should just close my door, but a terrifying thought kept me frozen. What if they moved the second I looked away? I felt this bizarre, desperate need to keep my eyes on them, to make sure they stayed far away from me. We stayed like that for what felt like an eternity. Me, half hidden behind my door, and this motionless silhouette at the end of the long corridor. The silence was deafening. I could hear my own uneven breathing echoing slightly in the empty space. My eyes started to burn from staring so hard without blinking. The edges of the figure seemed to blur and shift in the terrible lighting, playing tricks on my vision. I felt a tear roll down my cheek from the strain of keeping my eyes open. I couldn't help it. My eyes forced themselves shut for a fraction of a second. I blinked. When my eyes snapped back open, the figure was no longer at the end of the hall. It was halfway down the corridor. It hadn't walked. I hadn't heard a single footstep. In the fraction of a second it took me to blink, it had closed half the distance between us. It was suddenly much closer, standing under one of the yellow emergency lights. Even though it was closer, I still couldn't make out any facial features. It was just a tall, unnaturally thin shape wearing something dark and formless, but its posture had changed. It wasn't just standing straight anymore. It was leaning forward slightly, as if it was preparing to sprint. The sound actually escaped my throat, a pathetic, choked gasp. Pure primal terror took over my entire body. I violently yanked myself backward into my room and slammed the heavy wooden door shut. The noise echoed like a bomb going off in the quiet dorm. I fumbled frantically with the lock, my hands shaking so violently I could barely turn the deadbolt. Once it clicked into place, I backed away from the door until my back hit the opposite wall. I slid down to the floor, pulling my knees to my chest, trying to silence my hyperventilating. I stared wide-eyed at the wooden door. I expected to hear pounding. I expected someone to try the handle. I sat there in the dark, trembling, waiting for the attack, but there was nothing. The hallway outside remained completely silent. Minutes dragged by like hours. The adrenaline slowly began to fade, replaced by a cold, bone-deep dread. Every shadow in my room looked like a person. Every tiny creak of the building made me flinch. I slowly crawled across the floor, grabbed my phone from my bed, and retreated back to my corner against the wall. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? That someone was standing in my hallway. I felt like they wouldn't take it seriously, and I was terrified that making noise would somehow provoke whoever was out there. I sat on the floor for over an hour, just staring at the sliver of light beneath my door. The silence was driving me crazy. I started to second-guess myself. Had it really moved, or had my exhausted, terrified brain just played the ultimate trick on me? I wanted so desperately to believe it was just a hallucination. My legs were cramping from sitting on the hard floor, and the cold was seeping into my bones. I finally convinced myself to move. I slowly stood up, my joints popping in the quiet room. I crept toward my bed, intending to climb under the covers and wait for the sun to come up. As I passed my window, something made me stop. The curtain was drawn closed, but I could hear a very faint sound coming from outside. I held my breath and pressed my ear close to the cold glass. It was the tapping. Tap, tap, tap. My blood ran completely cold. The tapping I had heard the night before wasn't from a branch. It was from someone standing right outside my window, but my room was on the ground floor and my window faced the small patch of woods. Whoever was out there had moved from the hallway to the outside of the building, and they knew exactly which room was mine. I backed away from the window slowly, terrified that my shadow would be cast against the curtain. I retreated to the farthest corner of the room, near the closet, and sat back down on the floor. I wrapped a blanket tightly around myself, but I couldn't stop shivering. The tapping continued for almost 20 minutes, slow, methodical, patient. Every single tap felt like a needle in my brain. I clamped my hands over my ears, squeezing my eyes shut, silently begging for morning to come. Eventually, the tapping stopped, but I didn't move. I stayed in that corner, completely awake, until the gray light of dawn finally began to filter through the edges of the curtains. When I was absolutely certain it was full daylight, I finally stood up. My body was stiff and aching from fear and cold. I walked over to the door and pressed my ear against the wood. I couldn't hear anything. I slowly unlocked the deadbolt and pulled the door open just an inch. I peeked out. The hallway was empty. The emergency lights had switched off, and the morning sunlight was streaming through the windows at the front of the building. I stepped out into the hall, feeling completely exposed. I looked toward the end of the corridor, toward the fire door. The figure was gone, but as my eyes adjusted to the light, I noticed something that made my stomach turn over. I walked slowly down the hallway, my bare feet making soft, slapping sounds against the tile. As I got closer to the fire door, I saw it. The heavy metal door, which was supposed to be locked from the outside and alarmed, was propped open about half an inch. A small, dirty piece of wood had been wedged into the door frame near the bottom hinges to keep it from clicking shut. Someone had tampered with the lock from the outside, allowing them to quietly slip in and out of the dorm whenever they wanted. I immediately packed a single bag, called a cab, and went straight to the local police station. I never went back to that dorm room to sleep. I spent the rest of spring break in a cheap motel near the airport until the other students returned. The school administration investigated, removed the block of wood, and upgraded the security systems. They told me it was probably just a local kid pulling a prank or someone looking for a place to get out of the cold. But I know what I saw. I know the way that figure stood, perfectly still, just watching me in the dark. I know how it closed that distance in the blink of an eye without making a single sound. And I know that whoever it was didn't just want a warm place to stay. They wanted me to see them. They wanted me to know they were there. Even now, years later, I cannot sleep with my curtains open. Because sometimes, when the house is completely quiet, I swear I can still hear that slow, patient tapping on the glass. Story 15. During my trip to rural South Australia, where I cut through a foggy graveyard at night, I was staying in a basement apartment. At first, the noises upstairs seemed normal, until I realized they weren't coming from upstairs. But to make sense of how terrifying that moment truly was, I have to explain what happened earlier that same night. The specific series of events that led me back to that isolated apartment in a state of complete, overwhelming panic. My name is Damon. A few years ago, I took a long trip out to a remote farming town in South Australia to visit an old college buddy. The town itself was incredibly isolated. It was the kind of place where the streetlights ended abruptly at the edge of the neighborhood, instantly giving way to miles of pitch-black, empty fields. My friend's house sat on the very edge of town. My rental car, however, was parked on the complete opposite side, right near the basement apartment I had rented for the week. Separating his street from my apartment was one of the oldest, largest graveyards in the region. I stayed at his place, catching up until late in the evening. We completely lost track of time talking in his living room. When I finally checked the clock on the wall, it was almost 11:45 p.m. I had an early morning flight to catch the next day, so I knew I had to get going. When I stepped out onto his front porch, I immediately noticed how bad the weather had gotten. A thick, heavy fog had rolled in from the surrounding farmland. It wasn't just a light mist. It was a dense, blinding white wall that seemed to swallow up the houses across the street. The air had turned freezing cold, and a damp chill instantly sank right through my jacket. My friend offered to let me sleep on his couch, but I declined. All my luggage was already packed and waiting back at the apartment. I figured it was only a short walk to my car. I told him I would be fine, zipped up my coat, and started walking down the empty street. That was the worst decision I could have possibly made. As I walked down the sidewalk, the silence of the town felt suffocating. There were no cars driving by, no sounds of televisions playing inside the nearby houses. There was just the hollow, lonely echo of my own footsteps hitting the damp pavement. After a few blocks, the residential houses stopped entirely, and the cracked sidewalk ran straight up to the edge of the old cemetery. The graveyard was massive. It was surrounded by a tall, heavily rusted iron fence with sharp, menacing spikes running along the top. Inside, it looked completely overgrown. The local town clearly didn't have the budget to maintain the property. Tall weeds choked the pathways, and the ancient stone markers leaned at strange, unnatural angles. Because of the thick fog, I couldn't see the other side of the cemetery. I couldn't even see more than 20 feet into the darkness. I pulled out my phone and checked the time. It was exactly 12:15 a.m. I knew that walking all the way around the outside perimeter of the cemetery would take me at least another 30 minutes in the freezing cold. But there was a dirt path that cut straight through the middle of the graves, leading directly to the street where my car was parked. I walked up to the main front gate. It was a pair of heavy, rusted iron doors. A thick metal chain was wrapped around the center bars, held together by a massive, ancient-looking brass padlock, but the chain was loose. The two gates were pushed open just enough to leave a narrow gap. It was a gap just barely wide enough for an adult to slide through sideways. I didn't really think much of it at the time. I assumed the groundskeeper probably left it like that so locals could use the dirt path as a shortcut during the day. I turned on my phone's flashlight, took a deep breath, and squeezed my way through the cold iron bars. The damp rust stained the shoulder of my jacket, but I was inside. The moment my feet hit the dirt path on the other side, the entire atmosphere shifted. The temperature seemed to drop another 10 degrees instantly. The fog was so thick inside the cemetery grounds that the beam of my flashlight barely did anything. It just reflected off the white mist, creating a blinding, useless glare. I kept my head down and started walking quickly. I just wanted to get to the other side and get into my warm car. I tried to focus on the sound of my own breathing to drown out the eerie, heavy silence of the place. But that silence didn't last very long. I was maybe halfway through the cemetery, surrounded by towering, shadowy monuments, when I heard the first sound. It came from somewhere in the dark mist to my right. It was a soft, distinct rustling sound, like someone dragging a heavy foot slowly through the wet, overgrown grass. I stopped walking immediately. I stood perfectly still, holding my breath and straining my ears to listen. The precise moment I stopped moving, the dragging sound stopped too. My heart gave a heavy, nervous thump against my ribs. I pointed my weak flashlight beam into the fog toward the sound, but I couldn't see anything. Just the faint outlines of leaning headstones fading into the white haze. I tried desperately to apply logic to the situation. It had to be a stray animal, a dog, or maybe something native to the area just foraging in the brush. I tightened my icy grip on my phone and started walking again. I tried to convince myself I was just being overly paranoid. But this time I walked a little faster, my eyes darting nervously around the shadows. Crunch, rustle. There it was again, but this time the sound wasn't to my right. It was coming from the left side of the dirt path. It had completely changed directions in total silence, and it sounded significantly closer. I stopped in my tracks again. The damp air suddenly felt incredibly difficult to breathe. I swept my flashlight beam back and forth frantically through the fog. "Hello," I called out. My voice sounded pathetic, shaky, and weak. It didn't echo at all. The thick fog just swallowed the sound instantly. Nobody answered, nothing moved. A deep, primal sense of dread washed completely over me. The kind of raw fear that makes your stomach drop and your hands start to tremble uncontrollably. Something was definitely out here with me in the dark, and it was moving with me. I abandoned the idea of walking calmly. I picked up my pace into a fast, hurried speed walk. I didn't want to run and risk tripping over an unseen root or a sunken grave in the dark. I just kept my eyes locked on the dirt path directly in front of my shoes, praying for the exit gate to appear out of the mist. That was exactly when the whispering started. It was incredibly faint at first. I genuinely thought it was just the blood rushing in my own ears. But as I kept walking, the sound became clearer. It was coming from behind a row of large, cracked marble headstones just a few yards away to my left. Damon. I froze, every single muscle in my body locked up in terror. My blood ran completely cold. Someone had just whispered my name. I stood there paralyzed in the freezing fog. My mind was racing, desperately trying to make any kind of rational sense of it. I was in a rural town halfway across the world. My friend was the only person who knew I was even in the country, and that voice did not belong to him. It didn't even sound entirely human. It was dry, raspy, and painfully breathy. It sounded like air being pushed out of a throat that hadn't swallowed in years. I slowly turned my head toward the headstones. I pointed my flashlight at the crumbling marble markers. There was no one standing there. There were no shadows moving behind the stones. "Who are you?" I demanded into the dark. I tried to sound angry and confident, but my voice cracked right down the middle. Complete silence answered me. I started walking backward down the dirt path, keeping my light focused on the spot where the unnatural voice had come from. My breathing was incredibly fast and shallow now. I was completely disoriented in the fog. I didn't even know if I was heading toward the exit anymore. Then I heard it again. Damon. This time the whisper came from directly behind me. It was so impossibly close, I could almost feel the cold air moving against the back of my neck. I let out a panicked gasp and spun around, swinging the flashlight wildly in front of me. Nothing. There was absolutely nothing there but the swirling white mist and the dead, wet grass. I couldn't take it anymore. The rational part of my brain shut down entirely, and blind, terrified instinct took over. I turned around and sprinted down the dirt path as fast as my legs could physically carry me. I didn't care about tripping anymore. I didn't care about how loud my footsteps were. I just ran. The cold fog rushed past my face, blinding me completely. The weak beam of my phone light bounced erratically against the dirt and the graves. As I desperately ran, the whispering multiplied. I began hearing it from every single direction, from behind the large oak trees, from the patches of tall weeds, from the darkest, unseen corners of the cemetery. Multiple raspy, overlapping voices, all repeating the exact same terrifying word. Damon, Damon, Damon. The voices weren't yelling or screaming. They were just whispering in that steady, emotionless, dead tone. It felt like the entire graveyard had woken up and was calmly watching me run for my life. The oppressive feeling of an unseen presence was so heavy it felt like a physical weight pressing down on my chest. My lungs burned terribly from the freezing air. My legs ached, but I absolutely refused to slow down. I pushed myself harder, blindly throwing my body forward through the white haze. Finally, the dark, solid outline of the front gate materialized out of the fog directly ahead of me. I felt a massive surge of relief flood my system. The streetlights from the paved road beyond cast a faint, orange glow through the iron bars. My rental car was parked just down the street. I was almost out. I sprinted the last 30 yards and slammed my freezing hands against the wet iron bars, preparing to squeeze my body through the narrow gap I had used earlier. But I hit a solid wall of metal. I stumbled backward, gasping for air, completely confused. I quickly raised my shaking hand and pointed the flashlight directly at the center of the heavy gate. The gap was entirely gone. The two heavy iron doors were pulled completely flush against each other. The thick, rusted metal chain was wrapped tightly around the center bars multiple times, and hanging right from the center was the massive, ancient padlock I had seen earlier. Only now it was clicked firmly and securely shut. I stared at it in absolute disbelief. My brain simply couldn't process the visual information I was receiving. This was the exact same gate I had walked through no more than 20 minutes ago. I had physically squeezed my body through that opening. I knew I had, and no living person could have possibly closed and locked this massive iron gate behind me without making a loud, echoing metallic crash. A fresh, sickening wave of pure panic crashed over me. I grabbed the cold iron bars with both hands and pulled with every ounce of strength I had left. The heavy chain rattled loudly in the silent night, but the metal doors didn't give a single inch. They were locked completely tight. "Help!" I screamed through the bars. I didn't care about looking crazy anymore. I yelled at the absolute top of my lungs. "Somebody help me." My voice just vanished harmlessly into the fog. No lights turned on in the distance. No one came out to the street. I turned around and pressed my back hard against the locked iron gate. The whispering had stopped entirely. The graveyard was completely silent once again. But the terrible feeling of being watched was stronger than it had ever been. The dark presence was absolutely suffocating. I couldn't see anything in the mist, but I knew something was standing out there, quietly looking at me. I had to get over the fence right now. I shoved my phone deep into my jacket pocket, plunging myself into near-total darkness. The iron fence was easily 8 feet tall, lined with those vicious, rusted spikes at the very top. It was incredibly dangerous to attempt to climb in the dark, but staying in that cemetery with whatever was hunting me wasn't an option. I grabbed a thick, wet crossbar near the bottom and hauled my entire body weight up. The metal was freezing and incredibly slippery from the heavy condensation. My wet shoes struggled to find a solid grip, but pure desperation fueled my tired muscles. I pulled myself higher, inch by agonizing inch, trembling violently from the cold and the adrenaline. Just as my head finally cleared the top of the fence, I heard a terrible sound from the dirt path directly below me. It was a slow, heavy footstep crunching in the gravel, followed immediately by a wet rustle of clothing. Something unseen had walked right up to the base of the gate, stopping directly beneath my dangling feet. I absolutely refused to look down. I knew with terrifying certainty that if I looked down and saw something looking back up at me, I would lose my grip and fall backward right into it. I forcefully threw my leg over the top of the fence, carefully maneuvering my body around the sharp iron spikes. My jeans caught on a jagged piece of rusted metal, tearing the tough fabric and slicing a deep, painful scratch down my leg. I gritted my teeth against the sharp sting, completely ignoring the pain. I practically threw my entire body weight backward over the other side. I hit the paved concrete sidewalk incredibly hard, rolling onto my shoulder to absorb the dangerous shock. The rough impact knocked the wind completely out of me, but I didn't stop moving for a second. I scrambled wildly to my feet, ignoring the throbbing pain in my shoulder and the warm blood trickling down my calf. I pulled my phone back out of my pocket, turned the bright flashlight on, and shined it through the iron bars directly back into the graveyard. There was absolutely nothing there, just the silent, swirling fog and the dark, empty dirt path leading into the mist. I didn't wait around for another second to try and figure it out. I turned and ran down the empty street toward my rental car. I fumbled frantically in my pocket for my keys, my hands shaking so violently I actually dropped them loudly on the pavement. I snatched them back up, hastily unlocked the car door, threw myself into the driver's seat, and slammed the heavy door shut. I instantly hit the electronic lock button and just sat there in the dark, gasping for air like I was drowning. My chest heaved rapidly up and down. I checked all my rearview mirrors in a total panic, absolutely terrified that I was going to see someone sitting quietly in the backseat, but the car was empty. I was alone. I started the engine, threw the car into drive, and sped aggressively away from the curb. I drove straight back to the quiet residential neighborhood where my rented basement apartment was located, pushing the speed limit the entire way. The apartment building was old, but it sat on a normal, quiet street with decent overhead lighting. It felt incredibly far removed from the dirt paths and the menacing iron gates of the cemetery. I parked the car quickly, rushed to the front door, and let myself securely inside the building. Once I was finally inside my small basement unit, I immediately locked the heavy metal deadbolt. I walked through the tiny space and checked every single window latch, making sure they were tightly secured against the frame. The apartment felt cramped and incredibly chilly, but it was brightly lit and secure. The solid walls offered a massive, comforting sense of relief. I collapsed onto the edge of the small bed, completely physically and mentally exhausted. My stressed mind was desperately trying to rationalize everything that had just occurred. I told myself it was just extreme sleep deprivation. The heavy fog, the creepy environment, the sheer isolation. My brain had just suffered a massive, temporary panic attack. I had probably imagined the whispering voices entirely, and the locked gate. I convinced myself I had just gotten terribly turned around in the blinding fog and tried to exit through a different gate that was permanently chained shut. It was a very weak explanation, but it was the only thing keeping me from completely losing my mind right then and there. I peeled off my damp, torn jacket, cleaned the bleeding cut on my leg in the small bathroom sink, and turned off the harsh overhead lights. I left one small desk lamp glowing softly in the corner of the bedroom. I just wanted the terrible night to finally be over. I crawled under the heavy blankets and closed my eyes, desperately praying for sleep. That was exactly when I noticed the sounds. At first, they seemed completely normal, just the typical mundane settling noises of an old residential building. I heard a faint, wooden creaking sound, then a very muffled thud. I safely assumed the tenant who lived in the apartment directly above mine was simply awake, packing casually around their living room floor in the middle of the night. I lay there quietly in the dim light, staring blindly up at the ceiling, listening to the soft, rhythmic footsteps walking above me. It was slightly annoying, but honestly, just knowing there was another normal, living human being nearby made me feel a little bit safer after the nightmare I had just survived. But as the silent minutes ticked slowly by, I lay there in the bed, and my brain started slowly processing the actual physical layout of the apartment building. My heart rate slowly started to climb again. A cold, uncomfortable sweat broke out across my forehead. The apartment building was constructed directly into a slight, sloping hill. Because of the hill, my unit was technically considered a basement in the back, but the front half of my apartment was completely below ground level. My small bedroom was located at the very front of the building. The ceiling directly above my bed wasn't the wooden floor of another apartment. It wasn't the ground floor living unit. The ceiling directly above my bed was situated perfectly underneath the small, poured concrete patio outside the front entrance. The noises upstairs weren't coming from upstairs. They were coming from the ground outside, directly above my small basement window. I froze entirely. I stopped breathing. I listened intently as the soft, rhythmic thudding continued back and forth. But it wasn't the sharp, solid sound of hard shoes walking on a wooden floor anymore. As I focused deeply on the noise, I recognized it immediately. My stomach dropped into an endless, sickening freefall. It was the exact same soft, shuffling drag I had heard in the wet grass at the cemetery. Someone was purposefully dragging their feet across the concrete patio, slowly packing back and forth, right above my window. I slowly turned my terrified head. I looked at the small, rectangular window set high up on the basement wall. The horizontal blinds were pulled tightly shut, but they didn't block out the outside light perfectly. The yellow glow from the street lamp outside was leaking through the thin slats, casting faint, linear shadows across my room. As I lay there, absolutely paralyzed by fear, the shuffling sound above me suddenly stopped. A painful second later, the hazy yellow light shining brightly through my window blinds was completely blocked out by a dark, solid shape. Someone was standing right outside my window. They were crouched down on the cold concrete patio, pressing their body right up against the damp glass, trying silently to look down into my room through the tiny gaps in the blinds. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream for help. I just stared helplessly at the massive shadow blocking out the only source of light. Then loud and perfectly clear through the thin pane of basement glass, I heard it one last time. That same dry, raspy, emotionless whisper. Diamond.